Allez, bonjour à tous, bonjour à toutes. J'espère que vous allez bien. Donc aujourd'hui, nous sommes sur la journée 1 du groupe B. On va savoir qui c'est qui va gagner cette journée. Est-ce que c'est... on n'a pas d'infos. Vous voulez des infos sur les teams, mais on n'a aucune info. Pas non plus. Faites le son. Et dès que ça commence, on passera en gros plan.
Did I rigged invites? Yeah. That's the ones that I'm really looking at.
You said the word top three. You said consistency. So let's talk about a team that knows how to be in the top three consistently. Falcons over on the left side versus Made in Thailand, previously Forest Natural Gaming on the right. We're going to start with the Falcons for a second. This is a team that they're not the bridesmaid. They're not second place. They've got more third places than I think I've ever seen before. What do you expect from them here?
Yeah, I mean, for them, for this event here, this is their sole focus, right? Yes. They're looking at, we want to get one of the big ones. This is the one that has eluded them, right? PGIS, most prize pool one. They won Esports World Cup. They won PGS too. If PGC is something they're able to lock down, there's an argument for multiple of those guys on that roster to be going on the Mount Rushmore of PUBG.
Makes sense. All right, the other side of the coin is going to be Made in Thailand, which was Forest Natural Gaming. So we're going to see some of their branding on those highlight reels. But for me, the big standout here has been Kiss. When we talked about his performance at 9 and 10, it was inspired. We see this huge uptick as the team. When they showed up at 7, I'm going to be honest, I kind of wrote them off and said I don't expect a lot from these guys. Boy, was I wrong.
Yeah, Kiss is a player that you love to watch out of game and in game. He's always smiled, he's always happy. I think both being able to frag out and bring a fantastic vibe as he has to this team here is one of the reasons why they're working out so well. Obviously they're a team that's coming into this and saying, all right, we're on home turf.
Yep.
We can be comfortable here. We didn't have to travel here. We can go back to our home and practice for the off days. I think that's one of the kind of bigger things here that, you know what, we're going to the venue playing our group stage, and then we're going home. We're continuing practicing in our own comfortable space, right? That's the big thing for this team here. But there's no denying Kiss is one of the standout players and performances this year. If you were to kind of take him as like one of the kind of breakouts in terms of big performance, I'm not saying rookie year or anything, but breakout performances for the year here, Kiss has to be in that top 3.
He's a name that's gone from essentially obscurity to absolutely front runner. Top of the boards if you're playing fantasy right now. Absolutely a big performer, a kill leader when it came to PGSs this year. So he is someone to keep an eye on. And I think pretty excited for a lot of people watching him because I think his attitude has been incredibly positive, you know? Another team we want to take a quick look at is two players that are re-entering the fray. We talked about PO a minute ago. Here's the return of Snakers and Himas. What do you think about Snakers coming back?
I think it's obviously awesome to see him back at another PGC. He's had a lot of PGC performances due to full-time employment. He's not been able to go at PGS. I don't think, you know, still being able to play as a hobby and then still making it to PGC is cool. Sad that he didn't make it to PGS.
Yeah,
like,
it's a bummer.
It's a bummer. It's always obviously you're able to have a sub that comes in and does well. That's good, but still he was their best performing player in terms of frags,
Oui.
coming in and missing that. But here, I hope he did not miss, his PGC performance, because that's what we want to see from him.
Well, I hope you guys don't miss your chance at this PG performance to pick up some extra G coin as well as a bunch of cool prizes. So go over to the Pick'em Challenge right now, use those tokens, or hold off on them. I think that's what you're doing strategically, right?
Yeah, wait until the finals to see who's actually going to be in there.
December 12th is when it closes.
Yes.
So if you want to be like Martin, you can wait. If you want to be like me, just go put your token on Twisted Minds. We're starting on Miramar. We're ending on Erangel. It should be a pretty good day of play.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Miramar's always a great start to the day here. Obviously, it's more kind of linear with slower, and that's what these teams are looking for.
So talk to me a little bit more about this idea. As you're talking linear, you're talking slow, you're talking planned, so it's not chaotic. This should be a pretty slow start, you think?
Absolutely. I think it's very planned, very, very slow. We should see some hot shifts on the edges here.
Okay.
We're going to see so many teams just take it slow. Make sure that they get in there in a good angle. See for the second and third pop, especially on Miramar, where we know that fourth pop is land ratio driven.
Makes sense. We're starting on the Dusty Dunes. Group B about to take the field of play. This is where the journey to raise the PGC champion starts. We're going to kick it off in just a second, and I'm excited. I think the players are too. This is the moment where you have to make the moves that set you up to be the best in the world. It's time for game number 1. Let's get into it.
Thử thách lớn nhất là mình đạt được cái cúp thế giới lần thứ 2.
For our PGC champions, the Expendables.
Hoặc là những thành tích của mình nó sẽ bắt buộc phải tốt hơn, chứ không là những người hâm mộ người ta kỳ vọng quá lớn mà mình thất bại thì nó sẽ khá là buồn.
이제 한번 세계대회 꼭 나가보고 싶다라는 마음으로 팀이 결성됐거든요. 그래서 이왕 온 거 좀 재밌고 즐겁게 하자는 마음으로 왔기 때문에 좀 즐길 것 같습니다.
我觉得我自己心态方面就是还是相对以前稍微好了一点，然后团队的话偏向就是相对于以前心态肯定还是会有所好转。
Première game, je crois que c'est Rabat.
目标就是全力以赴吧，争取拿到冠军。
We have good understanding between us, and I think we will try to do our best performance.
발전을 했다라고 느껴지는 그런 한 해였던 것 같고, 이제 PGC를 앞두고 좀 많이 기대되는 그런 부분인 것 같습니다.
Like for me, I left my family when I was 19, and I feel like if I am not going to be taking care of my parents, if I'm not going to live with them and be around them, then I need to make them proud and I need to work out.
Я б хотів би, щоб нас запам'ятали як найсильнішу команду у файтах.
แข่งในประเทศไทยรู้สึกมีกำลังใจครับรู้สึกดีครับที่พวกเขาได้เห็นความสามารถของเราจริงๆครับแล้วก็เห็นด้วยครับที่พวกเราเป็นทีมม้ามืดผมอยากได้winner chicken dinner ให้มากที่สุดครับเพราะว่าอยากจะเห็นทุกคนลุกขึ้นมาดีใจพร้อมกันกับพวกเราครับสังกัดใหม่ที่ได้ย้ายเข้ามาเป็นในประเทศเพราะว่าเราเชียร์มาตั้งแต่เด็กๆไม่มีแรงกดดันแล้วกันครับสนิทกันมากแล้วก็รู้จักเป็นพี่น้องกันก็อยากให้ผู้ชมได้เชียร์ทีมด้วยความสนุกครับ
After PGS 7 and 8, before WCs, I would say we changed a lot since we got Corexy, the team structure, team roles, and I would say that is probably the biggest change that we've done this year. So yeah, I'm happy that we did it.
If we win PGC, I would say it sounds like we passed the game. Nothing left to win. For sure, we want to win this PGC hard, make us want to win this event even more.
Ça devrait pas tarder à commencer.
Everybody takes to the field today as we continue the group stages here of PGC 2025. I'm Toby, joined by Poro, and we're going to be your voice. Action as we get to see the, I was going to say remaining 16. There is 17 teams remaining, but 16 teams remaining here at PGC 2025.
Sure, and ever since the Expendables lifted that trophy last year, ever since everyone had to sit there in their seats at their computer desk or they were watching from the audience, everybody has waiting to get to this moment to get back on the field to get another crack at getting that PGC championship. And today we get to see Group B, and there's nobody hotter in the lobby right now than these boys right here.
And it's true. I feel like it's been so long where VP were on the cusp, even all the way back, I mean, to a year and a half, 2 ago, where they were just so close every time, and there was it, sometimes they make it all right, sometimes they don't. Here they found that consistency, and they've been able to claim a trophy as of recent as well.
Yeah, that's a great question there on that tablet. Where is Ike Slip? I can tell you where he's not. He is not here, and that is going to leave Petrichor Road a little bit behind the 8 ball, but we'll see how they adapt and move on. And here's a team that we haven't gotten to see since the beginning of the year, Bet Boom. True. They started off so strong, Toby, and then they kind of waned away in the later part of the year.
The sad thing is that that's kind of their tale, and honestly, I mean, I know what they were talking about, the group of death and the group of potential chaos during the death segment earlier. I like to consider this group that we have playing today the group of inconsistency, and that is both a compliment and the opposite, because we've seen all these 16 teams we're seeing today go out and have insane, not just individual matches, but days as a whole. But equally so, like we're saying with BB team, they can win PGSs, but they can also get 5 points in a day, and I feel like there's quite a few of those teams here playing today, so it's really going to be on who of these 16 teams have been able to, you know, bring it all today, get the momentum going early.
It's true. I mean, you look at this lobby and you're like, okay, well, who's going to be your top 5? All right, you can maybe pick 1 or 2 teams. Obviously, you look at Virtus Pro with their success recently. You look at Team Falcons, who have gotten top 3 all year long. They look like pretty consistent, but those other 3 spots could be anybody. Who's going to be the bottom 3 also could be anybody. So I feel like today, day 1, these first 6 games are going to tell us so much about where these guys' heads are at.
Exactly. Normally, you sit and you look through a group and you go, while things might change, I mean, it is PUBG after all, you can normally go with a pretty decent, give me your top 5, like sort of thing right here. As you say, I'll give you a top 2. Outside of that, it's kind of a coin flip. And again, not necessarily a bad thing. These teams just very equally matched. So
nothing else is going to make it very, very exciting for the next couple of days here while we figure out what this lobby leaderboard is going to look like. But we don't have to wait any longer, Toby, because we are getting into match number 1 on Miramar.
What better place to start things off here? In my opinion, Miramar, arguably the hardest map to play well, because so many teams are so incredibly good on here. Erangel, as many say, been figured out for the most part already.
Première game, c'est parti.
Room to go out and make plays happen, but you're up against teams at their best when you play on this map. So who is going to be able to separate themselves to kick things off in, again, as we said, a very, very evenly matched lobby?
And you get to start off with a nice plane to start things off, going from south to north, right down the middle, bisecting the map.
C'est parti jusqu'à 15h.
Most likely see everybody avoiding those hot drops early on, unless, of course, there might be something spicy brewing in the lobby. But we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see if that pans out.
A 3-day group stage with a last chance as well. As much as I hate hot drops in general, if there's a time to do it, a match 1 on a day 1 could be it. But then again, that's also going into the conversation of momentum and all that, right?
Sure.
If you fall out early on,
we did see it yesterday.
It's it can cascade into multiple failures at all.
Well, right off the bat, looks like Team Liquid and Team FaZe are going to be sharing a little bit of spot here by Minas Generalis. And are they going to be right on top of each other? Indeed, they are. So we do get to start things off with a hot drop with 2 of the best from the West. Starting off things here, Toby.
Of all places, too, still space to push further out towards the east, but not going to happen. Luke, first one to get a gun in hand, AK with a holo on. Looking towards the east. Good transition path south for whoever team comes out victorious here as FaZe. Now you can see trying to group up. Double tummy gun, not what they want to be pushing forward with.
Definitely not. Well, both teams really getting themselves back together, back to full strength, 4 strong as quickly as they can. Now we did see that circle pop. It is going to go down to the south. And both of these teams have to be aware that Navi is going to be looting just down to their south. So an opportunistic team like Navi may put themselves into position to try to third-party this, so they have to be careful about how they want to keep moving around in this Minas Generalis area.
Also, funnily enough, Na'Vi, a team that has been looting Minas forever themselves, so they know how to push into this. They know the ins and outs of this area of the map as well as anyone. So, and FaZe again, I mean, didn't get the utility wanted early on, didn't get the early peaks on people trying to transition across. I think it's a very, again, mature decision here. Looks to me like they're trying to dip, go east, and again, you have a south side rotation that you can set up for already now. It's a smart call here on FaZe plan to dip.
Yeah, this is I mean, and that's if you're going to do a hot drop, that's a good way to do it, right? Give yourself an easy out, an easy escape. And as a result, FaZe, well, looks like we'll have to see if they run it back here in game number 2, because this one is a pretty lukewarm, I'll actually say cold drop, because I don't even know if they even took shots at each other.
I think I heard a single bullet fired, but there was might have been more of a warning shot, if anything. So as you say, FaZe out towards the east, up towards the north. We look as made in Thailand. Well, they've made it back to global PUBG. Last time we saw this org at a global stage was a PGI 2028. Half of the viewers probably weren't even born back then.
Wow,
but
that's rough.
I'm kidding. But nonetheless, great to have him here, and of course, fielded with an incredible Forest Gaming or former Forest Gaming roster that have been showing up this year. Great to see.
On the opposite side of that, I think I was already old back then.
Yeah, you were.
Yeah, I was. Well, a lot of expectations being placed on the shoulders of Myth, but Kiss has some pretty broad shoulders, and he has been our kill leader throughout all the PGSs this year. And Kiss, or Myth rather, one of the 2 teams in this lobby that have made every grand final in PGS this year. The other one being Bagopah, of all teams. Bagopah.
I love the addition of all teams, because it really is. But it goes to
with
show.
no PO. You know?
Yeah, but exactly right. Without PO, and again, goes to show that I think a lot of people tend to get into rhythms or patterns of stereotypification. They see a result a couple of times, and all of a sudden you go, oh, this team, yeah, that's them who do this and that and this and that. And then oftentimes the team will kind of live under the radar for longer than they really should be. And I think Forest Gaming was one of them for a while, now Myth. And, well, Bagopah might be able to have the same achievement unlocked.
Well, meanwhile, we saw a huge victory for BB Team in PGS 8. And it felt like things were really kind of turning their way. It looked like it was, you know, this has been a team that we've had a lot of expectations for a year or so now. And it looked like they were finally delivering. And then there was a little bit of a wheel spinning as Chewy just I don't know what they, like, okay. There's pings. And there's no way.
We've been wondering why Petrichor were struggling for a while. Maybe,
what is that?
Maybe it's because this is how they rotate, guys. Maybe this is really, it's not an Eichelsleft problem. It is a rotation issue. They're simply trying to do too much at the same time.
Well, look, give them some artistic leeway here.
Just give limit it to one guy with a line tool. Like, we can't have all of them do it at the same time.
Well, Copenhagen Wolves. New phase. I know you're excited about this one, but this is a team formerly known as Mission Ready International Alliance. Fortunately, a lot quicker and easier to say Copenhagen Wolves, as we get to see them now wearing their new jerseys, and they have their traditional fragger, their leader, their heart and soul, Mr. Snakers.
Yeah, a team who, I mean, like made in Thailand or Myth, is you have to go back pretty far in PUBG history to see Copenhagen Wolves activity, but it does exist back in the early days of the game. Now we can see if they can do something again. What we don't want to see early on, though, is a car with 4-man in it, Liquid pulling up, and Gustav sat here ready with an M249 in hand.
Yeah, he's got a little bit separated from his vehicle, but he will get that initial knock on Purdy. Curdy will immediately hear Elo come through. M249 doing work for Gustav. He's got 1 HP. He will go down in the end of Luke 12, but FaZe is coming.
What a play! Gustav out early on top. Is it the addition of a Copenhagen roster on the field enabling the Danes? I'm not sure. But honestly, for him, what better gun to have in hand when you sat there waiting? Instant annihilation.
And man, I hate to say it, but if all credit in the world to Gustav there and to FaZe for following up and defending their man, but if there is one thing that is just Liquid's issues, that is it in sharp relief.
It is a team that you feel like, come on, man, when is it their turn to catch a break? And, well, game 1 of their group stage, wasn't it?
I mean, it's super unlucky, right? Like, I mean, you replay that fight 9 times out of 10, they get Gustav, they take him out, but this time he gets 3 guys before he's finally taken out. And well, now you get to sit there and watch the rest of this one and try to plan out game number 2 as we get to see the revive station. They'll most likely try to get Gustav back on his feet, but they do have Myth right on their heels.
They do. I think, Myth obviously coming in on the... they had players scattered all the way from Tierra Bronca to La Cabrera early on, so they've only now grouped up and are just looking to wrap south. And even though they should hear and see a big beam go into the sky in a second, I don't hope they're going to be doing anything to try and engage with this.
Yeah, it looks like they're playing the coast anyway, so they'll see it, but by this time it's all free and clear. So FaZe, no harm, no foul, 4 quick kills, and Gustav will get back on his feet as Falcons have now shown up as well, starting to make their rotation in this northeastern side of the map.
Yeah, Falcons, backfilling. Obviously, they're not going to be aware of Myth, but having just seen that same beam go into the sky, they might have a play to make, should they want to, try and catch a player off early on. Obviously, they don't know whether it's just a single guy that went to Impala to set up this, or was it an entire team, as other teams on the western side of the map wrap down towards the circle to Petrikov. Seems like they figured out which of their lines they wanted to follow.
Yeah, saw Nan split off from the rest of the boys, but immediately getting back into that Bronco, getting back on the move as we check back in with those same Falcons. Myth off to their left, still playing around in the coast, and FaZe behind, and you can see a few shots being taken into their backsides as Theraton 5 has now arrived as well. So that northeastern side of the map getting a little bit populous.
Wait, T5 use vehicles now?
They do.
I thought they were exclusively an e-pickup team. What happened? They're coming in, I should say, on the eastern side. Begopa wrapping in slow on the southwest, so a pretty good spread. Given how central the plane path was, teams could flex out to both sides rather easily. So a good split of teams coming in on the east and western side. No big clusters anywhere really, and space up towards the north, because obviously that's where Los Leones is, and no one wants to have to wrap around that if the next circle goes south.
You get a quick picture-in-picture. See Gustav almost back with the team here as Falcons. You see Fluky actually taking shots. That's going to be Navi.
Yeah.
Ariston Sosed just kind of taking the long-range shots at these teams as they make their way through. No damage really coming through, but if nothing else, it's going to keep T5 and Falcons from fighting. But it looks like Falcons will stop down. They know they have the ridge lines here. They'll try to take the shots over towards Theraton 5. Shrimsy will spot out Ranger X, and that'll be one taken away for Falcons.
A bit dangerous for Falcons to be stopping here in the open as well, obviously, especially hearing and feeling the shots coming in from Navi, but opting to stick around for a bit. I think when you drive side by side with another team for this long, you hear shots starting to come their way as well. You just got to start trying to make some space for yourself, and that's what Falcons are doing here. Get something going as the circle goes towards the southeast, and as the observers are drawing up for us, a lot of rotations are going to be coming in on that eastern side, and with VP leaving their position, there's going to be some room up for grabs.
It looks like James going to go and fetch his teammate as Hakatori will spot out Snakers. You can see Navi again. That might be another thing that helped out Falcons a little bit there, was that Navi was pretty split up here.
Yeah.
Trying to take multiple, just using that high ground and ADR farming essentially on everything around them. So there wasn't 4 members of Navi all looking down there, trying to make Falcons' life miserable. But now they've got Myth. They've finally pushed back from the coast and made their way in. So they may run into each other, as looks like Copenhagen Wolves will get Snakers back on his feet.
Meanwhile, the east side rotations went from being clustered to a bit more spacious, but now, well, Myth and Falcons have found each other once again. A sandstorm will make things a bit more difficult on both sides, but seems like it's going to be Falcons to try and reposition off of this.
Kiz had that M24 now. We've already seen how dangerous that gun can be in capable hands, as Gustav will be able to retreat and actually get some heals up here and try to get a little bit of loot in his hand before rejoining the rest of the boys. And there's the replay of Team Liquid. Unfortunately, man, they just got short work made of them here.
It's, again, it's always tricky because it happens so fast. Initially, they don't maybe expect there to be one, but then the immediate push to follow because Gustav instantly takes one, right? And the issue here becomes, when you see it like this and in slow-mo, and it's so hard to call in the second, but that was 3 individual 1v1s. At no point did 2 Liquid players peek him at the same time, and that's what made it so incredibly difficult.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, is 1 HP away. You know, Alo was 1 HP away from getting Gustav there, and that's the difference between life and death for Liquid. And now Myth trying to make their way a little bit closer towards the center circle. This is very aggressive stuff from Myth, as they will take a few shots from CTG, but they know the terrain up here well enough to know that they have a way in and a place that they can hide once they get there.
Yep, I'll be able to chill for a bit, maybe, with shots coming in, not chill so much anymore, up to go into the caves instead, as Rotated prones on down, sat here ready and waiting for anyone coming his way.
Yeah, T5 kind of playing a little bit close to the chest now that they don't have Ranger X. You can see there's 3 of them, they're all with each other, and they've got a little bowl, but they're, you know what, they're thinking, hey, we're safe right now, we're dead center circle, there's no real reason for us to, okay.
Style points, P.O.
All right,
welcome
P.O.
back, buddy.
Welcome back. Yeah,
you're gonna hit another tree.
You've got this.
Oh, there you go.
There it is.
He's still learning. He's still, you know, getting back in the groove of the game.
Knocking the rust off. It's fine. It's fine. Look at him.
Oh, there's another one. And a 4th. Is he gonna go in the water now?
P.O. versus the trees. There he goes. Hey.
Even the crowd's cheering him on. There you are.
To get out of the blue lane. The blue zone, dude, to make sure you... Okay, come on, P.O. You got this. You're trolling at this point, right?
Doink. He's going to lose all his speed and he's going to flip upside down.
Oh, no.
Welcome back, P.O. We've missed you.
Anybody put P.O. on their fantasy team?
I don't know. This is fun, though. He is smiling. I don't even know if I can call that a smile. The issue is his team could actually use him right now because they're hearing what's happening in front. It's changed the game, shot at by the Mythos. And for Bakeopan coming in this southern side, they want to make space for themselves. I mean, that's why they wanted P.O. in the sky, right? They want to try and find a safe passage north.
I swear, man, it looked like it was like, hey, you want to get a, like, whenever gliders first came out, it was like, hey, Poro, get in the glider and go take it. Yeah, I know how to fly the glider, man. I know how to fly the glider. Get over there. I have no idea what I'm doing. That's, I'm not saying that Piro doesn't know how to fly the glider. Just saying.
This clip didn't prove that he can.
It didn't. Yeah, it didn't help.
It's okay. I mean, he's been out of the game for a bit. He's, if you're failing gliders but hitting your shots, you know what? I know what I'd take. So,
exactly. He's a fragger, man. He's not a pilot.
Yeah.
He didn't join the Air Force, Toby. He joined the Marines.
You know what? There you go.
Exactly. Well, here's another guy we haven't seen in a while, Mr. Himass, with Anyone's Legend. 4 up, making their way in from that northwestern side of Los Leones. We do have a BRDM, at least one BRDM on the field, and that's going to be in the hands of BL Mount Calmo and the boys from over on the southwest.
Everyone right now playing that slow game. They know that effectively this entire circle is taken, and it's for those last few teams coming in late to kind of stir the pot. Everyone is digging themselves deeper into whatever position they're currently set in. Well, Rock don't need to dig themselves anywhere because they're just sat in the open in a tank, so they can chill with that. Yeah. But it's only really face out east that has still yet to do a dicey rotation. Everyone else have a couple players outside circle, but they also have a spot inside that they can fall back to. So it's face where our eyes are going to be, and well, for multiple reasons, it's being one of them.
Well, they're just taking their time coming in with the zone. They hear Falcons taking shots, but I don't think they have any idea that Kickstart is right over here. And now Falcons have to be careful as, yeah, it looks like they're going to call Kickstart back a little bit. He's going to go for the Murado. He does have support there from Shrimzy and H-Win on the other side of the road, but Tig is kind of off in the middle of nowhere.
Again, slow playing from FaZe. I mean, if we take the pull-up on Gustav out of the equation, it's the same way that they disengage from the fight, the potential fight in Minas early on, right? It's smart, calculated, don't take any unnecessary risks, because they know, as we do, that this is a very occupied part of the map. So play it slow, wait for that next circle to pop, and see if you're even going to have to make a play. Now shots coming in from Na'Vi towards Falcons might actually give FaZe the info that there's opponents on that southern side.
Well, the shots were also coming at FaZe from Na'Vi as well. So Na'Vi just kind of have this big, wide 4-man split just off to the north. So they have angles on all of this, and that's actually going to pump the brakes on this. But, well, maybe not. Falcons getting a little bit aggressive here. They're going to get all 3, and they're going to make their way around on the side. They're going to take the shots as soon as FaZe gets in the vehicles, but they're not going to find any knocks.
Oh, first one comes through. One player down to low HP, and James is going to fall. Out of the car he goes, and yeah, that's going to be no resting him whatsoever. Hagatori claiming that one for the team as Vex spun out, but fortunately with a vehicle that can accelerate pretty quickly, even uphill. Able to get away, but where do you go from here? Now you're going through the myth split, straight into potentially Bagopar.
FaZe being the first ones through. Baron, nice shots, won't find the knock though. Chewy, meanwhile, going to get taken down as all the teams are on the move. As Baron will get taken down by Gustav. And look at T5, their little three-man camp got crashed and they responded with violence. Myth down one and they're still fighting for their lives.
Individual prowess coming through right now as these players able to fend off competition. Gustav making some space for him and his team. Does lose
Après, si je vote trop sur le
of him and Fex now as
PC, ça
Chan
me pétait
opens
les
up,
oreilles.
finds two myth players running down the hillside, able to get happy early on, and now Kiss stuck behind the car.
Yeah, change the game. We're playing off to the south of this. Bagopie also, you can see they're kind of in the caves as change the game. Catch Myth at the worst time. That's a great grenade. He's going to find it. Kiss goes down.
It's down, more space to maneuver for change the game. They heard Bagopie come in right on their left side, so if they can take out FaZe potentially here as well and only have to focus on one team, that would be huge for them because they also have Falcons now coming in from behind.
Rock, meanwhile, have a little bit of a dip to work with, but they've got Asla Pentagram surrounding them. They're just going to retreat back into the BRDM and try to survive as long as they can. Util coming through from Pentagram. Hal has the Panzerfaust in hand, and it will land. But there you go, some more support coming in from Game Start Win.
Yep, Xiaopian, while people might not have the biggest expectations from Game Start Win, at the prime of New Happy Esports, Xiaopian was their captain, leading the way. So very capable player in his own right, with some space to maneuver still in that central compound in the south.
Rock haven't given up the ghost just yet. That grenade, just a little bit too far. And they'll continue to go for this res on the Hal. The follow-up may be enough, and it will be. He's going to find Hammer and Hal as Biel Mount Calmo just using that utility to great effect.
Definitely. Shots fired again. Game Start Win still trying to suppress these teams on that western side, knowing we cannot have any one of them pull up on us, because if a team from the west goes in, three other teams are going to follow. They know that there's little to nothing to really play around here. As Pentagram again continue to try to make space, but down to just the two. Not a whole lot they can do from where they are.
Cutting back over to the southeast, Falcons
Bouti, je voulais te dire, je t'ai envoyé des MP
now change the game. Should know that they're there. They are looking in that direction and immediately will spot out Shrimsy.
Dois pas regarder
the trade onto Hangy, but Tiggleton's now down. H went in the blue. He's going to go down. Kickstart, the last one left, but he'll find Wenbo with a nicely placed grenade. But Kickstart is on the clock. He has got to try to survive to keep his team alive. Ares has him pinned up against the wall. Can they get the shots? They will. Falcons out in 15th place.
Down they go. Change the game shuts them down, but look at the immediate response coming through from two other teams, FaZe Clan and Bagopie, trying to make something happen off of this. Change the game will be eliminated in the end of it, as Gustav claims yet another point. 5 kills for the Dane.
FaZe Clan got beaten and bruised, but they stayed alive. They managed to hold off the push from Change the Game, but now the shots from Bagopie will find Gustav. That's one raid boss down. Fex the last one alive. Pio is hunting around, looking to see if he can find him. Actually, no, okay, Pio's in the caves, and that's going to be the call, and they're going to call all the rest of the squad in there. So Fex gets to survive a little bit longer now that the circle has pushed off to the north.
They saw in the kill feed what Gustav could do on his own, and not knowing where Fex was positioned, pushing up that hillside with little to no info. That's a dangerous play. So smart on them to disengage, get closer to the circle, as well as Hakatori now. A little peak battle going on with Olympus.
That's a peak battle with a K9 too, as Olympus tries to go in and out, but Hakatori's more than ready for that. Gets a few shots in, won't get the knock. You see the kill feed still going off here, as Fluky will be the one that takes down Olympus, and Hakatori has to turn his attention uphill where Theraton 5 has the high ground.
Yep, definitely do. But now Na'Vi very satisfied with the space that they have to maneuver. It's not going to be there so much longer. Circles starting to close in already. Petrichor not having had to do a whole lot this game thus far, now forced to make that first on move. Down to just the two of them. Those nades look real good.
AZ has the ability to cross the road. He's going to try to go for the angle, but has Pentagram there just in time. But AZ is on top of it. He will go down into the end of Santastico, but Rock getting a little bit of support here by the unfortunate timing for Asla. And Ming Ming now the last player left alive for Petrichor Road as he hides through the smoke. They've got double BRDMs. Biel Mount Calmo is pushing through. Santastico will go through the smoke, see if he can spot him out. Ming Ming, he's got him. Oh, they're just trading utility right on top of each other. Yeah, Santastico, get out of there, man. That was a little bit scary.
Oh, they're going side by side
Going
now.
side by side through the smoke. Can Ming Ming survive? He can. He's got the happy feet. He's going to make his way through and survive a little bit longer, but Santastico will be there to finish him off.
Down he goes. This took them a long time to get done, though. Luckily, game start win, not opting to go their way. They're eyeing Begopa instead, and look at this. That's the issue. Well, you seek the comfort of the cave, but also now you only have one exit, and that has been blue zoned off. Oh, good, and he stood with a molly in hand. Are they considering this?
C'est bizarre, je te voyais...
There is literally nowhere else for them
Je voyais sur Discord, sur PUBG.
I mean, yeah, like you said, not really many options on the table for Begopa here, so depending on how much utility they've got left in the bag, we'll see how long they can last. New Circle does pop. It's going to cut north once again. So remember, all gamers, they're still up there. Got Virtus Pro that we haven't talked about much. They've been playing from the south side of Los Leones, and they have managed to survive all the way to late game. Akan does go down as Begopa finally has to make their push out. Guyon is probably going down to the blue here. And yep, there you go. Begopa will go down in 9th place.
Yep, out they go as we take our eyes further to the northeast again. 3rd and 5, Na'Vi. They've been kind of living side by side for a bit now, but that will all have to come to an end. So you have to imagine that T5 is going to do something to try and fight into this. Yep, Nate's primed. Waiting for a moment to peek over. There you go.
Utility gets sent. Na'Vi will find Fluky with it, so success.
Il y a les puces aussi en compétition maintenant.
For Theraton 5, but Fluky gets flushed as Exgrozit will throw down the smoke, try to slow things down just a little bit. The problem for everybody, actually Na'Vi has gotten shot at by Himass, so they're getting forced to make a move here. Rossiter tries to go for the angle, but Hakatori on top of it, and there you go, Extends will finish him off, and Na'Vi finding success here in game 1.
Doing hurt the screams of the crowd there, going, no, don't push them. And in the end, down falls T5. It's game start win now again. Yet another fight that has been in the making for a bit. Rock sat solidly with their BRDMs to use on this southwestern side. This fight will have to come to a start now, though, as these guys are pushed out in the open.
Tell you what, any worries that we may have had about Rock being rusty coming into this one can be put to the side. They are looking very strong here, although having 2 BRDMs rather will help that situation exponentially, but unfortunately now they're getting shot at from Wolf as well. And it looks like Xiaopian, the last one, he's got the Panzerfaust will find its home, and he will go down, and immediately game start win gets traded back as well. So Copenhagen Wolves, they still got Bizzler and Vox alive. Dead center circle, no kills so far, but they've made it to the late game.
For how they were pulled up on earlier by T5, and I mean, let alone the fact that they got placements now guaranteed and can probably live to see a bit more of this one. I think that's a salvage game you'll be somewhat satisfied with. As for now, look, VP have to... I mean, they don't really have to make their way out of here, but they have Nixie up close already. You can see they're waiting, trying to make an opportunity for him. If there's a knock that comes through with Nate now lopped over as well, this could be huge.
Could be nice. Oh, just going to sail just a little bit too far, but that's going to give the game away. And now Na'Vi knows that they've got a guy right on their doorstep as he runs away from the rocks. Will survive just a little bit longer, Extends. Their next grenade coming. It's going to go short once again. Extending his own lifespan for the time being.
And again, I mean, Na'Vi, they can chill. I mean, they've alleviated all the pressure on the southern side. They know that they have players out west, but they can't see them because of the way the landscape is. All they really have to make sure right now is have someone looking for nades come through from Nixie on that northern side for the time being, and even more so now with this circle. Na'Vi doesn't really have to feel outside of nades coming through from Nixie.
On est ici sur Twitch, 2 sur
see Anyone's Legend still up
YouTube.
There on the west, but now they've got to make their way in, and Virtus Pro doesn't have to leave their buildings just yet. And you see BB Team also 4 strong playing. They've gotten 2 kills so far. All the rest of the teams alive, with the exception of Na'Vi, have managed to kind of avoid most of this, the fighting going on so far in this game. And as a result, they still have full-strength squads. The only non-4-man squad left in this thing is Copenhagen Wolves, and Na'Vi does not know. Either they don't know or they
should know.
Want to deal with them.
No, but then I think that's the last. I mean, the last part you said is the case. They have no need to peek over that western side down into them because they can see into BB's camp from where they are anyway. So no reason to expose yourself to multiple teams. I think now it's going to be a utility battle for the most part. You can see here, Extends at least just 1 smoke to work with. And for Na'Vi, it's not really the biggest issue. It's more any AL on the western side, VP as well, having to come out of those compounds eventually, and then BP on the southern side. How much util do you have to work with?
It's looking decidedly European in this final five, with Anyone's Legend being our lone APAC representative, and Copenhagen Wolves, despite the name, they are still America's squad. I know that.
No,
I know
you're not.
I know it burns you, but they're still in there. But I mean, good start here for our EU squads.
Oh yeah.
As you see Navi sitting at the top of the leaderboard already, despite how this thing ends. And
Dès
yeah,
qu'il va
okay,
gagner
the
le premier
flashbangs
match.
coming through. Looks like Navi are going to go ahead and try to clean the Wolves out of the den. They'll find Bizzler. They'll find Vox. And that'll be it for them. And that's 5 kills now for Hakatori, and we've reached our top 4.
Exactly. One more going down. They go out. Next one on the chopping block is going to be AL. Destroy, Haisagi, both down already. As, again, we talked about the util usage, and that's literally all you can do when you have Navi in a position like this, and VP can't do a whole lot to contest. It's going to be very hard for anyone else to deny them the amount of points come through right now. Having said that, VP have made 3 players cross on over, so they might be pulling up, trying to make a play on this.
Yeah, Navi, and I mean, as soon as they realize the situation, they could get rid of Wolves. They are just in position to farm everything that's left here, as BB trying to get something off of Anyone's Legend through the smokes. They will at least take down Hemas, and Anyone's Legend goes down in 4th. BB have not taken any knocks just yet, but man, that is still a really rough path to get in here on the West when you've got Navi looking down. Their only hope is that VP has arrived, and they may be drawing attention away.
They need the help, and they need it right now. And obviously, Navi well aware that VP have made their way across the street here, as well as Correxi jumps off the roof. Will join his teammates on that northern side of the hill as well.
Molodok back on his feet. Be able to survive a little bit longer. We'll see what BB team's utility situation looks like. 7 smokes, 5 smokes for Navi, 15 for Virtus Pro, and 8 frag grenades for them and Navi. So Navi and VP feel like they're set up very nicely for the late game here. And if BB team can just survive long enough to where Navi and Virtus Pro start fighting, and this might be the time.
Yep. Exactly. VB team got to find a way to somehow make a play off of this happening. Those Hakatori finds one more. Over 1,000 damage done. 6 kills already. There's a reason this man is up at the very top of the fantasy leaderboards, because he is unstoppable.
He is an absolute monster. Okay, Aduzi. Well, they still have the zip line. You haven't seen a zip line in play too much, have we? Well, oh, come on. You got it. You got it. Maybe you don't got it.
Oh, maybe it does.
I don't know. Well, he spotted out Luca Rux at least, so Phil First providing some support for his teammate while they try to figure out a way to make their way up. So after losing Nixie, VP will pull back down just a little bit and just avoid that Navi freight train. Hakatori especially, man. That guy is just automatic.
Definitely. It's a king of the hill type situation here in the first match of Group B. They all have to climb to the top where Navi is sat ready and waiting. And I mean, honestly, for VP and for BB team, if either of those teams wants to win this one, I feel like it has to be a Navi southeast flank and a VP north. Somehow time your pushes at the same time, take out Navi, and then fight amongst one another in the end. If you don't do that, this should be Navi winning this all day.
Virtus Pro, they had quite a few frag grenades left in the bag, but they used most of them trying to make that push on a Navi, and in the end it wasn't for anything. So they still have 10 smokes, so they still can hold out for the late time. You see Correxi just creepy walking here around on the heads of BB team, but BB team, it looks like they know exactly where he is, but they're not making the push or the peaks just yet. Oh no!
Where do you?
Oh no! A doozy!
What are we exploding here? This is so far on the southwestern side. Maybe he can find Soset with it.
I think he's looking for Correxi. Maybe.
No, he's on the southern side.
Okay, yeah, okay. This is a little bit farther north. Yeah, he said. Well.
And he's just isolating the angle. If anything, I mean, no one from Navi is going to jump down and backfill him. That's a good countermeasure.
If you got it, you might as well use it, right? Like
in lack of a molly, you might as well try and separate that angle.
Exactly. Maybe it will work. Well, VP emptying the bag of utility right now to see if they can maybe take the fight to BB Team instead. Unfortunately, Hackatory finding Luca Rux immediately. Best of Luck will steal it out of his hands. Correxy, though, they know he's there, and Phil First will find him, and that will be VP now down to just one, down to just none, as now it is a 4v4 Na'Vi versus BB Team for the win.
Yep, a serious battle here on the hills of Los Leones in the first match of this group stage day. It's Best of Luck, first one to peek on over. Exposing himself, peeking in the open. Hackatory just does not stop. 1,200 damage, 8 kills. Gonna explode the gas can as well, and still has Jutsu to work with.
And he's forcing them over into the rest of his teammates' line of fire. This is just a shooting gallery for Na'Vi. And look at Hackatory, runs out to the blue to try to get the wrap, and Na'Vi get the match 1 win.
What an absolutely insane performance to kick things off here. Na'Vi, sometimes a slow starter, but in this match, they were active from the minute go. They shut up towards Minas early. They shut the team's rotation rapid east. They were in control through this entire match.
They absolutely were. And look, that's a Na'Vi team that has a lot to prove here at the end of the year. We've seen so much expectation placed on these guys, and for good reason. When you've got a player of Hackatory stature, much is expected of you. But through game 1 at least, they are looking like they are hitting the ground ready to roll here. But you know what else, Toby? So is Virtus Pro.
Definitely, it's a tough lobby, and these guys are proving it right from the start.
Game 1 is done, and Na'Vi steps up to take home the chicken dinner in a masterful run. But we're going to start it off with the play by Gustav.
Yeah, man, a 3-piece for Gustav. Then roll it on. Look at that. He's screaming. He's putting the logos on face.
That man knows how to trade.
That's a great pull-up from them. Obviously, the amount of points that they're able to get also, he continued. He actually got 5 kills, and it wasn't until later in the game that Hackatory took him over. What an insane game, by the way, by Hackatory.
J'ai même découvert qu'il y avait les liquides qui étaient revenus sur PUBG.
I mean, to start, but the problem is when Hackatory starts this strong, it's one of those moments where you're like, okay, he's going to drag Na'Vi along with him no matter what it takes to the finals. But I'm not going to say that he did it by himself. Na'Vi looked like they were working really well as a unit. They played this game very, very well. I was a little worried because they hadn't been scrimming, but they looked good.
And you know what? That's exactly what we've been asking for Na'Vi.
Yeah.
We know that Hackatory is a player that mechanically is in there. He's super gifted. If they can come together as a unit, as a squad, and they did that for the entirety of this game. They played together, peaked for each other, utility for each other, put pressure on at the same time, double peak one player. Like, everything worked out extremely well for them here. And I think they finished on something like 12 or 14 kills or something. It's crazy.
A very, very, very good game for them as they go head-to-head.
Je sais pas si tu es encore là, mais
a really good game for
tu peux venir avec
EMEA,
moi sur
Martin.
l'audition, il n'y a pas de
Your boy
souci.
is looking good.
Tu peux venir.
Dude, I didn't want to put in too much. I'm always going to be called biased, but
It's
that was BP in there. There was some VP in there. We had a sick game for FaZe Clan. There was Na'Vi. Dude, that was good.
A little slow for the Americas, but we'll bounce back on this. We can see the Falcons pretty frustrated by how that one went. I will say, if you want to talk about Americas for a second, Rock using the double BRDM hunt you in the smoke strat. That was fun to watch.
Dude, I love double BRDM for so many reasons, but it's just the worst to play against.
It is.
It's so fun to play with. I've done it a few times, but it is so annoying to play with.
You know what else is fun to play with? Gliders. EO returning to the game. Really impressive glider.
Gliding into the game.
Gliding into the game, gliding into the mountain, gliding into the water, and then ultimately flipping. But the best part was he was laughing afterwards.
He was, and I think that's the big takeaway from this.
Yep.
But yeah, let's look at the top 4 teams here. Na'Vi, 15 kills they ended on. Man, I can't believe it. BB team, obviously, they're in with the 6. The low ground that they had with the pressure coming in from anyone's legend, that is practically impossible. They were able to take them down quite easily. The 7 kills managed to get FaZe into the top 4 too. Virtus Pro, they held the city. They were in a situation where you have to push out from an urban area.
Yeah.
They got Nixie into the kind of low ground of the rocks. It's difficult to play too, but placement points and a few kills worked out for them.
You also brought up Anyone's Legend. They're not in the top 4, but they did make it to the end game there, and that's a team that I was curious how they do. They didn't make it to the PGS series. They've been kind of cold. They came out pretty strong.
They did, but the difficult thing again, when you have to make a open smoke play with no cover, you have someone in the high ground, it's just insane, right? And look at that, that's my fantasy captain, by the way. 9 kills, 1,266 damage. That's a 1K club for PGC. That's another 1K club for Hackatory this year.
Cool guys don't look at the stats as Hackatory turns and walks away from it. Man of the match, easily going to Hackatory on the back of that win. I know, right?
Pentagon, dude. It's almost full. Who else contributed more points? It's to the per team, right?
Yeah.
So someone else could have gotten a few kills. Yeah, so. Yeah.
But he absolutely dominated. They walk away with the chicken dinner. This is a huge start for Na'Vi as they sort of push their way forward. You told me this was going to be a slow game because of the way the lobby is built. Was it the speed you expected?
That's exactly the speed I expected. Look
okay.
In a situation for me that I'm looking at Miramar, I'm looking at the teams and like, okay, these teams are going to play calculated, make sure they are putting themselves into spots where they can get kills, they get points, they can kind of move into positions where they're taking control. That's exactly what Na'Vi did here. But overall, like, obviously we saw some kind of early moves. It's so rare that we see a lot of teams prioritize getting into a really kind of important position in Miramar. Here, it's even more difficult because Phase 4, you have so many land ratio spots that can force the circle away once you see circle 4 pop, right? But look at that photo. That makes me smile and laugh. That's almost a smile from Hackatory. I never see that on camera. I always see it when you walk by.
I'm actually gonna give props to whoever our photographer was for Media Day, because we also saw Example almost smiling yesterday in his group photo. So they got some good things out of these guys, just like we got some really good points. 25 points to kick off the first game of day 1 is something that is going to set them on a path to do whatever they want for the rest of the day.
And I talked with a few of the teams here. I think some of the most fun is, obviously we have Group A, Group B. They don't play against each other. That's the only thing I don't like about it. But still, the strategy that we can see happening going into the last couple of days, if you're able to build yourself a lead, you can deny someone and put them in the last stage.
That's a really good point. Force them down to the bottom 3. On top of that, you have a day to plan between each stage. So there's lots of chances to make comebacks. Game 1 is done. Game 2, the last of the Dusty Dunes here today, about to kick off as we take to the field. Some of the EMEA favorites rising to the top yet again, and a bunch trying to play catch-up. We see the heroic return of Pio. Will he take flight this time around? It's time for us to get into game number 2 here in Bangkok. Let's do it.
Hey, deuxième game Miramar.
Back to Miramar we go one more time here today. As I said on the desk, Poro, this game played out quite expectedly in terms of the flow of everything. I think we see a lobby that in general is more passive than maybe most others, but when you have the likes of Hackatory uphill on high, shooting at everyone, surely no one's going to make a move anyway.
Yeah, well, I mean, also, you saw in the early game, I mean, most of these teams are going to play things a little bit passive in game 1, right? Like, you're trying to still feel out the lobby a little bit and just kind of get your sea legs under you and get your game face on. But now that time is done. It's game 2. It's time to get ready to get rolling. And Na'Vi, boy, what a way to start things. My only thing, Toby.
Say it. I know what you're going to say. Just
My only thing, we've seen Na'Vi do this before, where they come out and they just have a banger of a match, and then they just kind of disappear for the rest of the day.
You know what, Poro? That goes straight into the point I made coming into this.
Okay.
It is just a group of unexpecteds. Like, we don't know what to expect. Underperformances come through, yes, and especially after top performances. So for Na'Vi, was this not a one-time thing, because they've done it a lot of times before, but can they string together multiple good games in a row here, and maybe even more so? Do we get to see a fight on early? No, we don't. Liquid all on their own, no face around them this time.
Just pull away from that one. Well, Begopa a little bit close to Rock Esports, and Souls will be taking a few shots at a fleeing Songjiang, but it looks like he should be okay as the circle will cut over towards the west as well. So Rock getting a little bit of love this time around.
Yeah. As unpredictable as
Sparky
this
doing
lobby
some extreme sports.
Yeah. Parachute straight down to the zip line to the. Yeah, I'm not going to continue that. But I will say, as unpredictable as this lobby is, I will say, hopefully, Liquid doesn't do what they did last game.
I mean, look, stuff happens, man. Like it is what it is. It's
Exactly.
you know, you have a bad game, but the everybody's going to have bad games. What separates the good teams from the really good teams is, can you recover from that bad game?
Yeah.
Can you turn things around? Shake it off. Don't let the tilt set in. Just reset and move on. And it's the same way. Honestly, it's the same position if you're a team like Navi. You just had a great game. Fantastic. Shake that off a little bit. And let's get ready for the next one with a level head.
Keep the joy, the excitement, take away the expectancy of being able to go out and do the same thing again. Because if you get that into your head and then you don't, all of a sudden that can translate into a pretty bad game 3 as well.
18 games is a long time.
Oh, yeah.
It is a long time. You're not winning this tournament with a 125-point win. But you know what? It doesn't hurt.
That's true. that is true. And if you get together a couple of them, you're not going to be complaining about that whatsoever. VP with a somewhat quiet game 1. I mean, they got themselves into top 3, but as you can see, not a whole lot of kills to follow because they're set at 7 points. They too want to get something going here, as we now are going to get a bit of a listen in to a PGS winning team, but a team we have still yet to see more of here from BB.
Confident because we fixed our mistakes after qualifications on PGS 9 and 10, and we are not in the status of winners like we was on EWC, and it was harder mentally, but we fixed our mistakes. We will try to do our best performance. I think we just wanna play in the game and win. That's all what we want, and we will try to do all of we can for this win.
I'm actually really glad he talked about that, because that's one of the things that I talk to these guys, the players, about whenever I see them, is like, whenever you do have one of those performances where everything comes together and you get that big win, you've been fighting, you get that big win at PGS, how do you keep your mindset? How do you keep hungry going into the next tournament? And I think that's something that BB team kind of learned about after their experience at EWC, was like, you know, we got the win at PGS 8, and they kind of lost that drive, that hunger a little bit going into EWC. Well, they learned about that now, and now we get to see how they're coming into PGC rather, and through one game looked pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like a broken record, but they too are very much a team that has felt the highs of the highs and the lows of the lows, so we'll see what they can get going here. It's also nice to get an interview with Moldog. Usually at Doozy or Besterdog always going to be the two guys that are the ones to be talked to, but a little word in from Moldog here is always nice.
Very well spoken, man.
Very well indeed. Hey, Mass, a lot of people's eyes on him as, well, he was him for a good while, but then his teams failed to qualify for big tournaments, and now it's been a minute since we've seen him. We'll alleviate the last match performance and then see if maybe something bigger can happen here, because we know he's very, very capable of it.
Indeed he is. Anyone's legend. Looks like they're going to set up shop just off to the east of Monte Nuevo, which is the Yazzle Pentagram. Got to look at those pings. A lot of pings. A lot of pings on the map here, but one in particular, they're going to get themselves a little...
You take it now, you full gamble on the Monte Nuevo city ending, and then you win because you picked up the DPS. Now that's the play.
There you go.
Or not.
Or not.
Probably not.
Probably. Well, anyone's legend. We talked about them setting up over here by Monte Nuevo. You see Virtus Pro trying to make their way in just past them, and it looks like they should do just fine, but I think that was more just AL just flexing out, letting them know that somebody's already in these dips. And now they're actually getting shot in return. So that's going to be BB team with that high ground. You see Phil first looking off to the west. So BB team kind of exerting their influence on everything on the south side of Monte Nuevo.
Exactly. It's teams that are, hoping to soon be center with the potential south side shift, but also teams that are trying to make space for themselves early on. For VP, I mean, anyone's legend, all they really want off of this is they don't just want VP to sit around, because that's annoying. They want to scare them off. They want to force them to go further north. I mean, wrap south around them. They just need buffer space around them, so should they have to leave with the next circle shift, you know you have at least the first stretch that you can go on without being contested by anyone.
There you go. Well, a few teams still trying to make their way into this zone. You see FaZe hugging that south side coast. Meanwhile, Team Liquid still over in Minas Generalis, finishing up there, looting. Theraton 5 in the Dust Storm on the north side of the zone. They've got Copenhagen Wolves still off around Hacienda. They haven't made their way in just yet either. So for the most part, teams have kind of made their way in. The north of this zone, anything north of El Pozo is looking still pretty empty. So any hard shifts to the north here would be pretty brutal.
Definitely. I mean, except for the few teams that are still out on that eastern side, because that's a very clear and easy rotation path up north for them. So eyes are drawn to Na'Vi, our current first place team, obviously having only played one game, and them doing an incredible job in set match with a 15-kill win. Is boasting well, and also again, I mean, very similar position for Na'Vi as previous game, out there on the edge early on, trying to make space for yourself and not allow for anyone to backfill your position.
See, PO, this is how it's done.
Oh, that's how you do it. You're supposed to get it in the air. Ah. There are no trees up there. He should be all right.
Yeah, he's going to be great. Yeah, he's going to be fine. Well, and he should also be good going into the south side here as well, because it looks like Asla, Pentagram, they've left a split. They've left Howl on the very south side, kind of looking down to see anybody that might be coming in, but I doubt Howl does anything too reckless here, considering how by himself he really is.
Yeah. But this is when he lives up to his name.
Maybe. Could be. Why not?
I mean, we saw what Gustav could do single-handedly in the previous game. Maybe Hal's got something to say here as well. Having said that,
too many wolves in this lobby.
Given his position alone, I don't think he's going to be doing a whole lot. He is taking shots right now. I don't think it's necessarily at James. It's more, again, this pufferfish type situation going, oh, there's opponents over here. Stay away, because we're dangerous and we're many. Well, they have a guy in the sky now. He's going to see all these bullets come through, and James only sees one. And as much as FaZe have started playing more careful in the early game, if they see a solo on a proper hillside, they will happily go up and say hi.
I think if I'm Hal, I might want to go ahead and run back to the whip and get on out of there pretty quickly here if I can. We'll see what happens. Copenhagen Wolves will find their way in to the zone. Now they've got that Na'Vi split around Power Grid just off to their west, so they're going to have to be careful about that. And Team Liquid are also kind of backfilling in that same general location. Though there you go, yeah, Howl, get on out of there. You know you don't want to take any undue risks.
Next on the, I mean, Pentagram decision-making block is Hammer, because he is in the exact same position now that Hal was in before. It's like, okay, I scared them away, and then Hammer's like, no, you scared them over to me, bro. What are you doing?
Well, it
worked. Hammer 2 will leave and allow the toll booth to be open and FaZe wrapping through on that western
side. You just saw Extends try to do the same thing here.
Yeah.
He was taking shots into the wall, and you saw Copenhagen Wolves, 2 vehicles just kind of turn around there. So it did work out in the end here for Extends, and he is able to get to the Murado and get on out of dodge. And that actually works out pretty well for Copenhagen Wolves until that shift comes through. They do have a spot here to work into, but it's now outside of zone, so they have to get on the move once again.
And these situations are a perfect example of where you look over at your IGL and you go, bro, you know where everyone landed? You've seen the plane path. Where do we now have? Because you can go both north and south in this one if you're Wolves. Where do we have the best entry point from? Like, that's where your heat map guys, that's where all your hours and hours of analysis coming into tournaments comes in order to make these things happen. If James, well, he's, I was going to say leading the way, he's flying on in 2 months in a wave with the rest of FaZe falling.
Plane path a little bit full over there in the skies above Monte Nuevo, as James will get down and he will survive, and FaZe will find a little bit of a home to work with. But anyone's legend just off to the north. You saw Pentagram still taking shots over in that direction. We'll see if anyone's legend decides to get froggy and jump. Meanwhile, PO knows that there's a team inside this compound. And he is just kind of dancing around, seeing if anyone were interested in leaving, and he's going to spot out Non. So good play by PO, the wily vet. He'll try to avoid getting knocked in return, but Akan will be the one that goes down.
Yeah, such an awkward open angle to try and take that fight, and they're being shot at from inside the city proper as well. So a bit of a stretch. I mean, yes, they get the 1 point, but as you can see here, as soon as they start shooting, kind of alert surrounding teams to their position, all of a sudden you're in a lot of trouble, mate. And well, the myth right now are the ones taking shots here, and Pio, there's nowhere for him to go. No, he's gonna fall.
Oh boy, he was right on the edge of that smoke, it looked like, as Baron will shoot them toesies out. Pio will get knocked. No flush coming through just yet, so I mean, it's kind of putting Bagel Pie in a weird position here, right? Like, you think, okay, do we have an option to get the res? Never mind. Ming Ming will take that option away. So the decision tree has been shortened into a line.
Ming Ming has a kill with 0.12 damage done. I think that's pretty impressive.
You take those. That's a W.
If your life is 100 in a health bar, how much damage is 0.1?
0.12.
Is that like a flick on the ear? Is that 0.12? I'm not sure.
You just
Mosquito bite?
Just yell the dirty word at him or something. I don't know. Either way, PO will be down, and we take a look at Team Liquid, who are late arrivers and kind of backfilling the same route that Navi and now Copenhagen Wolves have taken. These kind of like a three-man train here, or three-team train rather, as they make their way in from the east.
That's furthest team to backfill, so they're going to try and bounce further north in it. And there's space for them to go there. I mean, it's Change the Game and T5 exclusively that are in El Pozo, so a rotation path is available for Liquid, hoping that this next circle swings east, because if we somehow go west again, I mean, phase 3 can go anywhere. If we somehow go west on this, there is going to be some really, really difficult decisions in the making for a lot of these IGLs.
Sure will. And you see one BRDM on the field. That's going to be in the hands of Game Start Win down there on the very far south, playing around Brickyard. You see big wide split from Rock. Yeah, you just pointed that out. Big wide split from Rock. 2-2 in the middle, waiting for this zone to pop. And where will they go? There you go. He's going to cut over to the west, and you see right off the bat, Begapa and Petrichor Road, their compound being highlighted. I doubt Begapa is going to do anything, and I don't really see Petrichor Road leaving their compound either. And as a result, that's going to leave a pretty free path for Navi to make their way through. Fortunately for Rock, their duo on the east, already in vehicles on that circle pop, immediately got out of there, and they're going to get to the compound to regroup. But Navi, they're going to run right into anyone's legend on the north side of Monty.
Who dat? Well, that's him. He's right there, and he finds one. Destroy finds another. AL said what you did last game, Navi will do the next one. Taking out 3 already. Extends down a solo player left alive. Ming Ming now at a distance shooting at him as well. And just like that, revenge has been served.
Indeed it has, and FaZe, they've been dancing around here as well. They managed to take advantage of anyone's legend. Copenhagen Wolves try to do the long E pickup. They're going to go for the high ground, and they're going to get away with it, Toby.
Yeah.
As Snaker's really the only one taking any damage, but now they got to play this thing out with no vehicles. They've got a little bit of high ground to work around, and they've got to figure things out quickly. Oh, grenades will force them to get back on the move.
Hey, you say get away with it. The landing is not the victory. There's a lot more to come after
That's
that.
half the battle.
That is true. That is true. They've made their way there. Now it's up to them to make something of it. As AL, well, they do get Haisaki knocked, and with him being on the opposite side of the road, I don't think there's anyone coming for him right now. But, I mean, outside of the one confrontation we just saw there, surprisingly well-maneuvered circle shift, given how difficult that circle was to path into for all the teams out east. Actually, surprisingly, again, Cerebral from a lot of these teams and making the wiser decisions here.
I mean, at the end of the day, I really like the play from Copenhagen Wolves there. They knew, are we actually trying to get away with that? You're not going to get away with that. Destroy has to retreat back into the compound. They try to get the res onto Haizaki, but FaZe just not having it. And now, anyone's legend has also been joined in Montenuevo by Virtus Pro. Meanwhile, you still have BB Team with the high ground on the south side here, so they have to be careful about how they move around from building to building.
Definitely do. Next circle will shift away from some of these mountain sites, but not a whole lot of them with somewhat recent circle updates. We'll see our map updates. We'll see now as Songyang goes into the blue for the rest here. Should come through. Indeed it will. Who do we get back on the field?
Didn't see when Akan went down, but I think they might have been able to get the
they went down
off of PO.
Almost right next to each other up on that hillside when trying to take the fight to Petrichor.
Okay.
Well, Akan was a bit further away, so maybe that's giving you the answer we'll see in a moment's time.
We shall indeed. Well, Team Liquid still playing on that northeastern side as they're going to see that blue laser shining in the sky. Songjang will have to get back in as quickly as possible. You can see Liquid just wrapping around on that northern edge. The hard shift down to the south, though.
Yep.
That is going to be brutal for these guys that are working their way in the north. And yeah, I mean, that's a path, but it's not a great path. I mean, that's going to put you right in the middle of rock. I don't know what you do there.
No, I mean, if there's a compound to fight over, that might be it, though. You can kind of space out a bit as possible. Having said that, pull-ups, of course, are abound, and this is one of them. BB, though, while successful initially, lose 2 immediately after. Best of luck, Phil first, both gone down. A little bit of help does come through as Xiaopian falls as the pull-up comes through in the end of it. Molodog able to find one.
What a play from Molodog. I didn't think there was any way he was going to get away with that. As a doozy will come in and try to chase him down, and they will. Game start win goes down in 15th place. BB team will lose 1. It looks like they should be able to get the res on a Phil first, and now they've acquired themselves a BRDM for their trouble.
You know what? I mean, you never want to lose players, but given what they just went through, to only take 1 casualty in that cluster, that is
Chewy.
Well earned on their part as the bike says bye. Goes a bit further. Chewy now out in the middle of the open.
Copenhagen Wolves looking like geniuses right now as they still hold on to a high ground spot that's not getting pressured. Everywhere else is, though. Team Liquid had to go somewhere, and they run right into Bagopah. They managed to pick off Pio as he was coming down, but Pio has been revived. Akan, barely any HP left on any of these guys, as a Pio and Akan were the ones that were revived. So all they've got is what they had when they landed, and Alo will get spotted.
Yep, shotgun in the sky and do wonders if you're this close to your opponents. The remaining 2 players of Petrichor now wrapping over as well. I'm not sure they're aware of Purdy's position. Issue is Myth is from a distance, making it very hard for Purdy to really have any impact in this fight.
Oh, this is rough, man. This is so rough.
Oh, we found one.
Pretty Curdy will spot out Ming as AZ will try to make the run. Akan taking shots in retreat, and now Falcons have joined the party. They've managed to get an angle on this as Curtin sparking. Once again, this is just another. I mean, this was going into a 4v4, but the 2 of them had just been revived.
Yep.
And still Bagopah managing to hold their own.
And now we're in blue, circle shifting away, and you're not leaving this compound alive. So I think for all 3 of these teams, they know full well, get as many points as you can here. You're going to go down anyway. Pio down, Akan down now as well, as Ming falls out to the blue.
Number of teams trying to fight their way through the blue here. Bagopah and Team Liquid squaring off inside the blue itself. Guyon the last one, and he will take down Petrichor Road. Can he get a first aid in time to get it off? Oh, yeah, we're good. We are clean, buddy. So clean. Well, Falcons, they were also in trouble trying to push through this smoke wall, but anyone's legend had eyes, and they were trying to keep them at bay. Destroy the rest of the boys still in it. As Tickleton continues to climb through, but H-Win's going to go down to the zone. Oh, no.
Yeah, they had takedown earlier from Snakes at a distance as well. Was this saw him from a distance? I think he saw him at afar. Didn't go for the shot immediately, now able to find him. The Snakes again with the M16 in hand, his weapon of choice, I've been told. To add that to the meta.
Didn't do him any favors that time, unfortunately. Falcons go down early, and New Circle is pulling away from Montenuevo, so all of this nonsense it's going to have to come to a head. Guyon still has advantages. Pretty Cardi still has 7 first aids. We'll try to stick around long enough, but Guyon not enough.
Yep.
And yeah, Kurt's going to see that, and he's like, well, dang it. Hoping to at least get 1 point off all of this.
Yeah. Well, at least now they can try to get to the circle, which I'm not sure how they're gonna, but we'll see if that happens or not. For the rest of the server, outside of Wolves and Myth, everyone's smiling at the sight of this mountain being shifted out of it, because you can't really utilize the low ground when the mountains are still in play. And anyone's aware of this, they can pull up towards Rock right now, but not wanting to commit to that.
A couple of pre-nades there from Bielma.
Il est peut-être très bon
he was waiting and
en solo, mais apparemment
his compound, but it looks like anyone's legend. They're going to play it from the dip instead. Meanwhile, Copenhagen Wolves get surprised by Kiss, and that is 3 down. Bizzler, the last one up. He will get the trade onto Olympus, tries to kill for the flush, but has to swap guns to do it. Scappy will come and join his teammate, and there you go. Myth will clean up Copenhagen Wolves.
Down they go. Great push from up high as Wolves again, I mean, they were wanting some points down below. They saw the commotion with anyone's legend driving around down there. Got a bit eager for it, and you give up that backside angle for just a second, and Scappy and the boys will come take you out.
Yeah, worth noting that Myth, that fight against Copenhagen Wolves was something that has been about 3 or 4 minutes in the planning.
Yeah.
They had positioned themselves beautifully, knowing exactly where Wolves were. And in the end, they lose 1 for their trouble, but still alive. Rock, oh no, this is a bad spot. RBN will get spotted by Hammer. The grenades are going to come through. They're trying to clean up a spot here after Biel gave him the go-ahead, but now it's just smoke clouds keeping him alive as FaZe is just raining down Util, and Rock is maybe a little bit ambitious on the stop there.
I feel like either you pull up on the Shack to try to help out your mate, or you pull up on the guys that took out your teammate. This time around, they stopped right in between the two, and in doing so, ends up being taken out as Rosatit finds 2 from FaZe. They go down in 9th place.
Works out pretty nicely for anyone's legend, especially if they can hold this bowl.
Oh, yeah.
But they've got Virtus Pro coming. You can see they have the Panzerfaust in hand. They're ready to get pushed. Change the game, meanwhile. They are pinned down in the open field. And Hangy, look at that, the mortar doing work for a doozy as BB team finding themselves in the late game again, and now they have the compound in the circle.
Note to self, Hangy, when a doozy gets a knock on your teammate with a mortar, don't go rest him where he got knocked, because he'll just shoot one more. He will just shoot one more, and that's going to take him down as he gets the repair kit out. The mechanic gets the RDM dagger to achieve.
Well, BB team looking not a step out of place through 2 games here, at least on Miramar.
Ooh.
They have lost 1, but they have a great position for the late game here. They have an idea where Theraton 5 is. Meanwhile, Virtus Pro still trying to take out what's left of anyone's legend. They got a knock there. Himas going to go for the high ground here, but he's going to get spotted from range. Doesn't get knocked, but he gets a spray. There you go, Beamy will get him, and now anyone's legend there in a pretty rough spot.
Yeah, really important not come through there from Beamy at a distance. Look at him, he's the one sitting on that southern side trying to be the over-shoulder protector of his teammates from a distance. Good on him, and also good for the team to have a guy like that. They say, guys, don't worry, you can run with your back, sir, and I got you covered.
And look at this, Virtus Pro, that stopwatch ticking. They realized that they did not have enough time to stick around with this and finish off anyone's legend, so immediately back on the move. They know exactly where this duo from Theraton 5 is, but they've got to be expecting the utility barrage. See if they can get that down here as Theraton 5 will continue holding on to their position. Asla, Pentagram on the north taking shots at everything as well. So none of these teams can really feel comfortable here.
Nope, right now it's a outlive the other guys outside circle. For VP, for Myth, for anyone's legends as well, exactly. It's just survive, wait for the other teams to pull into the circle, then try and make something happen. Smith, the first one forced off the hill, go inside the compound proper, at least in the edge thereof. So Baron, with a Panzer, looks towards the building.
And Myth down to just 2. Baron and Scappy will take the high ground. They'll actually get the roof here. Kind of surprised that Pentagram would allow them to get this. But they're just gonna try to bait them into playing inside. There you go. Howell will get that knock on a Scappy. Baron really wants to use this Panzerfaust, but he's not gonna get a chance. Gets taken down in the end, and as the Pentagram has control over the north.
There's the Panzerfaust counter, the nerf of it, making it take a little bit longer than usual to get reloaded. He falls result of it. As VP able to get, or at least I should say stay alive with 3, because Corexia got knocked before, was flushed as well. Hudap falls as well. So that's T5 now racking up extra points, making their way into the top 5.
It's going to be really interesting to see how Theraton 5 plays this with that big wide 2-2 split. They've got 2 off to the south, and then you see Ranger X and Fluky just holding down this little shack. Virtus Pro not wanting to push it just yet. They're just going to sit around and wait for this next circle to pop. Meanwhile, Pentagram has been allowed to get a little bit closer towards the center of the circle, because the only 2 that really have vision on this are the Theraton 5 boys, Xgrozid and Rosidid on that high ground. Well, that actually is going to pay off dividends for them now as they have a foothold.
BB team blessed by the circle gods in this one after claiming the compound earlier, losing best of luck in doing so, sure, but now the only team with proper hard cover here with 5 teams remaining inside the next circle.
Hammer in red zone, kind of pinned off to the north as Hal and Glaz just kind of in survival mode, as you said. BB team just expecting this push from Theraton 5 or from somebody, anybody, but no push has come just yet. But if it does, they are absolutely prepared. It looks like Theraton 5 starting to be a little bit more aggressive here, going to leave the compound and see if they can land the util on Virtus Pro, who are very much on top of each other, Toby.
And this is the thing, they know that they need to look circle center, but they can't as long as VP is out there on the edge, so they've got to clear them out. Issue is, try and get it as Floki finds one somehow. That is not a triple, Nate. I don't know how that was, but doesn't matter. The vehicle explosion helps him out in the end. Ranger X lops one more over, bounces far, as Lucarux makes a run for it, somehow still alive.
Lucarux has 3 rabbit's feet and a horseshoe in his pocket. I don't know the luck that has managed to keep him alive through this. He does go down in the end as Theraton 5 will hold the line. They are up to 6 kills.
Where do you go from here? Again, the time that they would have wanted to spend looking inside circle, they've had to spend taking out VP.
Sur le stream, je rappelle que si vous voulez pas avoir de pub,
make their way towards with only one vehicle. That's a clown car going through an open field. We know how that can end.
Faut vous abonner à la chaîne ou sinon
Grenade from Wenbo, and that's going to take
avoir turbo.
Pentagram's attention away for the time being. BB Team still
Et puis vous pouvez vous abonner à la chaîne avec votre Prime d'Amazon. Vous liez avec Twitch et vous faites Twitch Prime. Vous pouvez vous abonner gratuitement à la chaîne. Et vous n'aurez pas de pub.
Will come through and he's going to take down Wenbo. That's changed the game out. Aduzi using that BRDM in its explicit purpose, just running people open in wide open fields. There's another one
more. Somehow he went down to the... Oh, wait, he ran into a car that then ran him over, so he didn't actually get the knock on that. Aduzi with a tank sprinting through the field, because that's a thing.
Goodness gracious. Yeah, there you go. Pentagram will take down. Theraton 5 is cleaning up 9 kills for them so far, as BB Team Aduzi will spot a little bit of... He'll take a center zone, close to center zone rather, and he's got a little bit of utility to send. It's going to fall just a little bit too short.
10 meters longer, that would have been GG. Thai fans in the arena on their feet, hoping to see T5 come up victorious here, but again, the compound is still in play, and for T5, they're not inside the last circle yet.
They are not, and they are very much pinned against the wall, but good shots from Exprozit will force Molodok back behind the wall. Phil first looking over in that direction as well. Aduzi has that center ground, and I think Theraton 5 realizing we can't do anything about Aduzi right now, but let's turn our attention towards these guys on the south. But as you said, they're still outside of zone. They've got to move.
Aduzi had 3 repair kits. You know what? This timing might be perfect. Able to run on up. Even if this nade doesn't do any damage, at least now they know, great, while I'm throwing these nades, they're not going to peek me from that angle. So it's going to allow him to push further forward, but changes his mind mid-round. Oh, Rozitet saw him in the open, had a chance to make that play happen, but the run just a bit too long.
I mean, he ran through the 2 grenades and then tried to run back, expecting BB Team not to let Aduzi peek that, but unfortunately for him, Aduzi had just perfect angle on it. Good shots from Fluky, though. The one thing Theraton 5's got going for him right now is they're landing their shots. And why not? Why not give Aduzi a Lynx to end this thing off?
Wow, oh wow. In his defense, it's been in that field for the last 4 circles, but no one's really been able to go out and claim it.
He's got the mobile cover too.
Yep.
Oh no, is he gonna go? Is he gonna go running over? He's like, you know, if they had a Panzerfaust, they would have shot it by now, right? Like
maybe.
We'll see. He's gonna try to keep it clean, keep it with gunplay for now.
Look at their ammo count, though. They're all running low on this. I think he's aware, but he'll take one for the team. He'll happily run this one through if that means they can win it. Aduzi finds the first one. Got to get back inside the circle, though. Down to low HP. One more gone down, and now the final one. Not going to take place just yet. Ranger X able to get one. 10th kill for T5.
And 1,000 damage from Molodok as Exprozit is down. Ranger X hiding behind the burnt-out husk of the BRDM. Doesn't matter. BB Team will get the victory in match number 2.
Happened at the very last second, but he actually got the knock on Molodok there as well. So good on you boys for winning that one, because that was close to going the other way. And there you have him, the one Thai BB Team fan, because everyone else was cheering for T5.
Worldwide, baby. Well, BB Team, that is 2 games in a row now that they have shown that, you know, you might have thought they might have been a little bit rusty after missing PGS 9 and 10. Well, they are looking so good, and you can see how happy they are to get this one going. Well, we are done with Miramar. Let's set ourselves up for the wild card maps.
Game 2 is done, the desert is in the books, and BB Team takes the chicken dinner. I'm going to check my notes. BB Team Na'Vi, it just seems like it's EMEA domination.
Man, this Miramar here, it's very EMEA heavy. Honestly, for me though, this is another difficult circuit, right? It's an urban ending kind of bait zone into one of the most difficult open areas where basically the BB team compound was inside.
Je crois que c'est Rondo la prochaine map.
It's extremely difficult to get to, right? So,
regardez ça.
Again, the teams that are locking those positions down, they're able to get the points, they're able to kind of lock things out. Here we see, of course, the teams coming in from the east. Again, Aztec could have gotten more points potentially, but they were getting pushed by mid, so like they're delayed, right? So it's all about taking the control on edge, but man, third and 5 maximize the points. They're not supposed to get this many points, I feel like, but they made the most of the blue house in the east.
Yeah, they did make a lot out of it. We saw the BRDM attack at the end. I love this idea. Not only to get the knock, but then you turn the BRDM basically into a clear bomb, gets rid of the hay bale, knocks out another player, and makes it so there's just no chance to get away from the blue after that. So that was one of those sacrifice a player. He still got a kill for his fun, and they walk away with a very, very good win. So congratulations to BB team. Also, T5 coming out with some good points there, and something that I did not expect to see as Le Pentagram coming up in third place.
C'est quoi le truc qui se met sur le front
You're able to stay with 3 or 4 guys alive. That is exactly what it's about, right? You're able to get the points, you're able to defend it, but to get out of that, you're just looking at open fields. Unless you have a lot of healthy cars, a lot of smoke, you're not going to maximize out of it.
I will say, I think the thing that was most standout to me at the end of that match is that it was the teams that didn't really thrive in the first game that stepped up and put points on the board here for the second one. So that should bring us to a pretty good spot. The Falcons, a lot of planning going on back there, and they need it right now because it has not been a strong start for them.
Oh, Miramar, again, if you're not able to get those early prior positions or you're fighting kind of your way in, it's going to be difficult. But still, we're only 2 matches deep here. We're going to be playing 18 total.
All right, so let's take a look at that match leaderboard. You're going to see a lot of points. 22 going the way of BB team. When Na'Vi won the first game, they got 25 out of that. So both of these first place finishes coming in with some very big point totals.
Yeah, 20 plus points here. Also, remember last game, they also had tons of points here.
That's
They're going to be easily in first with this. And to have such a strong start here for BB team, this is looking like a great group stage run.
And another game where anyone's legend, I brought it up, I'll bring it up again. I thought they'd be cold. They missed PGS. Here they come out, game 2 again, putting up some numbers and making plays.
This group stage may be a little bit easier.
Okay.
Like, okay, we'll do that. But let's see if they're able to get into the finals and how well they're going to be doing there before I pass my judgment on 2 of them, okay?
Before you're willing to truly worship them.
Off the back of him as alone, you should be in the finals, right? That's what I'm saying.
All right, so total leaderboard right now, BB team jumps into first place at 34 points. What a start. Na'Vi right behind him at 25, and Theraton 5 at 20, the hometown favorites. You can hear them being cheered for the entire time. Pretty strong leaderboard to kick this thing off, but it feels starting to feel a little bit like BB team's running hard on this one.
I'm looking at the top 6 here, and like I'm counting way too many Mia teams here. Why are they that good? Tell me, Toffee.
I don't know, man. I'm counting the bottom 2 on the leaderboard, and I'm like, way too many America's teams.
Wait, you pointed that out, not me.
Well, the hard part too is like, I mean, if you started the year, I would have picked Team Liquid, one of the most consistent teams in the world in 2024, and then Team Falcons, who I expected to be contenders this year.
And you know what? No matter what, like I don't care too much what they're doing in the group stage as long as they get in the finals. But right now, it's EMEA time, baby, and look at that. That's me, baby.
I like it. We got to give them the shout, and they deserve it. It's been really, really nice coming out of there. And I do want to say, BB team, this is a team that missed the last 2 PGSs. Unfortunate that, but adding Molodok at the start of this season, they had such a good showing on our first 2 PGSs.
Dude, they got 4th and 1st in PGS 7 and 8, right? The most consistent team in there, and them missing PGS, heartbreaking, obviously, but they're here to remedy that, and that's really what I'm looking for. And in a group stage, if you can put yourself on like another confidence level in the group stage, you can carry that into the finals,
Well, we're going to see what EMA's got cooked up for the next game in just a few minutes. We're back with game number 3. Until then, it's time to take-o.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Ah, ça sert à quoi le truc sur le front?
mines. We built them to master the climate. They told us this was to stabilize the environment.
Ouais, ça sert à rien, c'est une décoration juste.
I thought we were helping people, but it was a lie. It was a device for their entertainment. Their grand plan was to push the battle to the breaking point, to make the battlegrounds a brutal, unadulterated slaughter for their entertainment. But something went wrong, and the satellites are going to start shattering over Erangel.
Merci.
I don't know how long we'll have, but the weather will turn feral, beyond control. Erangel won't be the same again. Someone has to stop it before it's too late. If anyone is listening, save Erangel.
Welcome back, everyone. We are 2 matches in to Group B here at PGC 2025. I'm Toby, joined by Poro, and so far, EMEA is doing pretty good.
Okay. 2 games in, they've already won the championship, apparently. I don't know what to tell you. It's all said and done. Write it up. Stop the count. It's over. But, no, these teams, EME teams, have been looking really, really nice, especially BB team, which, again, we thought might be showing a little bit of signs of rust. No rust to be found on those boys in game number 2.
What I liked about this first 2 matches in particular is that neither of the two, whether the winning teams or the teams that got close there too, really had it easily coming. For BB team was that big push in the compound there in the end of it, right? Only losing 1. Best of luck going down there. That set them up for that win. For Na'Vi in the previous one, fighting, maintaining control of the south side Lost Hill for as long as they did, with the pressure of VP on one side, pressure of multiple teams in the south as well. Very strong performances here to kick things off.
Yeah, exerting dominance really from positions of power, and that's exactly what you got to do if you're going to secure these wins in a crazy lobby that was predicted to be kind of topsy-turvy, but at the end the cream is kind of rising to the top so far. But it's a long 18 games, Toby. We're only 2 games in, and now we are getting ready to head over to the wild card maps.
Yeah, Tago, I like to think Tago plays perfectly into this lobby, mainly because we have a lot of passive teams. And when I say passive, I don't mean they're not wanting to do anything. It's more just they'll much rather respond to a call to a fight than be the ones to initiate it, right?
Okay.
They'll be aggro when they have to, but for the most part, they'll try and stay on the edge. They'll try to make space for themselves and play split early on. And Tago allows for that. The split compound play, the take hillsides control play, you're, in the way I see it, more allowed to play at your own pace here than you are on the likes of Miramar and Erangel.
Well, a few teams could stand to have things go their way, right the ship a little bit. Not a great start for our America's boys, Team Falcons, Team Liquid, both in 15th and 16th place, respectively. Meanwhile, you see...
But are you talking about the real America's teams here? Because there's one that's higher up the leaderboard.
There is. Who's that?
Copenhagen
okay,
Wolves.
I knew you were ready.
There you go.
I was giving it to you. Don't worry about it. Well, we see anyone's legend. Got some fans in the chat. Well, they're in 4th place overall, and right now we are ready to head over into Tago to see if that European dominance can continue.
Well, I mean, looks good so far. Having said that, Na'Vi did get a taste of, maybe a little reminder of what Himas is capable of after a one-game warm-up. He looked as hot as ever, and Na'Vi didn't get a whole lot going in that game too after an otherwise really strong game 1. So, who knows? A good game followed by a bad game. Maybe we'll go back into the good ones again, as this plane, well, as fair as can be for everyone attending.
Yeah, why not? Let's hope for a little bit of fairness. Let's hope that it's not what we were talking about earlier with the Na'Vi having one good game followed by a disappearing act. But you know what? Again, only 2 games, right? We've got a lot of time to right the ship, as they're still in 2nd place overall, still 25 points. So having a bad game, not the end of the world for Na'Vi.
Definitely not. Definitely not. They have plenty of space to spread out here early on, as I said. A lot of options available if you're a center looting team, and not a whole lot to try and contest. I mean, with Petricom getting all of Buxan's out to themselves, FaZe not opting to contest this time around, because they opted to go Hosan instead. So a lot of space to maneuver center, and for the team stretching up on the northern side, it seems like they're going to go somewhat uncontested as well.
Yeah, even looking around down towards the south side of this plane path, the teams that are stretching and kind of going for any vehicle drops. Maybe I see Luke 12 actually taking some long-range shots there at Bagopah, but nothing too terribly dangerous. Listening to the Falcons boys as the Northern Circle. Okay, this is all of a sudden this game got really interesting. Toby, it really did.
Yeah, I was gonna say nothing too dangerous. Well, this circle is potentially kind of dangerous. I mean, if we were to draw on the map right now, I'd say north side rotations are abound. Go all the way over with Shipyard. You can see Myth actually already pathing in that direction out on the eastern side. Wrap all the way north, and they just come in layers underneath that same wrap up towards Yongchon. And Shipyard would be, I would expect, the path to rotate for the vast majority of these southeast side teams.
I see our game 2 winners there, BB team. They are about the furthest you can get from the circle right now, way down in the southeast. But there you go, man of the match, going over to Mr. Adoozy with his 5 kills, 742 damage. Not too shabby.
Good to see him being up there in the damage dealing. It's been a Moldog damage train as of late for BB team whenever they've had success. Usually he's been the spearhead of the operation, but for Adoozy, the man with the big brain, able to go out there and show some individual prowess here as well.
Yes, indeed. Well, we got, I didn't even know we were going to have this. We're getting really excited. Going to have an interview with young Hackatory.
Here with Hackatory from Na'Vi, and I would like to ask him a little question because today you have such a solid start. So first of all, this year is not like haven't been the strongest for Na'Vi. So I would like to ask you, because today you have such a solid start, so what is your mindset for this PGC?
Цього року ми не дуже гарно виступали, не показали результату, але зараз стартанули дуже добре. І як ти вважаєш, який ментальний настрій у нас на сьогоднішній день?
Так, я вважаю, ми дуже почали поганий рік, але зараз ми зробили багато висновків, деякі заміни і прийшли на ці турні перемагати.
Indeed, we were performing this year not very good, but we managed to change, to improve, to become better, and right now we're coming here to win.
Wow, I can feel that. I can feel that energy. I can feel that power. All right, so we'll look forward for that for Na'Vi and see you for the next match. Bye-bye.
I love these interviews. Oh, was that a little smirk in the end there from Hagatari? I was going to say he looks so serious as he usually does, even if you got him smiling on camera. But I like these interviews where they say, we went back, we fixed mistakes, and I'm just looking at them going, what mistakes? Guys, what did you fix? Come on, elaborate. And while they obviously don't do that on the short interview like this, I think for Na'Vi, one of the big things... for a second, maybe that's the extent of this fight. There you go, hang you down. What Na'Vi, in my opinion, has really fixed in the middle part of this year is backing out on the edge again. No reason to fight for those center spots, whether it be in your drops or in your contested rotations early. They've gone back to majority edge play, and it has worked out perfectly for them.
Yeah, and look, at the end of the day, this is still a team that made all the PGSs, and they made 3 out of 4 of the finals, right? Yeah. So they've still been one of the top 6 teams in the world throughout the most part of this year. Now it's just kind of finding their footing when it comes to those finals. That has been kind of the bugbear for them, but maybe they find that here at PGC. But getting the grand finals to start things off would be a very nice way to start, as we see.
Il à quelle heure à Bouchy? C'est le vendredi soir.
270. I don't know. You know, we don't always point out our stats that we see on the bottom there, but that's a little fun one there for Fluky.
It is, and I think all of them were him solo pushing Virtus Pro in that previous game, because he was throwing a lot of them all over. And while we were talking about north side rotations and how that would be the smart things to do, well, while smart also comes with danger, especially when you're looking west and you're seeing the likes of GameStart Win over here sat ready and waiting for Xiaopian. I mean, this goes right down the Xiaopian IGL playbook. New Happy's success when they were so good a couple of years back came off of these early trap plays, came off of them being in positions that opponents might not have expected them from and getting points without really risking a whole lot to try and claim them. This could very well be a similar situation.
And we'll keep an eye on that bridge up there by Shipyard to see if Myth bites on the bait. But right now, anyone's legend trying to make their way through Na'Vi, and unfortunately for them, Soset extends. We'll find a Haisaki. And that will be one man down. The rest of the team looks like they've managed to make their way through the west as Team Liquid has picked up the E pickup. Looks like BB Team got there just a hair too late to take them by surprise.
Yeah, I mean, not sure if a lot of teams didn't find E pickups at all, if they just opted not to use them, yet maybe waiting for a hard second circle to come, but only really Team Liquid here trying to take the flight towards that north. You'd expect that they're going to go all the way north coast on this.
You can see these pings from Myth. It looks like they've got an idea that GameStart Win is there, and yeah, they're pinging them out. As you can see, Baron just looking off in the distance, trying to see if he can find any more of them. So for all their work, GameStart Win trying to be sneaky, trying to see if they can catch them by surprise. It looks like Myth may have figured them out.
I mean, for GameStart Win, this really is a win-win, no pun intended. This is a position where, yes, if someone clumsy drives over without scouting, we get a free point, that's amazing. But if no one comes over, that should also indicate that we're going to be playing with our backs free for the majority of the time. And if you're an edge team like GameStart Win for the most part is, and you like flex out there, what better news than being told, hey, there's literally no one behind you. You can spread out and do what you want to do with the game of PUBG to the best of your ability.
That's a really good point.
Parce que toi, c'est pas sûr que tu te retraites.
Is definitely allows you to play a little bit more confidently, a little bit more aggressively as you try to make your way through the mid-game. Team Liquid looks like they're going to stick around on that emergency pickup and make it all the way to the north coast after a few shots from Rossida Jr. will sail by, and that's going to let them know that that high ground is not really available. So we'll see if Team Liquid can find themselves some vehicles down on that northern road.
There you go. Yet another flying glider. As BO.
We gotta let him go, man. Like we're still. It's 2 games later. We're still.
He just got back. We can give him a hard time for I'll give him 1 day. Tomorrow.
That's fair.
In 2 days, we're kind again.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
We gotta roast him a bit. You know, he's back in the game now.
That's true.
It's like the friendly bump on the shoulder.
Ah oui, pour payer le retraité.
Yeah, absolutely. We love PO around here. We stand PO in these parts. Looks like Team Liquid get away from FaZe just barely. You see Sparking down about half HP as FaZe, they saw these parachutes coming and they decided to jump on it, try to take over this high ground. They don't want to have this team hanging around them, but unfortunately it looks like they were just not able to get there in time to catch Team Liquid by surprise, and now Team Liquid look like they might be setting up for this push.
I mean, FaZe and Liquid. They've already fought once today. They landed right next to each other today. Oh, not right next to each other, but close to one another. And while one team drove and another team flew, they are now sat shoulder to shoulder once more. Sparking Purdy up here. They've hurt the vehicles, and I don't think James is aware that they're this close. He is out of the car, scouting forward, but let alone the fact that he gets back in the car tells me that he does not anticipate any, like, within 50 yards pressure.
Yeah, and well, we'll keep an eye up there to make sure
une retraite universelle.
Liquid and FaZe don't square off. Oh, okay.
Même pour les députés.
We'll hold on to that, as we did see Olympus getting really close to BB Team, so Myth not biting on that shipyard bridge crossing, and game start win will get taken down for it as Molodog. There you go, Olympus will strike and will take down that trailing member for BB Team.
Exactly. Timing couldn't be any worse for BB on this one either, because they had the man advantage in this fight, but as you said, 3 of them driving off. Olympus solo player, and I think that's, I mean, BB realizing this right now as well, going, wait, the knock came through, but that flush took a while. He's got to be alone, right? So they come back to look for it. Not going to find it, and smart decision on them to dip on this one as well, with a great circle to follow.
Oh, yeah, that's a big shift over to the east. And so that high ground spot still available. Copenhagen Wolves looking pretty nice. They've got some decision making about how they want to play it forward as game start win. That bridge hold also pays off in their favor. Meanwhile, Destroy from Anyone's Legend, he is pinned down here at Fishing Camp. The rest of his team on the northern side of the river.
He was going back for the rest, and Begopar saw that mid-transition, catching the beam in the sky up high, and Destroy now stuck in this house. His team is trying to get to him to help, but they are only able to help from the other side of the wall. And if you can see here, perfect angle for it too. That building blocks any line of sight that you have from the north. So Destroy, well, you better live up to your name, my man.
Oh, try to take him down low. He's down to about 24 HP. Nice shots from him. We'll take down Songjang, but Akan ready with that MP5 will take him down. And look at that, the Molotov actually going to take him down himself. So that is unfortunate there for Begopar, but guess what? If you're going to take down yourself, you might as well do it right next to about 20 feet away from a revive station. Why?
That does come in handy. In fact, they can run straight to it and get themselves a rest as well. Good thing for Destroy is that he was able to get his off before he went down. So at least one more Anyone's Legend player will come back in the game as Liquid grabbing east, following the rest of these teams trying to make that migration happen, but met with yet another case of, wait, there's opponents right in front of us, we've got to wait our turn. Issue is now they're being backfilled by FaZe as well. In fact, it's already found Purdy.
That was one lonely flyboy there for Theraton 5, looking down to see if we can spot something out. Purdy Curdy will get taken down as this fight that, well, really just a fight of positioning between FaZe and Liquid. FaZe will get one. Nixie will try to reposition as Ferris takes shots towards the back, the red zone. Hasn't spotted just yet, but it looks like VP should be able to survive this for now, though Rock is also making rotations just off to their east.
For anyone looking at the map tree right now, I always like to draw viewers' attention to it because it is really important. As we see, So said he one tap. Yep, there we go. Hayasaki gone down. Back on the server. Went down early on. Look at the spread of teams we have on the server right now. The entire northern half has 2 or 3 teams. The remaining 13 all trying to claw their way in central on that ridge line or down towards the south.
It just goes to show how important these guys put that high ground positioning towards the center of this zone. As first pro, K Shrimsy gets Nixie low, but just not enough to land the knock, and Virtus Pro lives to fight another day playing around on this high ground.
Say live to fight another day, I say live to fight another couple of seconds. Yeah. They're going from one team straight into another.
Live to fight another team, maybe.
Yeah, well, yeah, there you go. And a couple of them potentially. Glass from Pentagram heard what's happening. He's taking shots now. Petrichor looking this direction as well. But again, they have the comfort of the north side of Yeoncheon to their availability. So how much are you willing to risk for one potential knock if that means you lose your position in the city?
That's the other thing. Petrichor Road has to know that there's going to be some sneaky snakes down there in Yeoncheon, so Nan just waiting for the go-ahead from the rest of the boys, and it looks like he's going to get called away by Ming Ming as Petrichor Road still kind of repositioning.
Is it too early for me to call the fact that the lack of Ixlip in this roster means that Petrichor plays with less confidence? I don't want to call him out to that extent, but I feel like with a guy sat that open and them already having 3 players back in the compound safe, there was definitely a time for now to take that shot. But I was just seeing, I mean, they made the decision not to go for it. It was a collective decision. They were all backing off, but a quick knock and a flush and then a dip. think that would have been a point pretty free in that one.
Well, instead they get to play from that northwestern side of Yeongcheon, and as you say, I mean, you saw it on the map just now. Myth, BB Team, the solos from Anyone's Legend, Bagel still has a player in there, so a lot of action going on in that city that's going to have to head right in the direction of Petrichor Road, so they're going to have to be on the clock looking down in that. They can already see Myth making their way through. Rest of Bagel trying to cross that bridge, and it looks like they've managed to do so. Songjan, though, is still inside the city. You can see Khan has that Panzerfaust ready to go just in case any of the boys from Myth get a little bit close.
Oh, well, this is the counter. The ultimate BRDM counter, the Panzerfaust in hand of a Khan. We'll see if he's going to take the shot or not. He's at least tracking this rotation come through
very
from
closely.
The tank going north. Exactly. He is the one tasked with dealing with the behemoth should it come nearby.
Looks like they'll get away with it for now. Fex, meanwhile, will spot out Ares, has changed the game, trying to make their way in. Jeems has been knocked. He's getting rezzed. So Fex kind of on his own to defend the palace, as Jeems will get back on his feet, but Change the Game have already arrived. You see Fex working around the high ground. He knows where these guys are going based on the sounds of that broken glass. Chan and Wenbo going to be the first two in.
To make matters even worse, T5 now starting to shoot up from the north as Fex able to find one, traded immediately in return though, Wenbo. Oh, that nade could have been good, but all Vard did was damage himself.
Just a little bit overcooked there, Vard. As another team starting to fight here. Myth continuing to make their way up to the north. And BB Team going to defend their dip as best they can with a BRDM just kind of hovering around on all sides. Falcons just off to the west as well. You can see Rock have now third-partied onto that phase fight. They're going to finish off Gustav as Chan will get taken down by Vard.
Yep, trying to stay alive here on the western side of the circle. I mean, this mountain right now is a powder cake, and any next team that comes in is going to be running in with a torch in hand, just waiting to blow the whole thing up.
Absolutely. See Rock still kind of hovering around on that southwestern side. Oh, Haisaki gets spotted out by a Khan, and that's going to be a free and easy knock and flush for the Bagel Pop boys. Meanwhile, it looks like Petrichor Road have managed to hold on to their foothold in that northern side of Yeongcheon and managed to survive for it. Meanwhile, Jeems, Vard, can they finish off Wenbo?
Well, I mean, they better. Not then Rock and T5 is going to take you out, and probably Wenbo with him as well. Making use of the util here, buying himself some time, but solo player left alive, limited what he can really do with it. That is a good nade lobbed upstairs though, but quick reaction come through on the other side as he's trying to make this into a 1v2. Able to catch Vard on one side, but quick on the trigger is Vard taking him down.
Thought he could pull off the seat swap, but unfortunately just not there. Hakutori will try to defend his fallen teammate. Sungjang gets taken down. You can see Hakutori off on the north side there, just looking down as Bagel and Navi scrap it out on the south. The new circle does center up on Myth as a grenade will land on the feet of Ferris, but he will survive as Bagel now hovering around the rest of Navi.
Exactly. So set backing off here. Oh, he knows exactly where he has the double of them. Goes for the shots now as well. Opting to back off once more. Had a good shot. I mean, his teammate on the southern side is baiting a lot of the attention right now. As one on 8 comes in, finds Pio at almost max distance. Now going for the peak on the second.
Another one coming through will get Sosed down low as Akan and Guyon now the last two up. Akan, that's a bold revive taking place with no smoke protection. And yeah, Akatori's going to eat that one alive. Guyon will trade him down, but Bagel Pa gets taken out in the end. As Ferris will go for the revive. Sosed will reposition the vehicle, try to get to block the shots that were being taken from range onto Hakutori. Hopefully he'll get there in time as Virtus Pro now taking the fight to game start win.
Big fight happening here, and again, you got to be quick about it because Liquid is coming in one side, Pentagram is coming in on the other. I feel like if this continues the way we're seeing it right now with knocks on both sides, neither of these two teams will live for too much longer.
Oh, and Asl Pentagram get involved as well, so a four-way fight going on in the hills up to the north as VP now down to 2, game start win. If they can get the revive onto Ming, they'll bring him back up. They're going to prioritize the lower man first, try to get him on his feet. Beamy and Nixie just not finding the angles. The smoke slowing things down enough, and Sparking is going to find Beamy, so Virtus Pro now just down to 1.
Yep, just one left alive as Howl lops on 8-0, able to find Xiaopian. Throws one more, and that's going to do the confirm at least on one of them. So CC alongside Xiao Tong. trying to make anything happen, but they're caught inside their own smokes. They're not really a whole lot they can do from where they're sat. VP falling 14th as Liquid finally, from the northern side, able to get something going.
It's a beautiful timing there, and fortunate timing on the part of Pentagram, getting there as the other teams have pretty much softened each other up to the point where it's just a few well-placed grenades away from some points for Asla. As Xiaotong just holding the line. CC108 shotgun rider for him, but Luke 12 is going to find the angle. Team Liquid, they've lost Purdy Curdy, but now they're starting to get a little bit more active, moving east on that northern side through the hills.
Exactly, Luke, realizing they have no one coming in from behind them on that western side, allows for Alo and Sparking to wrap further around the northeast down towards this fight going on. And with Petrichor now opening up from their own south side here, it's hard times for Asla Pentagram caught in the middle of this.
They are. Petrichor Road, that is an aggressive wrap around to the north, and you see the kill feed starting to light up a little bit here as Na'Vi run into BB team. And So Said will get the nice knock onto a doozy. He's going to go down, though, for a grenade from Phil First. So 1v1, I believe it's a Phil First versus Extends. No, Best of Lock still up as well. So Extends having to survive here. Falcons have started to flex out from their compound to sniff around in the back. And yep, Kickstart will spot him out. Na'Vi going down in 13th place.
Great timing there. While EMEA was all across the Miramar game. Seems like Americas have woken up. Liquid control of the north. Falcons trying to do the same towards the southwest with Rock still outside circle. Trying to figure out how they're going to make their way on in.
Yeah, Liquid deciding how aggressive they want to be here, pushing over that ridge line now that they've lost vision about where these players from Pentagram are. But unfortunately for Pentagram, they are getting pushed by Petrichor as well, but red zone. He is a fragger. AZ will take him down in the end, and now Asla down to just Glaz and Hal. Glaz will get taken down by Alo. This is making things a little bit more of an easy push for Liquid now that they know that both of these teams are bruised and beaten.
Yeah, Red Zone doing what he could there to try and stay alive, but not going to happen as the Esla will fall in the end of it. They were simply too split, fighting on two fronts there, and not a whole lot comes of it. Ming Yang does go down, but Petrichor should be able to get back to 2 alive. It's T5 now. They've been backfilling this Liquid rotation for a bit out towards that northeastern side, and, well, they decided now is the time to pounce.
And it was a great time to pounce indeed. Sparking trying to make the run towards Luke 12 while Alo defends. Meanwhile, Destroy will win that 1v1 against Non. 14 HP left for the solo player from anyone's legend. Can AZ take him down without going out? You see the flashbangs coming through. That's a nicely cooked grenade, but that is a long hill. Doesn't matter. He will take him out, and anyone's legend is out in 10th.
Yeah, able to run back and get the res on his teammate now as well. So Petrichor able to live a bit longer through this one, and with us being just one team out of placement points, should go right to get it in just a moment. Luke able to find himself one. Almost gets the second before he goes down, and T5 eliminated.
Well, Team Liquid managed to get a couple of kills off of that, at least 9 total for the squad before going down in the end. Sparking still alive and trying to escape from those Copenhagen Wolves, who finally start to flex out from that compound position that they've been holding on the northern side. 2 kills for them so far, but they've got the high ground and control of the north.
And if you're wondering why Sparking is sprinting outside of the circle, it's because he just saw that 4 teams got eliminated over the next hill, and First Stage right now is all that's really going to keep him in when he's this far out in the blue.
There we go, that high ground position for Copenhagen Wolves. They've spotted out Rock, and you see Falcons compound getting a little bit of love here as you see what's left of BB team after the scrap with Na'Vi. Aduzi and Best of Luck still in it as Petrichor Road, AZ, Non, trying to fight their way in from the north. Myth have also been able to stay alive, playing in the foothills, just hiding in different bowls and ridges. Copenhagen Wolves, they've got some work cut out for them here as they have to make their way in.
And that's the thing, right? They've been in a great position circle-wise for the majority of this one, but 6 teams still alive and only 2 points so far. All the fights have been happening just over the other side of the hill, so they haven't really been able to participate in any of it up until this point. So for the Copenhagen Wolves, they would really want to make something more happen than just what could be a 4-point game here should they fall. But this next rotation for them with Rock set on the western side, with Myth set straight down south, and now Petrichor opting to go out on the eastern side. It's going to be difficult, but there's an opening. Snake is able to find one.
Rock tried to be the aggressor, tried to push themselves on the doorstep of Copenhagen Wolves, knowing that the Wolves have the blue at their backs. And unfortunately for them, Snakers with a nice spray and a nice grenade to take down Solds. The old man still got it, 27 HP for him. You can see him screaming comms, letting the boys know exactly what's going on.
There's a world where that nade was meant for a flush, bounced a bit far and got the guy trying to go for the rest regardless. Great throw on that one. As of course with 2 players down, they have to make a play happen here. Vox, the spearhead now, trying to wrap on down as Snakers continues, able to find his 3rd with Util.
Back once again, and they're staying alive as they clean up what's left of Rock. Fantastico, though, he's not going to go down easy. We'll get that initial knock. Olympus tries to make the peek, but he gets spotted out by Bizzler as Wolf, taking fights on multiple directions, tries to go for the seat swap. Fantastico not having it, though. The solo player from Rock finding kills.
Making such a big name for himself through this year's Fantastico, one of the prides of LATAM right now, and showing exactly why right there. They got a triple knock, not able to convert. Wolves out in 5th, now Petrichor falls in 4th as well.
Fantastico goes down in the end to the blue. Myth will have time to revive their man, get him back on his feet. Falcons, meanwhile, kind of in the similar position that the Wolves were in up on that northern side. They've had this compound for quite some time. Nobody's really come near them, so 3 kills for them so far, but they would like to get more off of this. You can see Kickstart and Shrimsy starting to flex out on that south side. BB team, though, I think they realized what was coming. They just pushed themselves all the way over to the east here as we check in with Baron and the rest of the Made in Thailand squad.
I mean, the map layout covers this perfectly. You have a mountain on that eastern side of where Falcons are. Anywhere beyond that is open fields, and with the north-to-south watch that Myth has right now, it is very hard, if not near impossible, for Falcons to really try and make a play. They're waiting for a knock. They're waiting to see if maybe PP team opens up onto Myth, and if not, they're going to have to do it themselves. And here, indeed, they do. Try and take out that BRDM, make it a null factor, and indeed they will succeed in doing so.
That's huge. Take that BRDM out of play, and now Myth, well, they've got a bunch of care packages, though, so even though they lose the BRDM, they're not too terribly upset about it because they've got a lot of presents to play with. Can they get themselves in position to use them? That is the question. And, I mean, keep an eye. I mean, best of luck on a doozy. BB team has been having a hell of a day for themselves so far, and despite the fact that they're just down to a duo, that duo can do a bunch of damage if they catch either one of these teams not paying attention.
Especially, I mean, right now for both Falcons and Myth, they wish it was just a 4v4. The fact that you can't really, I mean, position yourself according to the team that you know exactly where it is, but BB team having gone unnoticed for a little while now means that you can't flex out the same way that you otherwise would if you knew you were just up against one opponent.
Yeah, gotta be really careful about how you play this, and I think Made in Thailand kind of knowing the same thing. So the options available for both of our 4-man squads here very much limited based on what happens with BB team. I think the biggest thing is that they just don't have any idea of where these guys are because there's so much room for them to just reposition out of sight.
Exactly. They're waiting, hoping that BB team is going to kind of be their 5th and 6th members of their team. As Scappy, well, that was a little a little terrifying. They're able to survive down behind the tree. Nate comes over, but nowhere near far enough.
Let's open up a little bit of a door here for Falcons. Myth have to leave, have to reposition. They have to push right onto the doorstep of BB team, but they're going as far as they can before spotting them out. A doozy will immediately retreat down that ridge line to see if he can avoid any incoming utility. BB team trying to defend themselves. Nice spray from Baron onto Bestalok. Gets them low, but no knocks coming through just yet. Kiss, though, he's got the grenade. They're going to find one. Will they find another? Oh, no, he hasn't been knocked. Bestalok's been so sneaky with it, but Doozy will go down, though, in the end.
Issue is this is taking a long, long time. Olympus and Scappy are single-handedly trying to hold back the entirety of Falcons right now. I said I liked the idea, and I did, but they rotated the ridge line too far, and now in a position from where they can't really get any help. The rest will come through, but they're down to just a duo, and Falcons know that full well. You better start running up that hill because you know you have a 4v1 against Olympus.
Absolutely. Falcons have to seize the opportunity that they have right now. Just make sure that you don't take multiple knocks to Olympus here, as you've got Tiggleton and Kickstart wrapping around on that northern side. The res does comes through, so Myth back up to 3. Olympus, they've been spotted out. Kickstart has the grenade on point. It's going to fall just on the other side of the tree, though, so Olympus gets to fight another day.
Former Forest Gaming home field advantage here in Takeo right now. using the trees to their advantage as best as they can. A lot of util lopped over, but somehow Olympus barely taking any damage. As a matter of fact, he's the one doing damage in return.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's, you feel like you got a 4-man squad. You know you got one guy pinned up here to the north. It should just be easy, right? No, it's not. I mean, Olympus is so entrenched, and you've got that smoke wall down, slowing things down, and Falcons have to be so careful about how they approach over the top of this ridge line. They don't want to take the risk of losing someone, but they are going to have to go eventually. Nice spray from Kickstart, though. Will take down Olympus. Baron tries to return the favor, but it's just not finding home.
Able to get one. Now I feel like you wrap back down to that south side again. You just got the top guy down. Now you can play behind the trees the same way that Baron and Kiss can towards the eastern side. Issue is, while H1 has been looking towards the east, I don't know if from his position if he can cover the south fully. Okay, he can. There's no way they could have wrapped underneath, so they should know that they have them at like 20 degrees of space to maneuver out on that eastern side. They know the specific trees they're on now too.
Clinical stuff here for Falcons in the late game. There's so many ways that could have gone wrong, but in the end they pull it off, and now they have Baron and Kiss pinned up against the eastern side of this zone. Wide split from Falcons trying to find angles, and they get Kiss low. You can see he's gonna have to stop down and heal up. You gotta wonder what their armor situation is looking like. Remember though, they had that emergency crate pickup on that northern side, so Kiss still sitting on level 3s despite being damaged.
This is the most not taking any unnecessary risks Falcons I think I've ever seen from this 4-man roster. They know exactly what they're up against, they know where they have them, and now finally the push does come through. They know they have them split on one side. Nice bait, 2 guys grabbing the southern side, Chick with the overhand finding the other, and there he goes, last one out in the blue. He falls. Falcons now victorious on takeover.
Big win for them here, and despite the fact that they don't get a lot of kills to go along with it, this is absolutely huge. And when you're talking about a team that's coming in after a long break, your comms is the most important thing, and that is a huge good sign for Falcons that they managed to hold the comms there at the end. You talked about it, very cautious, very intentional in the way that they approach that late game, and it ends up paying off huge for them.
Great finish here. Tough first circle, shifting up of that northern island for these teams on Tago. But once again, Group B gives us an incredible game of PUBG action from start to finish. BB team able to get themselves into a good top placement, not with the amount of kills they would have wanted either, as we now see is going over to Rondo next.
That big bang.
The Falcons soar to a chicken dinner as they fly themselves into an excellent win. They were a different kind of soar coming into this one after the first 2 games being very rough for them. This one, soar to the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, as you pointed out, a rough kind of start to this, but the Falcons again locked the compound down as they were to. This is a game they're supposed to win, supposed to lock in. And I guarantee you the comms of that team is going to be like, this is a free win, guys. We just stay, make sure we're 4 alive, push the other teams away, defend the compound, and we will take this win home here. And they didn't, I mean, sure, it's a difficult game for all the teams that are not locking in, but the terrain they're able to play, if you're able to lock that down and get an entry into the later stage of the circle, you're just taking that home so easily here. But that's beautiful, Falcons. It's really important that you get your consistent points, as we're playing 18 games in each group and need to get top 5 to get into that final directly.
Absolutely, and I think you hit that nail on the head. With the North Island Circle, it's about as close to a home as you can pick up for the Falcons. They get an easy transition across the bridge, lock up a good southern compound, and then play out of there. What I do think is worth noting, I think Toby was talking about this as well, it was a very organized Falcons going into this end game. They made sure that they were always moving 2 on top. They were always sticking strong and like watching each other's back. Even when they moved to that car to make the play, you saw Kickstart with the mini holding that off angle, making sure they were secured the entire time.
And that's the kind of Falcons you want to see, right? Because this is the consistent Falcons that's, you know, playing their game, not the Falcons we saw in PGS 10 where like, either we win or we lose. You know? And they got grouped.
Yes.
And that's not what we want to see from them. We want to see that potential top 3. Because if you're, for me, and if you're playing PUBG at the highest level, if you're getting consistently top 3, you're doing everything right.
Yep.
But something just went better for the other teams, right? Something that was out of your control, a third party, a circle that didn't go your way a couple of times. Like all these things, if you're getting consistently top 3, everything is going your way correctly, but something, the small things matter.
I mean, if you go through the history of PUBG, teams that are consistently in that second or third position eventually pull out that win at the event. I think they were up against a very tough Twisted Minds, having everything perfect this year. That said, though, coming into this one, it's nice to see them playing because at the start of 2025, there was a ton of discussion, Twisted Minds or Falcons, which is the team, and then maybe some freaks that make that big push to PGC. This is their year. Which of those 3 teams rises? Twisted Minds has been at the forefront of that conversation, but maybe the Falcons have earned their way back in.
Yeah, and also for me, though, let's talk freaks a little bit.
Let's do it.
Freaks, last half of the year, it's like, that's not been the freaks that we want to see. Like, first half of the year, we saw them consistently. They're getting in there, but then things turned around. But here, 16 points for Falcons here. I love this leaderboard here for our PUBG 2025. I love it. It's good to see a small picture here, especially these guys. They look at Kick. He's very angry. It's like pointing, hey, are you taking a picture?
But he's almost smiling. I don't know how this guy got smiles out of all of our big fraggers, but it's working out. All right, total leaderboard. We're going to look at the top team. BB team still at 41. Navi behind him at 31, but for me, there is a shocking drop-off between first place and third place below. Having that 20-point buffer is incredible. Falcons do move up to 4th. They didn't get as big of a win as the previous 2 wins were. That said, that middle of the board is just so gosh darn close together. The Falcons literally went from bottom 2 to top 4.
And also Liquid moves out of this one here. But remember, Virtus Pro, FaZe Clan, like they were up there. They were in the top 6, but everything is just so close. From third, like all the way down to last place. It's only 15 points different, right? One good game, you're straight into the top 5.
Absolutely. Another team that, again, is showing up and putting up those numbers. I go back to the BB team for a second, okay? Because this one, again, top 3 places. It is absolutely crazy how fast these guys are able to play. What is their secret sauce? What is about Molodok that makes them so strong?
And Molodok is just he's just built different, first of all.
Okay.
He's playing extremely well, mechanically gifted. He's following the team. Sure, there were just 2 alive here, but even in games that you're not winning, if you're able to salvage both kills and getting that many placement points like they are here, that's the recipe. We saw them do that well in PGS 7 and 8. Like at 4th, they won one. So like that's really the recipe. Make sure, obviously, stay together strong, but the games that you're not getting your wins and your big points, salvage as many as you can. And they did that here in this one.
It seems like a lot of our teams, Falcons at the end of that one, are taking that strategy. Stay together strong, especially with the pace of this lobby, with the solidification. These aren't wildcard teams. These are teams that know what they're doing, and they're about to show us what they know. Let's get ready to rondo with game number 4. It's your casters, Porosaurus, and the name is Toby!
Péter les oreilles de gueuler comme ça, lui.
It is Rondo time indeed. Thank you for the great breakdown as always, boys, on the desk. And here we go. Yet another fair plane, but what we saw in the previous one, Paul, was fair plane doesn't necessarily mean fair circle. So could be in for a big surprise in this one too. I will say though, glad to see Stadium kind of be out of reach.
Sure, why not? Test track is still right there. Don't worry about it. But no, I mean, I thought that the desk brought up a really good point. Obviously, you know, what we're really concerned about in group stage is top 5, right? Like top 5 and then obviously bottom 3. But that drop off, man, from BB team down to Theraton 5, 20-something points is something serious after 3 games in. But again, we still have 15 more to play, so will it stay that way after all is said and done? Who knows? But I know one thing, we've got a hot drop here between BB team and Rock.
Are we hot or are we cold in this one? Seems like BB are tracking Rock and actually kind of following through with them, but no, just last second they divert, they go out towards the east, and I mean, the more I think about it, BB team and hot drops, that is not something you usually ever see. So I would imagine they're going to sit here for a bit and then maybe opt to try and get out of here towards the east. Having said that, where do you go if you're sat in tight in Hunshun with another team?
See how spicy they decide to get about it.
Triple bolt.
Neither of these teams really just super aggressive as far as like hot dropping goes, but a little spray there from range with that MP5 for Solds.
They get some time to think it over because they're inside circle now. So they can chill. They can linger. But as you can see here again, I mean, BB team opting to wrap as hard north as they can with one another. Don't think they have any vehicles up this far on this side of it. We'll see if they were able to get one driven up here. Because again, as I was saying, if you're running out from here, you know that you have mid. Okay, they do have one guy. But where do you drive? You have a mid split out east. You have GameStart Win actually starting to flex inside circle on the north. And then you have Asla Pentagram's red zone in a compound, which I could only imagine is soon going to be occupied by BB.
We'll have to keep an eye on where BB decides to go as we check in with Falcons, who looks like they've been taking the Twisted Minds drop spots.
Yeah.
They're sharing a little bit of test track there with Na'Vi. After that nice win that they got in game number 3. Brings them up to 18 points overall. Obviously, you love seeing a win for the Falcons, but it has been a little bit of a slow start for their standards as, Shatong going to get spotted out by Phil first, and that's game start win. Actually, that's BB team really just resetting after what was potentially a rough drop.
I feel bad for Shatong. He got so baited on that one, too. He saw Asla Pentagram's red zone be alone. He's like, haha, I'm going to go over and find him. He set up on the edge of the compound, and then as you look around, wait, there's an entire team in that car, and then he gets taken out. So, feels bad, man, if you are a GameStart Win fan. This, well, I mean, on the flip side of that, BB team able to get something going to kick things off here once again.
Check in with Anyone's Legend. Well, we got a chance to hear from Himas, so I'm interested to hear what this man has to say after a very interesting year from the Anyone's Legend frontman.
Mùa đầu tiên thì bọn mình có bắn một lớp mới hoàn toàn, thì có lẽ là chưa khớp với nhau, cho nên là có nhiều lỗi cũng như là trong giao tiếp nữa, cho nên là bọn mình đã không thi đấu tốt để giành vé đi. Còn về giữa năm thì giải EWC thì Hải về, thì trong đó là có Tài nữa, thì ba bọn mình là server cũ, cho nên là cũng hơi hiểu ý nhau, cho nên là đã giành được tấm vé. Nghĩ là về phần giao tiếp cũng như là em sẽ đảm nhiệm vị trí là bình thường là em chỉ bắn thôi, nhưng mà lần này thì em sẽ làm thêm nhiều việc hơn, cho nên là em nghĩ là đó là điều tốt của em.
Amazing hearing the legend put their season into words. As I mean, him as underlining a lot of what I think most people had been thinking as well, because we saw this weird transition from Cerberus being one of the best teams in the world to then, I mean, doing a Danawa thing where in their prime they crumble, they split up, they go each their direction for various reasons. But then on the flip side of Danawa, they have now gone, okay, so we split, and that was clearly the dumbest thing we've ever done. How about if we one by one get back together? And that is what used to be Cerberus has done now under the Anyone's Legend banner. Try and see if they can get some of that former Cerberus fire lit once more.
Yeah, it's hard to force chemistry, man.
That is true.
Even if you're having success, you know, sometimes some personalities just don't click.
Sometimes even more so in success.
Yeah, you know, and it is what it is. I mean, we've seen it time untold.
Yep.
I mean, half the teams in this lobby have had to change rosters because, you know, there's guys that just don't click together despite or regardless of how well they might play on the field. It's just not the complete package. And, you know, you want to have that. If you're going to win PGC, if you're going to play and win at the highest level in this game, you have to have all those things.
Exactly. And I mean, and it was the fact that, I mean, it just goes to show the depth of Vietnam as a region. When you can have Tycon on your bench, you know, a guy with that skill set, when you can have him on your bench, he was sad. Yeah, I had a brief chat with him coming into it. He was just like, while the guys were practicing setting up, he was just lying down on the ground behind me. Like, yeah, I'm chilling. I'm waiting for my turn. We'll see what happens. But let that be that, as now rotation comes through here, change the game, trying to wrap the eastern side.
And I'm getting a little bit lucky there as you see Hakatori with about half a point of HP left. They try to bring that wide 2-2 split back together and change the game up to the task. Both teams really could just go their separate ways ways for the time being. It looks like Change the Game actually going to play more out towards the edge of the zone. So we'll see how far they decide to go outside and wrap around. It looks like they might be considering going through Jadina and coming in on the south. Well, thing is, that is a very populated part of this zone, so might end up regretting that decision.
They're on 5 without a E pick up. They're like, guys, how do you even do this? Can we drive this far? Do cars work at that length of the world? I'm not sure. We usually just have helicopters all over the place. Normally they have like 3 E pickups per game. This time around, though, once more, they don't seem to do just that. Floki, I think, is going for a hard spawn glider up on that northern side. Correxi has found one of the other ones as well, way down south. So that could be a play. 3 in a E pickup, 1 in a glider, and then they'll meet up somewhere in the circle.
Yeah, definitely see gliders being a big player on Rondo. Usually we got about 4 or 5 in the air at any given time. All right, now Corexi, you can see just giving maybe an idea of the flight plan.
Yeah.
of where the points of interest might be as Virtus Pro makes their way into this mid-game.
He downloaded the Turbulence Forecast app, looked through the routing for his next journey, going, where is it gonna be dangerous up high?
Well, it might be.
Well, for now, he's gonna be all right, it seems. As CTG again, I mean, they wrapped the entire river on this one. Well, I mean, yeah, they went all the way north over, didn't like what they saw, and now they go for a second round, backfilling this time around Anyone's Legend.
We'll see how it plays out. Meanwhile, going back to Virtus Pro, they've got FaZe Clan coming in on that southwestern side, so we'll see if anybody spots them out. Looks like Corexi will, in fact, and he's going to feed that information over to the rest of the boys. Meanwhile, Anyone's Legend still just flexing around a little bit, see how much territory they can get away with in this 2-2 split.
And to anyone wondering why we're seeing some of these teams so close to each other on the biggest map, with it being phase 1, I once again direct your attention to the map feed. Look at the north and northwestern side of this. You have an entire kilometer stretch that you can wrap all the way around that northern side with literally no one in it. So everyone right now clustered up in that central part of the map. For good reason, obviously, those circles tend to go in that direction. But that's why we're seeing some of these teams much, much closer to one another than what you normally would in a phase 1 of, say, Erangel or Miramar.
You get an idea where Change the Game is looking. Maybe go to that high ground, scout things off towards the center of the circle and see if they can see. Aries going to be the first one to arrive, and there is that lower half of the 2-2 split from Anyone's Legend, Himas and Destroy. We'll see if they get spotted out. Meanwhile, FaZe, after taking the shots from the Polar Bear Air Force, just kind of just creeping, not going any further than they can see.
I'm baffled you didn't say the Polar Bear Force.
See, that would have been a good. Bear Force 1?
You lost it. You had the chance the first time around. You can't save it now.
Oh, well. What can you do?
The Polar Bear Force. Well, there you go. That's a free one. I'll give anyone that. You can use it. I stole it from Poro, I suppose. Indirectly.
Yeah, thanks.
But nonetheless, 25 seconds to go, and again, splits being contested over. And you were mentioning this split just before. Right now, I mean, if Destroy engages at this angle, he has little to no help from his teammates. Him has only now over the hillside further to his north.
Not even one shot landing there, too.
Yep.
The return grenade coming through, but Change the Game, they expect that. And Destroy kind of try to retreat over to his Pico while he's got some support, as he said, from Himas. He'll throw one grenade for good measure, but it is going to fall harmlessly down as the new circle does pop, and it is going to cut down to the south. We see where the majority of our teams were. They must have known something that we didn't, because they are already spread well in that zone.
We usually talk about circle superstition, but when it comes to Rondo, I feel like it's just circle, I mean, knowledge. They tend to, there are a lot of tendencies, let's call it, on Rondo when it comes to even some of the pre-land ratio circles. And as you said, a lot of teams well aware that this is an area of the map that's got a lot of those tendency coming their way.
So Virtus Pro, only a couple of shots being sent over that way. That's actually Myth as, oh, yep, you see Myth actually. I think Corexi might. That's honestly one of the better parts about having a glider is that you can bait everybody to shoot at you, and then you just crash in on top of them. Well, Virtus Pro trying to do just that, but Kiss and Baron are already on their move. They're trying to make their way away. Kiss with the shots, going to get knocked low, and somehow both teams managing to survive that brutally close encounter.
Well, I mean, they survived that, but might be running straight into another one. You see now, change the game, setting up position just on the southern side. Kiss isolated now from his teammates with a banged up vehicle. Oh, he's considering running back down on that southern side, but what he just went through, I don't think that's... Yeah, I mean, get out of the car, get in quickly, get going. He knows full well, yep, exactly.
Oh my goodness.
This is what he was fearing. He knew the angle was going to be open. Don't think he expected it to be a con, though, taking those shots.
Wow. Good shots there from Begopah, and now you can see Pio just spotting out the top of a helmet there from H-Win as Falcons have to settle for basically just a hole in the ground.
Again, question time. Pio just flushed a guy right next to them, so they would have heard those shots. If people know where you are anyway, why not take those shots down towards Falcons when you see two players set like that?
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe they're thinking I might get a knock here, but I'm probably not going to get the flush. Who knows?
Yep, true.
Tickleton, looks like, unfortunately for Game Start, Win Ming just going to blow right through dangerous territory, and the rest of the squad, they're still alive, but for how long? They are in a dangerous spot. Kickstart taking shots over to Petrichor Road, keeping them honest, as looks like Shapian and CC108 have managed to find somewhere to call home. It's not great, but it is home.
Their home is called Mortarbait, is what it is. Just head out.
Well, hell, half of the teams in the field right now feel like they're in Mortarbait.
You are correct. And Hangi, well, it ain't mortars. Well, it's half the server shooting at him, trying to get back to cover, to safety, but... Well, you hide from one angle, you expose yourself to another, and, well, we mentioned it, and here they come. Xiangyang lopping two on over. We'll see if anything connects. Maybe a third to follow. Ooh, no. It's Falcons under pressure. This obviously be the information being fed from Pio when he saw them earlier.
Not too shabby. 360 meters, just about dialed in, but Falcons fortunately have enough room to kind of run around there on that ridge line. And they'll stay alive for the time being. They will lose their car, but...
Oh, and almost the second one
Almost the second one as well. Goodness gracious.
I think that was intentional. Just only went for the vehicles, and now those tires. There you go. They just parked there. Very synchronized parking as well. Good. Very smooth.
Effective mortar work in the end, despite not getting the kill there for Begopah. They've left Falcons kind of up against it, as Rossadid will go down to Himas. Anyone's Legend still playing around on that southeastern side. They are going to have to move to get inside the zone. Looks like they're on 5. The duo will escape, and Fluky going to have to escape the presence of Na'Vi. Meanwhile, Copenhagen Wolves trying to do the same thing.
Yeah.
Off on, where are they even on the map right now?
I mean, there's just dips to play for.
Yeah.
That's it. I mean, you say dead center, but what worse place to be right now, especially if you've just heard mortars ring from teams around you with compounds still inside this circle, and all you can fight over is great. So we have 3 options, or this dip, or that dip. It's not exactly perfect, also with this much high ground still in play.
I mean, the one thing you can say at least is, you know, it's a very mortar target-rich environment. So maybe you like your chances. As Sparky going to have to dip out of the sky. He's fortunately got the rest of his team there to provide him some support.
Yep, able to find their home, which is not a tip, truthfully. It is a rock. So, well, I guess those are options as well when you're this far out in the open. They do have a decent position for where they can sit on that western side. The issue is Rock is playing in behind them, and I think they saw their rotation up over the hillside initially. So depending on where they're up to go, this could be very tricky territory to try and take control of for Team Liquid.
A lot of Doritos coming down there for Team Liquid. I think they like to, I think they're actually planning on staying here for quite some time. We'll see as they continue to set up some deployable covers, keep themselves alive. They're on 5. Had to leave the southeast after taking the fight with Anyone's Legend. They wrap all the way up to the north. Now they're coming into Asla Pentagram, and Hammer doesn't even get to take a shot. Everything just crashing down on his head.
Yep, no reaction time on that one. Didn't hear the car at all coming in either. Probably cut the engine as it was arriving and turns around just to be jump scared with a tire in his face.
Na'Vi have the BRDM to hide behind. They're using it as cover as they continue to work their way in from Tuling. Shots over towards Anyone's Legend. Destroy gets knocked. Nice defense there from Hudat to keep his teammate alive.
Yeah, and important damage being done, not only allowing for Destroyer to get away, but also slowing down the Na'Vi transition, because they were coming down towards him in the southern side, but it allows for them to set up a more fortified front here, trying to hold off Na'Vi, and hopefully for them dissuade them from continuing that push south.
Hudat still Looking off into to the north. Oh, Scappy, he's right there. Himas has no idea. Scappy and Hakatori actually going to take down Hazaki. So another knock here onto Himas from a third-party team would just absolutely destroy anyone's Legends. As you see the tracers from the bullets just flying past, but Scappy playing it so close to the vest, not going to take a single shot.
Yeah, no teammates nearby to help him out as that vehicle said nope, just went out of there. Rock and BB team, according to the observing team, looking to go to Liquid. And I mean, while I agree with the idea there ain't a whole lot of other places to go, I think it's so dangerous to try to make the break happen. Rock still with the Rich to work around on their side. As Na'Vi vehicles helping them out and taking out AL.
Shall see. Well, Copenhagen Wolves just breezed by here while Myth trying to finish. Oh my goodness, Himas just gets absolutely dunked on by Scappy. Scappy with only about 10 HP, and Himas will try to give him the loop-de-loop here. Oh my goodness, Scappy. Myth just styling on him right now.
Definitely able to get a couple more points for him and his team. He's sat all on his own out there in the eastern side, so didn't have a whole lot of help coming his way as Hang Yi able to find Xiaopian mid-rotation. That vehicle ain't long for this world. And should have CC down with it.
Oh, he manages to survive that. I'm not even sure how, but GameStar win. They have been having slow sledding here to start the day off as CC108 does get taken down in the end by Hakatori. Extends, smells the rubber of the tire breeze past his face as Theraton 5. They're going to go back where they came from. They started off in the southeast, they wrapped to the north, couldn't find a way in, and now they're back once again. They will lose X-Grozen for it, but Fluky and Ranger X still alive as Scappy will escape.
At this point, they might as well drive out into the blue and take Ross's Junior's blue chip because it's right down there. They're down in the area of the map anyway as they come back on the southern side. Fluky now, though, found, and yeah, for T5, there was just no entry on that side of the circle. They've been much better off trying to wrap south, but of course, hindsight is not something they have the blessing of right now. As Na'Vi, I mean, just continuing. Once they get going in any single game, so incredibly hard to dislodge.
Yeah, I mean, they had just a minor bit of high ground here, and they're going to push through. But Songjang has the Panzerfaust. Ferris is going to suffer for it. Hakatori and Soset now the last two up. They still have that high ground to play around, but they do have the legend himself running around on the low ground, but they know exactly where he is. This is going to be hard work for PO to pull off something here.
It's going to be a matter of time before Falcons look this direction as well. They should have a clear shot at PO with his back turned, but of course they're occupied elsewhere as more flushes come through. Nate does come in, do some damage to both. PO on his own, able to find Hakatori. One more still to take it down, though not going to happen. Soset comes out victorious.
In the battle of Young Gun versus New Gun, Young Gun versus Old Gun, PO will win that one against Hakatori this time, but in the end, Soset will clutch it out as we see Team Liquid surviving for the time being through a cloud of smoke. BB team making their way in from the blue zone as Pentagram, they are getting picked to pieces here on the edge.
I mean, this is the hillside we talked about earlier, right? With Liquid sat on top right now, and even more so with this circle just popping. The position has just been incredibly increased in value. It's the only real high ground we have left in the next circle. So whoever comes out victorious from this spot, they're going to have a field day with the next circle.
As the Pentagram trying to survive is a little bit longer. Liquid going to continue just raining Util down and try to get rid of them as quickly as they can because they're about to have a very large BB team problem making their way up that hill.
See, FaZe here kind of forced down on their knees right now, but James is sat further north. But
that's a good name.
Not in a position to help at all. The double comes through. Souls able to find both Vod and Fix. So the 3-1 split not working the way FaZe would have wanted it to.
Oh, James, the last one left alive, but Rock is down, losing health pretty rapidly here. James can still cause them a lot of problems. We'll find RBN with a nice grenade. Purdy Curdy, meanwhile, turning their attention over towards Asla. They will find one. Hal has his back up against the blue, while FaZe Clan still trying to see if they can take out anybody else. Asla does go down in the end.
I'm surprised PP team didn't opt to engage earlier in this one. Now they do engage coming over the hillside. Util to follow immediately as well. Luke on down now. So they know, I think Purdy, I think they saw him down here just moments ago as well. They will see him now, that's for sure. Purdy, able to find the first, will be traded by Moldoc though.
Nice trade there by Moldoc as he'll come back around, get that flush onto Kurt. Lay low, I think might be the last player left alive for Team Liquid, but he has plenty of cover to work around here. FaZe Clan does go down in the end as James gets spotted out by Syntastico, but Alo still working around his maze of Doritos. Molodok doing the same. Alo has Panzerfaust in hand. You can see he tries to do something. In the end, it's not going to work here as Made in Thailand will take down Theraton 5.
Yeah, Baron, solo player left alive, trying to stay put here, taking out their countrymen of T5. Able to get quite a few kills in this match as well, and if he can stay alive through the nade barrage coming in, maybe there's a top 5 waiting for him, because he is down in the low ground already.
You got a doozy up on that northern side, bolting for BB Team as Petrichor Road will get taken down. Falcons wrapping around on that northern side. They're finding some more success here. 5 kills for them as they add to their lead, and they have managed to make it to the top 8. Complete control over the north. Now Sosid's still alive for Na'Vi, way off in the blue, but it looks like he might just be healing and trying to survive as long as he can based on that.
Definitely. Virtus.pro losing Nixie early on in this one. Trying to maintain control, but as you can see, despite having some decent elevation, they don't really have direct lines of sight on anyone right now. The open plains are still uninhabited. This next circle is what's going to force, well, the vast majority of teams to make that move happen. It does swing west, and honestly, for BB Team having just claimed that hill to themselves, they are laughing with a shift like this.
Golly, what a day for BB Team so far. Across a couple of different maps as Tiggleton will spot out Sosid. That'll be another point picked up for those Falcons. And they have a pretty nice spot to work with here for themselves as well. CTG, meanwhile, just waiting for the right time to make a move. Hangi is off to their south, and I think he might be trying to scout out a place for them to play. Virtus.pro, meanwhile, they still have a little bit of hard cover to play around here on the eastern side of this new zone.
We're again activating kind Canadian mode. No, after you guys. No, you can rotate first. It's all good.
Yeah,
we'll come right after. We'll backfill. You guys set up a good third-party opportunity for us, and then
yeah, we went.
By all means, go first.
Yeah,
go first.
It looks nice in there.
It's a minefield, we know, but by all means, go first. The door is open. You can head on out. It's fine.
Well, we'll see what Hangi's been able to scout out as he's going to drop down the smoke wall. The rest of Change the Game going to make their way in and collect him before, I think Baron realizes his time might be short as he's got a vehicle for it already there. Change the Game, just going to push in. But Biel going to find one knock. Baron was ready for the second one. He's going to jump out. He's going to get the knock, but will go down in the end to Hangi.
Able to reset, maybe not. As Ares does get flushed, there has to be a follow-up push, and indeed there will be. Rock winning the kind Canadian battle in this one. Saying we'll make a play on forward. Issue is they weren't ready for the Wolves position. Vox steps on up and finds himself a double.
Oh, the sneakiest Wolves. Just hiding down there in the dip. They saw the Pico before they heard it and managed to take Rock out early on. Virtus.pro now leaving their compound, realizing that everything is kind of playing out in front of them. They would love to be able to get over here and try to third party this wall.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, BB Team and Falcons are just laughing. They are 4 strong. They've got so much territory to work with, and they're just trying to get over here and see if they can get something to eat.
And that's the main issue right now for the vast majority of the server, is that BB got to stay up on this hill inside the circle, right? So yes, they can even flex further downhill, and they should still be all right. Them and see VP on the opposite side of this dip, or valley, I should say, are kind of suppressing one another right now. So good thing for the likes of Falcons, Wolves, and CTG is that the two teams in the better position to engage are kind of keeping each other at bay.
It feels like it's going to slow down here just a little bit, and we'll see what VP decides to do. They're looking like they're a little bit antsy over here on that far side of the circle. Falcons, meanwhile, will send Kickstart to rejoin Shrimsy a little bit closer towards the center of zone. Virtus.pro still just kind of playing around on whatever hills and rocks that they have to work with while still avoiding the line of sight of BB Team. But you can see, as you said, BB is just exercising so much control over everything they're doing. But the new circle has popped, and it's going to go away from BB Team.
Falcons happy, everyone really outside of BB Team happy that this one finally shifted off that hill. Issue is, on the flip side of that, VP sat still with some hard cover inside the next circle. I don't imagine they're all wanting to sit around this small same position though, so look for VP to try and flex out from where Lookarox currently is, but they cannot do that before BB leaves. So Virtus.pro right now just looking at BB going, guys, It's your turn to move first, and we will react as soon as you do.
Yep, there's just not really a whole lot that Virtus Pro can do, but I mean, they don't really have to do anything. They could just kind of sit there and play around their hills as long as they can. As you said, BB team kind of on the clock. CTG kind of making their way on the south side of Virtus Pro, so you can't really forget about them if you're VP. You have to be expecting maybe a push from a couple of solo players.
What does CTG do? They just got info that Wolves are just over on the other side, but again, they too are being suppressed by just the knowledge that BB has the high ground. Everyone except for BB waiting for this rotation to take place. 3 guys in 1 car. Ah, nope, let's scratch that. Let's get into the other instead.
Probably not the best of ideas. Well, BB team going to send it on down. And immediately, the entire lobby starts shooting at them. Shrimsy will be the first one to find Best of Luck. Phil first has to stop down because that car is flaming, and he will get taken down as well. Meanwhile, the Copenhagen Wolves use that as an opportunity to take the fight over towards change the game. Wimbo and Hangi, though, not going down easy as the utility is falling on top of them. Falcons, meanwhile, also finishing off what's left of BB team. Molodok, the last player left alive.
Literally everyone trying to make plays as soon as BB gets off that hillside. Wimbo getting, Molodok down just 1 HP. Might get caught by the molly here in the end of it, but not going to happen. Snakers with the double comes through with the Grocer in hand, and what a great play from Falcons there. While everyone started looking at each other, Falcons kept their distance. It's great. In 1 second, when BB comes off that hill, they're all going to start fighting each other. We just sit back and take out the guys shooting at BB team. Falcons got themselves 3 off of that. Very, very good heads-up play by the boys in green, up to 8 kills now.
And Virtus Pro reading that kill feed. They know the situation. They know the Copenhagen Wolves down to just 1 player. So before Snakers can even hope to try to get the res, he gets Vox on his feet, but not able to turn the attention over to Michael. He's going to go down as the blue zone grenades just getting rained down atop them. Molodok still just hiding prone, staying alive for BB team. Vox has been spotted out. Snakers has to pull up. Corexi will get that knock. Snakers gets Lucarux, and he stays alive.
And while all this is happening, Falcons just keep taking more and more space, forcing everyone down into the very southwestern edge here. Beamy trying to wrap around the side. Moldog sat here on his own as well, trying to stay put as they're trying to get further around the side of the circle. But Beamy goes down to blue. That's not something we see too often. Usually he survives against that.
It's Bloomy? That was almost a crazy play there by Snakers, but in the end, just too much. Coming over the top of that hill is Molodok. We'll spot out H-Win. I think he was trying to be sneaky, but H-Win spotted him, so he had to take the shots. Falcons just closing the fist down on top of what's left of this lobby is Corexi and Molodok just waiting to get spotted out.
Again, great control play here from Falcons, completely in understanding the situation and what they had to do in order to bring this home, because I think many people would have gotten too eager once all the chaos happens on the southern side to engage in all of it at the same time. They said, no, let's lean back and play it smart, and they're being well rewarded for it here, looking to get a potential back-to-back win here with Tego, followed by Rondo.
Corexi tries to fight. He's not going to donate. Well, he might donate over to the blue now. Yeah, just throws the grenade. We'll donate that point over. Molodok gets spotted out, and there you go. Falcons back-to-back winners on the wild card maps. Huge 2 games for them.
A lot of people, especially in conversation of do we take Falcons on our fantasy teams or not, always go out and say, no, Falcons, they're not a day 1 type team. Well, I guess they're here to prove you wrong. Solid performance from them. VP again continuing to deliver top performances here as well in what once more was a very difficult map. Hard rotations here for the vast majority of teams.
VP doing well, and there's another team, BB team. They have just been having a day so far. And well, we've only got 2 maps left, and both of them on Erangel. And Erangel has been one of the craziest spots that we've seen. So we'll see if the Falcons can keep this freight train rolling, or if a team like Copenhagen Wolves can find their footing. You saw Snakers just pulling out that Grozy. He almost pulled off a miracle, but it was just not enough. But what will we see on the grassy pastures in our final 2 games of the day?
That big bang.
America gets the win, man. Number 2, back-to-back. No more third places.
Yeah, third.
I know, we're in third.
No, another third place. Another third place. Copenhagen.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, America.
That's true. Copenhagen Wolves also putting up a good spot. They had a great location, but really came down to Falcons on the north side, caught the circles, waited it out. Shrimsy looking hot out there, getting the points on the board. This is good. And I'm happy because the first 2 games I had to listen to you just go, EMEA.
Yeah, but then on top of that, I'll say this. The way that they're approaching the games is the way that you're supposed to, especially here in Rondo, especially on Tego. The kind of approach where, again, 4 guys strong, if you're able to stay and have a man advantage, you're winning so many more games. You see, you have an extra angle you can take, you can have an extra anchor compared to the other guys. And then, you know, especially with the third-party timing here, BP thought that they could clean this fight off faster than they did. And they got absolutely rinsed on the side from Falcons.
Falcons are playing out of their mind, and you know, traditionally they don't seem to start on day 1 of the group stages at this speed, so it is exciting to see them starting up strong. They will move up into those top 3. I don't think they had enough off of this game to displace BB team just yet, because those guys still even second place, right? Like they don't not show up in the top 3.
It's insane consistency. I'm getting some PGS 8, some Shanghai vibes.
Shanghai vibes.
It's kind of crazy. Some Falcons now in third, some BB teams in first. You know, it's only freaks that doesn't, you know, obviously.
Well, then, you know, maybe tomorrow they bounce back. But it was a good game. Falcons walks out on top. Again, the pace, though, has been relatively slow in this lobby. Everyone's playing very, like, chess, like a 3D chess. You did.
Who said that?
You did. You predicted this.
I did.
But it has
kind of crazy.
But it is a stark differential to yesterday.
And you know why?
Why?
Not that much APEC chaos in here compared to Group 8.
That's a very good point.
That's exactly what it is. You know, you're getting America's teams. You're getting a lot of EMEA teams that are playing extremely predictable. You're getting the Chinese teams that are playing more laid back, that are playing more calculated. And that's why this group here is playing so much more basic, classic PUBG compared to what our Group A is. And any group that doesn't have expendables going absolutely ham in it is way less chaotic.
That's very, very true. Let's take a look at that match leaderboard. The Falcons come out on... I feel like we just saw this picture on a leaderboard. Oh, wait, we did! As they get 20 on this one, 16 on the last. That should give them a nice big push up on that leaderboard. Problem for them is BB team still finds a way to score with 11 points off the back of that game, and Na'Vi getting 9 to make sure that they also still stay in that hunt.
And you know what? Every time Shrimsy has gotten a fresh cut and a freshly almost shaven beard, he's been fragging out.
He's been fragging
He did again, and I'm going to ask you, why didn't you have him in your fantasy team?
You know, okay, so I've only not had him on my fantasy team like 3 times in the last 2 years.
Every time he
did
insane. He did well. They fragged out. They got 3rd here. They got 3rd there.
True.
You know, so you maybe should stop picking him for fantasy.
I will never stop picking Kimsey. All right? You got to understand that. Especially because they got good waffles at this hotel that they're staying at. You know that's his fuel for the future.
The champions breakfast.
All right, so total leaderboard is up. We got BB team holding down that first place spot with 52 points. Na'Vi in second with 40, but the Team Falcons, who were on the bottom at one point, now sitting there at 38, closing that gap.
And we've been playing 4 games. 3 teams, except for Falcons here, 2 points off, but 3 teams almost or more than 10 points per game. That is kind of insane. That's also why we see the right side of the leaderboard this close, right? All the way up to 4th, only 25 points differently. We're talking 16 points. You could get one good game here, 16 points from 16th, and you're still into the...
I mean, that's what we saw the Falcons do in the last game. They jumped up into 4th. Another shout I want to give, though, while we're looking at this, Therathon 5, made in Thailand, are 2 Thai teams here today in the top 6, playing out of their minds. I think this home field advantage seems to be working.
Dude, I love it. And especially for these 2 teams here, we've seen them multiple times do extremely well in group stage. And I think that's also why they're kind of thriving in, again, this more classic, more like easily approachable PUBG that we've been having here. So that's really what I love here, about, especially for Group B, is that it's PUBG you can expect. And that's why, especially the top teams are doing this well.
I think it's populated by elder statesmen, right? A lot of players on these rosters, while some of the rosters or the you know, teams themselves that you recognize as the brand might be new, a lot of these teams have players who have done this 8 years running, right? And know how to take it slow, know how to make it work. And we're going to see how they make it work, because in just a minute, we're going to head to the grassy pastures for our last 2 matches of the day. Let's see who ends up in first when it's all said and done.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Yep, that's me, Chai. And you're probably wondering how I ended up here. Well, it's pretty standard. So, I got a state-of-the-art robotic arm, and then have one of those old music player falling into my power unit, so everything I do is synced up to the beat type of things happen, and now everyone thinks I'm a defect, and well, I might as well fight back to the music.
So, you're saying you have musical robot powers?
Yeah!
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Here we go! Vandalay Technologies isn't just coming from my arm. They're after all of us. Thank you. Thank you.
Is this the guy?
Oh. That's the defect!
Oh no.
You ready for more? 1, 2, 3, 4!
We'll take down this company, one boss at a time. Just so you know, they're insane.
I got this! Pretty rock star move, Chai.
The start of the day had EMEA on top, but now the Falcons have come out here and shown us that NA has something to say as well. It's really only China and Korea that are that are kind of lacking the prowess, because Thailand, while it's not with chicken dinners, have still been up there in the top throughout the day as well.
They have, and there've been some surprises for sure, and there's been some stuff that maybe not too much of a surprise. I'm a little bit surprised that there's only one team in the lobby left that has not gotten a single placement point, and that is Bacopa.
Yep.
And then also a little bit surprised that Virtus Pro, I mean, look, they've looked well. They found themselves a good fit, but no kills, really. They've got more placement points than they have kills. They just haven't really found themselves in a position to really kind of get that ball rolling for them.
I think for VP, they very early on realized that they can't just dive headfirst into any fight. While they might be superior in some fights they can take, they can't just run into every fight with that mentality and then end up taking bad fights.
Sure.
So I think because of that, because of a lot of the fights we've seen today, and especially in and around the area of the map where VP has been positioned, because they've been split a little thin, because some of the fights have been somewhat chaotic and unpredictable, they have said, you know what, no, let's live to see the next circle instead. Let's be wise about it. And, well, what better to be than wise in a game of PUBG when you have this caliber of teams playing one another. Over to Erangel we go for the final two matches here of day one of Group B.
I'll tell you what, despite the fact that Falcons have back-to-back wins, it still feels like the story of the day has got to be BB team, man. Like like we said, you know, we touched on at the beginning of the day, they looked really, really good in PGS 7 and 8, and they were kind of building something going. And then, you know, we heard the interview where they got a little bit complacent, kind of fell off at EWC, and then didn't make the cut for PGS 9 and 10. But now, coming in day one, they look like they are ready to roll.
Their ability, because they are a very edge-heavy team.
Il va finir premier de cette journée.
Most edge-heavy team in this lobby. Their ability to play the edge in this game, not aggressively, is insane. The fact that, I mean, they barely ever, even when they get hard shifted away from on their edge positions, they always have a route. They always find a way in.
Et bonjour à ceux qui arrivent sur le stream.
I think that's what's gotten BB. That, with a couple circles gone their way through the mid game today, has really been like rewarding for them.
Sure.
And they've capitalized with every chance they've been given.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, talking to the team with 27 placement points, 25 kills, that's about as complete and thorough of a game that you 4 games you can ask for, really. So we'll see if they can continue that train rolling here on Erangel as we wait and see where the circle is going to pop. We got about 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, we're going up to the north. We're centering up just on that plane path to the west of shooting range.
Yeah, very out on the very hot northwestern edge of it too, so a bit of a tricky transition here, at least on paper, with a lot of teams not being inside that first circle. When it all comes down to it again, I mean, Erangel rarely proves to be super dangerous rotation-wise because, I mean, teams have figured out...
I don't know.
Teams have figured out the vast majority of pathings coming in, but who knows, maybe once Erangel becomes snowy, it's going to be more difficult. Maybe on the top rotation path, they just throw down ice so cars spin out all the time. Who knows?
I don't know, man. It could,
snowy Erangel.
It could be a little bit dicey.
We're going into winter times.
We sure are. Well, you saw Nixie's having a good time. Chewy not having a decidedly less good time, as he is all by himself. Here's Haizaki, but I don't think Haizaki has any idea that our man is waiting in the corner, as he is just tra-la-la, looting around with reckless abandon, and oh, hey, there's a Vector waiting for me, and now I'm dead.
Can't even blame the SKS on that one. It never stood a chance.
Nope.
But hey, if anything, we said we wanted to see something out of China and Korea, and well, there you go. Chewy able to get the first point of the game. Petrichor have won this match if we were to stop right here, right now, but of course we won't. And I mean, again, just look at the leaderboard. Liquid down there with him, but it's triple China, double South Korea, rocking the bottom of the leaderboard right now. Not something like if you go a half year or a year back, China, Korea, some of the high, like the best reaches, or maybe not a half year, a year to a year and a half, I'd say, out there in top, literally always. This case, not quite so.
Been a slow start, to be sure, but still a lot of games left to play, so a lot of time to right the ship there for those boys. But we did have an opportunity to have a word with our boy Shrimzy from the back-to-back winners from Team Falcons. And I guess that's coming eventually. That's on me. All right, let's hear from Shrimzy.
So we're right here with Trimsy. We'd like to say congratulations to you for that back-to-back chicken out there. All right, so here we would like to talk about the PGS 10 finals that you missed it. So we would like to ask that, did you reflect on that performance and what adjustment did you make coming into this day one?
Yeah, I mean, there's things learned from every tournament. We missed out by a few points. It is what it is. You can't look too deep into it, but there's a few things that we needed to learn, so it's good to happen.
Yeah, so today, what do we gonna continue about it with the game?
I mean, I hope we're going to keep winning. That would be nice, you know? But I don't know. We're just going to maximize our points, get as many as we can, and see what happens.
Sure. All right. We look forward for that. Bye-bye.
I love the fact that even Pan agrees with me on this one. It's like, yeah, there were some things we need to fix, and we did that. And then she goes, what did you fix? What were the things you needed to fix? Come on, man. Spill the beans. But, of course, these guys, they won't do that. They never spill the beans.
The beans remain. The beans remain where they are meant to be. Well,
in Group A.
Yeah. Well, BBT got the emergency pickup, so they have already made the Lions portion of that trek up to the north side. And we'll see where they decide to go. Still a lot of room left to play here as Rock, VP, and Copenhagen Wolves, the first to arrive towards that plane crash area, shooting range area. And BBT looks like they will go ahead and leave that to them and just work their way off to the west.
I don't know why, but I really, really, really want to see Red Zone getting knocked by a Red Zone.
Red Zone getting... You're just brutal, man.
No, but it's just, you know, when you decide on that name, of all names you could possibly have in a game of PUBG, and then you get the Red Zones back in rank, in competitive, it's bound to happen.
Look, he just wanted to name himself what he thought was the scariest thing in the world to you in particular.
Seemingly players don't respect them here.
No? Well, why would they? We haven't seen anybody really getting messed up by one so far. So maybe one day we'll get to see that happen. But Copenhagen Wolves having to reposition here just a little bit. They've got Bagel Pa taking shots over in their direction. Vox will go ahead and return the favor just to protect his team as they continue to work around and try to find somewhere to play that is not in that shooting range specifically.
Yeah, you want to try and spread out a bit thin on this one when possible. Now going back and fortifying the crossroads position. Smart decision on the side of the Wolves here. As Na'Vi on the opposite side of the circle. They heard Petrichor coming in earlier on here and slowed their rotation down a bit. Now Red Zone behind him is going to maybe slow down the Anyone's Legends rotation 2, at least. Not Soset would have heard their play come through, so I'll be aware at least that there's teams around him.
Akatori, that danger man, still our current kill leader, sitting on 16 overall. Still first and second with 11. So still very European top heavy when it comes to the damage numbers. As we see the rest of Na'Vi just after not spotting out Petrichor Road, they'll make their way over towards the coastline, not committing completely to going over there just yet, but maybe just a brief respite.
The way Na'Vi is playing this game right now is, I mean, we all know it, that back in the day, we even believe we had Elrain in an interview say, well, how did you guys find so much success as of late? Well, I mean, they looked through the VODs and listened to the VODs from Twisted Minds, and they just did whatever they did, and it seemed to work out for them. Right now, they're positioning for this next circle, sat down there on the edge of Boatyard. That is always where Twisted Minds plays coming into these northern circles. They'll sit there early, have other teams wrap around them, say, yep, we'll go last again, kind Canadian. Come, please, by all means, go ahead. We'll be out here with no one behind us. And then they go across themselves as the last team to then spread out and take control. Curious to see if Na'Vi's going to opt to do something similar here.
Well, shoot, man, I didn't realize all you had to do was watch Twisted Minds VODs, and then all of a sudden you're just you're a world beater. Hell,
I guess I should add to it that
what are the rest of these guys doing?
You don't only have to watch them, you also have to be able to go out and replicate, and maybe that's the difficult part of the conversation.
Well, so you're telling me I also have to have the mechanical skill of example and perfecting? So, all right, well, that's a little bit more.
Poro in his prime could have done it, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure.
Yeah, none of y'all were ready for prime Poro.
I don't know if I dare see Prime Power.
Yeah, nobody does. Well, we got the sneakiest man here, Olympus, waiting with Panzerfaust in hand, expecting a cross over this western Georgia Pole Bridge, but unfortunately for him, it just does not look like it is going to be coming. His Falcons instead will head up to the Falcon's Nest at the highest part of the highest mountain in Erangel over here on Everest.
Yeah.
Although no, wait, this isn't taller than Stallberg.
Nope,
it is not. Okay,
I'm a good,
second
I'm
highest.
a good co-caster. I'm not gonna throw you under the bus.
Second highest. Hey, throw me under the bus by all means, please. Look, it sounded good in my head when I was saying it, so I just rolled with it.
Sure did. Sure did.
Don't let facts get in the way of a good story. It's an old Southern saying. Well, FaZe coming in from the eastern side. It looks like they've got a lot of room to play around here. See how close they get to this big, wide ASLA pentagram split.
Yeah, and for ASLA pentagram right now, I mean, in a position from where it's going to be hard to really regroup with that big hill in the middle of everything. Having said that, I would be surprised if any of the spots that Pentagram are playing on the northern split, part of the split at least, is something FaZe is eyeing at least now. We'll see. New circle is going to pop in 15 seconds, so for the time being, they'll linger, waiting to see if any good options present themselves.
Do they have to let it linger? Well, Pero making their way on that coastline. Now, Na'Vi did finally make their way over, and they could be getting a little bit close. New circle does pop, but it is, I mean, that's pretty basic, right? Mostly going north. Nobody's too terribly shocked by this one. Until. Don't even do it.
You see that island down there towards down?
See it.
Yeah. Let's forget about it, at least for the time being. FaZe, well, they continue their rotation, and well, they have found the Wolves, and while shots were initiated by Wolves, now they find themselves in a pretty tricky position.
Yeah, FaZe going a lot deeper on this than I expected them to, and they're actually getting paid for it too, as Fex and Jeems getting the knock on the Snakers and Michaels, as Copenhagen Wolves got to be kicking themselves over that one. They had them kind of dead to rights there, but FaZe coming out on top.
There's a team that will call literally 99% of bluffs. That is FaZe. They will always count the people shooting at them on any rotation and say, well, is it worth pulling up on? Yeah, girl, we got a 4v1. Let's go for it.
Not scared.
Agatori, while no one can take him out, at least he can. So I'm not sure exactly what happened there.
The only thing that scares that man is gravity.
The mirror.
Yeah. Ah! Wow, that's brutal.
It was him seeing himself because he's dangerous.
He's a beautiful man.
That's all.
I'll not have this slander.
Okay, now you're just putting words in my mouth. He's a good-looking young Phil, I'll say that much. Chan trying to take out the remaining two players of Wolves. I'm not sure if they were able to. Oh, well, he does mention my Bisla.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Well, he's Deuce managed to get Vox into Severny with all 5 of his HP left. And then not much of a vehicle to work with either, so he's going to have to leave there eventually, and he's going to have all of change the game, and probably Bagopa looking down in his direction when he does.
Yeah, all he can really hope for right now is a hard south shift.
Meanwhile,
yeah, I'm alone.
Olympus is still sniffing daisies.
You know what? I don't mind it. They know that there's teams set in front of them. I think they got shot at by Floki earlier as well, so there's no pressure for them to wrap inside circle right now, and this, of all circles, they know there's still going to be teams on the southern side. Once the next one goes north, sure, a team could be wrapping all the way outside circle for a safe rotation. So if Myth spends a couple of first dates per person for maybe 2 or 3 kills, #worth.
Yeah. I mean, hey, Falcons may try to make their way across the bridge, and I mean, you see Team Liquid is guarding one, Game Start Win guarding the other, and maybe they think to themselves, okay, well, we still got time to do a long wrap around that northern Georgia Pole bridge, and then all of a sudden, there you go. Myth in perfect place at the perfect time.
Exactly. Circle closing on in, and again, splits being maintained right now. We said in the start of the day, it's the more passive group of teams we have here. We have seen some action, but it's not been those crazy 4-man pull-ups. I mean, outside of them doing it in 1-con, then being annihilated by them 249. It's not been a whole lot of crazy pull-ups we've seen today. It's been pretty calculated. A lot of teams kind of testing the waters before just plunging in.
Checking in with Bagopa. Have a nice big wide split on this northern side. We'll see if it's good enough to get them into the top 8, get them their first placement point of the day. Meanwhile, Scappy still doing a little scouting by feel over on this north side. He's going to get a few shots from a doozy in the BB team boys sent in his direction to force him away.
And to go back to the conversation you had coming into this game of how BB team have been so successful out on the edge, this could actually be an interesting game to follow, because look at where they are right now, up in that northwest with teams all around them. Not a comfortable position for them, so let's try and keep track of how they play out this one, as they now seemingly have not been blessed with the circle going their direction.
They have not. Third on 5, already on the move, and yep, waves might be a play. Those hills just to the west of shooting range. You see a lot of teams go there. As I'm not sure if it's too early. We'll see. We'll see where they decide to go. Myth, meanwhile, still making their way in from the north side, and they've got BB team that have collected themselves together. They got 3 deep in a UAZ and 1 a doozy playing scout. Where are they going to go?
Usually when you're an edge team, all you have to do is 1 or 2 pull-ups, and that can get you to late game. Well, this is going to be the first one of them. Seems to me like they're eyeing the little shack up on the hillside, but they've been beat to it. No, actually, PO opting to stop his rotation early on, and they're going to continue.
They are, and they're going to actually, keep making their way, and it looks like they're going to go over into those hills just to the west of shooting range. They'll be the first ones there. That is a dangerous spot to play, especially this early, especially when there's so much high ground that has vision down on you. Kiss going to arrive as well. FaZe holding down that side of the shooting range. The utility is going to get sent over as Kiss continuing to throw down the smokes, trying to let them give his team some concealment.
Yeah, they know they're here early, and they have to try and buy time while other teams are closing in, forced to fight one another. T5 being one of said teams, taking the fight to Rock out on the western side, and actually in doing so, helping out some of the teams down below.
That's a big knock there from Fluky onto Biel, as Rock had free farming down onto anything that was going into those hills to the west shooting range. Now they have to turn their attention over towards the west, where Third Heart 5 is making the push. Sold's just trying to waste their time hiding behind these rocks. Fantastico off in the distance, doesn't have an angle just yet. They're going to go for the res while they have an opportunity, as FaZe continues to rain down the util, as Fex will find Baron.
Able to get the first knock, immediately reposition. Smart little game of whack-a-mole that he's playing with them right now. Go on the other side, help out his team. Oh, RBN, perfect angle, maybe to find the double. Not gonna happen. Those Souls get traded, as a matter of fact, in return. So tough times for Rock here.
Yeah, Souls did his job. He kept them busy while they got the res, but that would have been huge if RBN were able to get that knock there on 5. They lose Ranger X in the process, though, as PO will pick him off from range. Bagelpa third-partying this from a long way away on that northwestern side. Meanwhile, Falcons are starting to make their way in as well from this southwestern side. Game start win also on the move.
Yep. Trying to make more space.
Team Liquid.
I mean, yeah, Liquid, they're in a great position to make something happen here. They know that both teams are wounded. So go up here, try to take charge and claim this spot for yourselves, especially if this fight on the southern side happens now with Falcons, the game start win. That should be a great opportunity for Liquid to try and make something happen.
Block is hot around the plane crash, as the circle will favor shooting range once again. Bagelpa still playing around on that northern side, but you can see all the teams that are collecting around that plane crash area. Falcons, meanwhile, have to stop down because Game Start Win get there just before they do. And you can see the blue zone damage is ticking really hard now, and they have to stop things down to heal up before they take this fight to GSW.
Yep. Heal done up. So they try to push further forward. Issue is, and
Sparky.
some time there. They're now fully 4-man together. Sparking will get the flush on Rossiter, making their transition into circle easier. By no means easy, though. Even if it's just one guy on the side of T5, there's still the entirety of Rock on the other side.
Oh, no. Yep. Got him knocked low enough to where he goes down to the zone, and Shrimsy will get spotted by a Shatong. Tiggleton and H win. Still have that US trying to reposition. Exgrozit. Can he hear these footsteps? Can he get one off of Team Liquid? You can see Luke 12. Oh, I think he might have spotted him.
Nope.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Never mind. That Molotov going to get dropped back down as we see the pull up there onto Asla Pentagram. Hakatori will get one. Navi collecting on the south side.
Well, trying to force them off, but it's not going to work out in the end. Luke does, but Exgrozit taking him down. Therodon out in 16th place. And Navi again cleaning up shop on their side of the circle. Playing it slow. Don't want any neighbors nearby. Able to find one more as well. Hammer flushed.
Asla Pentagram, man, they just stick around in this big wide split maybe for a little bit too long, as Hal and Red Zone will try to get back together here. So we check in on the boys. Yeah.
Have 17 Gaming sat out there, made a sign to support themselves? Why is that what they're doing? Well, I mean, if none of their fans are here, they might as well be their own fans.
Yeah, might as well. Well, Tiggleton tried to escape, but he pushes right into Team Liquid, and now that's going to leave H-Win, the last player left up for those Falcons after winning back-to-back games. Looks like they're going to go down a little bit earlier as Pentagram will get taken down in 15th place.
Yep. BP able to claim some points over this as well. Corexy finding himself one. Oh, BP team. That nade could have been dangerous. There's one more coming over. Theo, throw it now. There might be perfect. Oh, bounces far. Had a double at least written on it, maybe even a triple.
BB team just surviving right now. Best of luck. Got to drop that smoke. Keep himself alive a little bit longer, but you can see the utility starting to run out now for Begapah. One grenade left in the pocket for Guillon and nothing at all for PO as Begapah continue to just spread out on that north side.
And we just saw Copenhagen Wolves get eliminated as well. Xiangyang has been set up there looking for Vox for the last 10 minutes. So now with him gone down, he can start focusing attention inside circle because he is the guy up on the hill that can kind of look over the shoulder of the remaining Begapah players.
Begapah looking strong here on Erangel as FaZe continue to try to flex out, play this wall, but Songjang with that high ground spot after cleaning off the Wolves will take down one from FaZe and then manages to get the flush as well. So Baron and Kiss will survive just a little bit longer thanks to the grace of Songjang.
Yep. Circle shifting into the north once more. I guess for BP team, we talked about track them. They're outside circle. Now they got the last two shifting up towards them in the north. And it's going to really be up to the teams down south on the hill. A lot of them there, over half the server effectively, having to figure how in the universe are we going to get inside shooting range from here. And I think it's safe to say for 7 or the 8, they won't.
Yep. Yep. It's set up to be pretty rough here. We'll see.
Yeah.
If actually, I mean, really kind of curious, keyed in on this Na'Vi Virtus Pro thing.
Yep.
Game start win. Looks like they're taking shots over towards Virtus Pro. Might send them over into Na'Vi. Meanwhile, BB team still surviving. Team Liquid, after leaving the airplane crash, will find a little bit of a room to work with here. Na'Vi tries to make the drive-by around to change the game, but Tiantian ready to go. Aries right there with him. Being backup driver, shotgun rider, hanging. Oh, Hackatory, though, he's still Hackatory, and that is sometimes all you need if you're Na'Vi.
I'm not sure if Aries was shooting blanks there, what happened, but it's impressive. Hackatory able to stay alive through it. Did they buy enough time, though, is the question. Wenbo, Hang Yi, they're both here. Nade's being thrown in now, but it might be a bit too late. Fights taking place towards the west as well, but what a perfect nade lopped on over from Hang Yi. Still one more left alive, and that's Fairest hiding the smokes.
That grenade is exactly where you needed it to be if you hang it. And now Na'Vi down to just Levante hiding in the smokes as long as he can. Not Levante, I'm sorry. It's actually can't read that name through the. It extends. There it is. Okay, it's the yellow is hard to read, guys. I'm old. What do you want me to do? But he's going to stay alive a little bit longer, but change the game. They want to make sure they secure that final kill. Game start win. Meanwhile, they will go down as Virtus Pro will flex out on the south side.
They go down, and I mean, on the flip side of that, so does 5 other teams. The chaos on the south is commencing, and we saw the kill feed just moments ago. BP team again making space, and just like this, because of all the commotion on the south side, because they knew they have space and time to maneuver, they've cleared out their entire side of the circle, and so has changed the game, able to outlive Na'Vi.
Wimbo really stays alive there. There's Na'Vi going down in 10th. Rock going down in 10th. Oh, this is one grenade from Disaster for Petrogor Road. They've got happy feet, and Liquid, that is a surprising utility usage from them. Usually they are so accurate with this stuff, but this time it's just not finding the mark. Chewy gets knocked low. Ming Ming will have to stop down and go for the heal. Liquid, though, they've got them fairly dead to rights, you have to imagine.
At this point, you throw everything in your pan as well. You know they're all sat within the same square meter. Just got to go down and execute it. And then finally, they're able to do so. A lot of util expended, but most importantly for them, no smokes thrown. They're going to need those trying to make it down to the next circle.
And Team Liquid is climbing the leaderboard now. 8 kills for them as they find themselves in 6th place overall. And the circle will pull away from shooting range. They don't have to go too terribly far. You see Virtus Pro still kind of taking the fight with anyone's legend there on the south side, and now BB team somehow, some way surviving through those hills, and now they're taking the fight over to Begapah.
That is what they do. Question now for them becomes that Kali that you rotated in, Fall Guys, does it still have tires? Because if it doesn't, you might be in trouble. Corexy Running up the hillside, most damage done with the remaining teams here right now. Caught with a nade in hand, though, able to swap over to the AR. Somehow stays alive because the help from down below. Phil First is there to take out him as.
How does Phil First even have that angle? Somehow, as you said, just keeping VP in this one. He had him absolutely dead to rights with that grenade in hand. And in the end, VP do get control over the south side, but still a long road left for them because it is going to be rough sledding to get down that hill and closer towards the shooting range. They do have a vehicle, though, it looked like, so we'll see if they decide to use that in the end.
Barking. I mean, they know exactly where they have him. One smoke, though, is enough for him to stay alive. And Bakeopa like the east side rep here. They've heard all the commotion. Also, they've seen CTG, I mean, have a lone survivor come out of that whole thing. So make that play happen now before VP gets a chance to rep down the hillside.
Chasing him down.
Yep.
They're hunting him like a dog. There you go. Winbo gets taken down by Pio. And that's 6 kills now for Bakeopa, and they are in the placements.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they can get any further. They have managed to make it into the top 6, and they have a nice little ditch for themselves to work with on the edge. As Team Liquid, they're getting active. They're making them push down. They're going to lose 1. They're going to lose 2. Molodok on time with it. The Dacia rolls through BB Team, but BB Team is rolling through Liquid.
Tough. And for BB, I mean, just hitting every single bullet that they had to in order to take them down. They never even got close to them. Only the vehicle did. That was 200 meters after the players in it died.
Boy, BB Team is just on fire today. We'll see if Virtus Pro can put something together, something special. Let's see if they can get down this hill. It looks like they found just a little bit of room to play around here that might still be in.
And it's their ability, once again, we get a perfect example of it here, it's their ability to insert themselves into a tough spot and then just make space. Either force teams out and away or kill the teams around them. BP, when they play well, I mean, they are unstoppable. And, well, today proves to be one of those type days as well. Let's see if Scabby can finally shut them down.
Scabby's been in this position before, just finding himself the reluctant anchor man. BB Team just outside of zone. They know they have to go in, but they are very hesitant to push over this ridge line, and for good reason. Yet jump peeking at Phil First. Going to spot him out. What vision from Phil First as Scappy gets taken down.
At 3 nades up to hold him. Now all he can do is kick himself over not throwing them earlier. Myth will lose 1, and they're being pressured enough from the east as well. And make it even worse. VP now with open angles as well. Down towards shooting range proper. Bakeopa, though, on the east. They cleared 1, and now they have to fight their way through it, too. But it's VP first to make a move here.
Ooh, Dixie. Gotta be careful about how long you want to stick around and peek that one. Looks like they know where Purdy Curdy is, but Purdy Curdy just going to lie on his tummy, not reveal himself. Yeah, I mean,
I'm inside circle. I'm not going to do anything.
Exactly. Why would you? He's vibing.
I mean, this is top 3 guaranteed if he stays alive through this next shift, so I don't fault him. I'm able to fall.
Look at this phase. I don't know if they saw something or just had an inkling, but they turn around after putting full attention over towards Myth. They know they've got Bakeopa in their back seats. As Pio will try to lead the way with the spray. No, Gustav will get him. And it's going to be all down to Songjang as he continues to lay down the smoke wall.
Yep, Gustav able to find 1. We'll get the flush with it as well. FaZe finding themselves in a top position now too. Not too much we've seen of that today either. So we'll see what they can make of it with still being 3 alive.
Didn't even climb that leaderboard. I mean, look at that leaderboard though, Toby. It is just a log jam in the middle there from 5th all the way down to about 12th.
Oh yeah.
As Bakeopa now with this game do manage to climb their way out of the cellar, climb their way out of that bottom 3. They would love to get a few more points off of this one just to make themselves a little bit more secure after day 1. But Songjang can't ask him to do too much here. FaZe Clan continue to work around on those walls. Purdy Curdy does get spotted out in the end, as Nixie will take him down.
And now is when this gets scary for the lobby down low. For VP right now, they know they have, I mean, depending on the last circle shift, at least for now, they have a 20-second window of shooting at everything that is on the low ground and set up a rotation path for themselves. As you can see, now those shots are coming in from up high as well. The Tracers constantly coming through, denying VP a chance to push forward.
How was Phil First alive right there? 1 HP as Songjang will go down to the blue. We're now down to our top 4 teams. As you said, Virtus Pro still holding on to that high ground, but the smoke wall is just keeping things pretty much concealed. There's not really a whole lot they can do. FaZe will try to pull out here and see if they can come in from a different angle, knowing that they have Myth right there.
The good thing for VP is by their presence alone, they are forcing these smokes to be thrown to kind of deny their angles. Look at correction from up here. Unluckily for him, he only has 6 bullets left. So he's only going to be relevant from this position for a little while longer.
You know what, though? Six Corexi bullets are worth, worth 10 of anyone else's, right?
That's a good point.
The blue zone grenades going to find Best of Luck, but not going to be enough to get him knocked, and it's not going to be enough to pull BB off the revive, as FaZe will do the same. They have a little bit of a corner to work with, and Nixie just setting up shop as Luka Rux continues just to rain shots down on that corner.
Luka Rux at 601 damage. I think I saw Corexi at 750 as well. VP has been farming all game long. While it might have, I say only, transitioned into 9 kills, they have all been absolutely on fire through this entire match.
All right, we'll see what FaZe can do. They lay down the smokes on the edge. Fortunately for them, Nixie going to get the knock on a Molotov as FaZe will drop those deployable covers and see if they can survive a little bit longer. Nixie, though, he finds the angles. Nixie going to get BB team down, and FaZe gets a reprieve for temporarily at least, but Nixie now turning his attention towards them. He is just spraying down the entire lobby. Nixie up to 6 kills, VP up to 12.
Virtus Pro taking out the entirety of the end of this one as Nixie finds a double once more. 1,000 damage done and 8 kills already, and there's still Vex left alive.
And with just, out of nowhere, Virtus Pro just turns their attention on everyone. Target selection be damned. The entire lobby was a target for Virtus Pro. What a big win from them.
There were 8 players left in that end game that weren't VP, and Virtus Pro killed all of them. 4 teams left alive, and they swooped the entire lobby.
It is not often that you get to see something like that, but this thing played out perfectly for Virtus Pro. Just the way that FaZe came through the smokes, there was nothing really that anybody could do. Myth was just lying on their stomachs. They weren't getting involved at all. BB team had eyes for nothing but FaZe, and just the perfect timing from VP to get it, just come up over the top, take advantage.
It's again when we said it, they have a 20-second window to set up for the perfect play, and they knew exactly how to position themselves in order to execute it to perfection. VP strong throughout the day, but this is just an exclamation mark, still with 1 more match left to play.
First it was Na'Vi, then it was BB team, and now it is Virtus Pro as the EMEA Plus performance continues, Martin.
Yeah, let's leave Falcon out of that equation. We're only counting the mirror mask. We're counting their angles.
No, but my point is, again, 3 of these games going to EMEA, not shocking, but impressive.
I would say this, though. The slower start for VP, but they're still kind of in there. But this win here, that was just
a monster.
Perfect, man. The way that they're able to execute it from a disadvantaged high ground kind of, sure they had some cover, but usually the teams that's coming out or have cover from inside in shooting range, they have a better advantage. But they just absolutely destroyed BB team. They took down FaZe. They put enough pressure onto Myth for them to lay low for quite a while. Like, Nixie just went super Saiyan, man.
Yeah.
Wow. 1K club for him again.
It's giving a sense of PGS 9, right? That's sort of that final where they started a little bit slow on the first day. By the end of the first day, they sort of had activated when we got to Erangel. And then from there was no stopping VP as they chased Twisted Minds all the way to the end zone. That said, I don't think they have that much of a chase in front of them right now. I think that another game like this, and they're right there tied for the top position and making that push going into day 2. This was an incredible Virtus Pro game to watch. And again, Nixie, you're one of those players that you go back and forth. You're like, is this the day? Do I put him on my roster? This guy is always a go-off potential, and look at him with 8 kills.
Dude, that's... I'm not sure he actually got the 9 as well, but what a game from him. 1K club, almost double digits. Like, dude, that's the PGC performance you want to see, right?
Yeah.
Especially from them, right? The grind from a high-end placement positioning throughout the year for them to win PGS 10. That's the perfect time to reach your height, right? We heard the interview as well from them at PGS 10. It's like, we're about 80% right now. We're hoping to reach 100 by PGC.
Yep.
And if you're reaching a 90%er in the group stage, there's nothing to stop them to reach 100.
Yep. You want to peak at the right time. We saw Expendables do it last year. We might see Virtus Pro do it this year.
Yeah.
We also saw in this game a couple of teams who had been sort of struggling in the beginning seem to be getting their feet under them. Not anyone's legend. They do seem pretty frustrated with how things have been going for these guys. Virtus Pro not frustrated. Team Liquid also put up some numbers in that game. Got themselves out of the basement, maybe.
Every time you see Nixie in that one game, he's the biggest smile, laughing, having fun like that.
Yep, I would be too after this.
Dude, the other guys are, you know, Crazy being Finnish as it is, Beamy being chill, Danish, you know, Luca just being the absolute static guy there. But yeah, 27 points to come their way. I think it was 8 or 9 that we're going to end up for Nixie there. What a fantastic game for them.
Absolutely. Beautiful game for a couple others as well. FaZe Clan managed to put some big points on the board. Liquid was desperate to get points.
Yes.
Only 2 placement, but 8 kills is going to put them in a pretty good spot, which they needed more than I can explain.
If they had anything to do, rather than trying to pull up on BB team, if they had anything more, that would have been a 15 or even a 20 point. They just had no other play than try to do a pull up. Like, maybe they could have tried to play a third party on VP, but they had all the cover, they had all the control of the last kind of ridge they could play on, right? So the only play for Liquid there was just to try to make a pull up, and they were straight into BB team. And Molotov just absolutely destroyed them when they tried to do that.
But I liked what I saw from them is that Liquid felt like a lot today. They've sort of caught some bad breaks. This time it felt like they caught another bad break, but they made the most out of it on the way there. Overall leaderboard, BB team at 60 points continues to hold down that top position with a massive go up. Virtus Pro at 49, looking very, very good. Na'Vi still locking it in as the EMEA dominance continues up in the front. Falcon still in 4, and Made in Thailand looking good at 31, and then Liquid has managed to make it up to 7. So that's at least exciting for me.
Yeah, for me, and in general, again, we're looking from 5th and down, still everything open. But we're seeing the solidification here for BB team.
Yep.
Virtus Pro with this game here, putting themselves in. More than half their points came from this game, right? So before that, it was kind of mediocre, but still, if you had one of those big games, almost 10 points per game, we'll say for Virtus Pro is lacking 1, but BB team, the consistency, the points that they're able to get, the kills alongside the placement points, it's just putting them so deep into this one. And
so I want to ask you this real quick. We don't have a lot of time, but it seems like we see this end game a lot at the firing range, and it seems like a lot of players and a lot of people say it's a very tough one. What makes this such a hard place to play out of? Because that was a tough end.
You know, we have a little bit of trees, a little bit of cover in terms of the rocks and everything. Liquid took the last bunker away again, and then once that's out of the circle, you have low ground, you have the shooting range. It's just difficult to play because it has just this kind of ridge that if you don't have the control, you're going to get shot down.
You're going to get shot down. Let's see who gets shot down, because it's time for us to move into our last game of the day. Back to the grassy pastures one more time with the name is Toby and Porosaurus.
Head on over to Erangel for one final time here. Group B, day 1 for them. 2 more days for them to play through as this week continues. But today, it's one more match left to work with.
And who's going to step up, man? Who's going to step up to try to slow down this European freight train?
Yeah,
that has been rolling down the hill. But again, keep in mind, it's group stages. All right, it's 18 games, right? This is only the first 6. And top 5 just means you get to book your ticket to the grand final. So you just don't want to be bottom 3.
That is true. That's all. That is true. You would also want to be top 5. I mean, that's pretty decent to go straight to the finals, but we'll see.
Love that.
We'll see who manages to pull through. Yesterday, the final game gave us a military circle. Maybe today we'll do so as well. We'll see if that's going to be the case or not. Having said that, circles have been really good today at shifting us hard off of plane paths that they've been able to. So,
allez, dernière game de la journée. On va savoir qui c'est qui va finir premier de la journée.
Why not back it up and do it again?
On répète 2 fois la journée.
As we see Rock Esports looting up. Well, you can't really see what's going on there. It's a little bit obscured.
A little tiny.
A little obscured there by the picture-in-picture, but you can see Copenhagen Wolves just kind of playing around in that area. I don't know how close they are to each other, and there you go.
Bada bada boom.
It's almost like you could tell it was coming.
Yep, one more melee, or maybe, no, it's probably going melee. We'll see. We'll see. Navi opting to go over early on. You'd imagine FaZe are probably going to send it quickly as well. Having said that, they're not used to be playing against the Novo Beko path, so I'm actually kind of interested in seeing how hard Beko opts to commit to a more central position, maybe go observatory, maybe go all the way south coast on this, or if they say, you know what, that bridge, could be some points coming with it.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's an interesting circle, right? Because it's basically just completely circling the island. So the radar tower play, you know, not necessarily going to set you up for the late game, but it could. You know, it's just a question of, you know, how lucky do you feel, right? We'll see what they decide to do here as we check in with Virtus Pro, our Game 5 winners, and Nixie. It's not often you see two players with over 1K damage. That is absolutely bananas.
I'm sure Martin and Toffees can give us some intel on that, but when have we ever seen one game with two 1,000 damage performers before? That is insane.
That's wild. That's wild. Nixie getting the man of the match by edging out his teammate by 1 kill and probably like 10 damage. That's absolutely
You know what? It was shared
insane
between
stuff.
them. It was shared. If there was a Porsche, they would be giving 2. They would be given 2. They were both playing incredibly.
I'm sure that's how it works out.
I love how Beamy's reaction at the end of it, too, as we do see Beko opting to go more central here. And good thing is they heard this, but will they win it?
Still
yes,
winning.
They will. And this is where people go, oh, right, Pio. Pio is on the server, and he does these things, so we always have to expect there to be a guy somewhere in the middle of nowhere that we're not anticipating, because that, my mans, for anyone new to the PUBG scene, is what got Pio big in the first place, always being where you least expected him to.
Yeah, that's just absolutely brutal for Myth, too. I mean, you get Military Island after looting up Military Base. You're thinking everything's going your way, and then you just lose Olympus for free. Tobago Powell. 2 E-pickups have been popped, one coming from the east, one coming from the west. We'll see where they decide to go.
Yeah, plenty of options available. If Millie wasn't guaranteed enough, now the map feed gives us a big red cross on top of it as well. X marks the spot, boys.
Indeed it does. 4 grenades and 100 damage, Nixie. Come on.
I'm curious if that 100 damage tracks Blue Zone Jammer Pack resisted damage as well.
Oh, now you're getting into the weeds on this thing.
I have
no
know
idea.
what? We're here to crunch the numbers,
All right.
and I would say I think it doesn't.
All right. Well,
Because 100 damage ain't a whole lot of ticks with the amount of utilities thrown.
Okay. Okay, well, BB Team will pop up in the air after leaving Myth Power. Now, you saw, does that change the game? Kind of making their way over already. Now, those hills to the north of Military Base are completely free and clear. We'll see if that is where CTG decides to go, or looks like they're going to stick around a little bit longer. Nope, there you go. They're going to pop out and head over towards C Block, and locations just west.
Not a bad play. I think they're actually going to fly a bit further towards the south. No, actually now making that readjustment mid-am. You called it perfectly there, Paulo. And yeah, I mean, they'll be blessed with it. Not seeing any vehicles. The only one car they see now is leaving that position, so smart on them to kind of backfill the rotation they're seeing. As a matter of fact, not just backfill, but go aggressively, trying to hunt down Baron. Should be able to make it out alive, though.
Yeah, Myth getting that that dead center of the zone play where you're like, oh, you know, did I get circle luck or did I just get screwed because I'm getting surrounded by every team coming from every direction, even the sky. As we see now, BB Team have arrived, and where are they going to go? It looks like they're favoring a little bit more towards the south of the base.
There you go. They're on 5, flying south, trying to scout forward for their 2 cars. They have a bit further towards the west. And BB Team going south coast here as well. Actually surprised that we haven't seen other teams so far up to go all the way down south. But with how far south the plane path was already, a lot of teams had access to the bridge early on. So makes sense, I suppose, when you look at it that way.
Looking at the near future, looks like that western side, western bridge is starting to get a little spicy here as PO tries to go for his present, does not know that he has a Vard in his midst. Vard just waiting for PO to peek around. Oh.
He was about to get PO'd.
He's so lucky. He's so lucky. He was running directly at him. And, oh, look at that. You saw the ping.
I was going to say, they might actually have spotted him.
I think they know. Yeah, they know that Vard is pinned out here on the rock. The rest of FaZe kind of playing a little bit farther off to the north side.
Son Yang is baiting.
Yeah.
He's driving around.
Pio might be doing a little baiting of his own here. And we'll see if Vard's spidey senses start tingling here anytime soon. But I don't even know what he could do if they did, because he's kind of stuck out there in no man's land. No vehicle to call his own. There's the shots from Song Jiang as Vard will continue to run, and it looks like he just gets away.
Able to do so. FaZe now fortifying the position. They were sat in the compound on the northern side of this, and I was wondering, when are they going to come down here? Are they just, you know, kind of leaving Vard to his own thing? But once they realized there was multiple teams around, the Bulls came down here, made some noise, and said, you know what, we're getting our cattle back. We'll be all right. We'll be all right. You can go your other way.
Just fine. And FaZe now can turn their attention off to points north, knowing that their south side is pretty contained here as GameStar win. This is what we were looking at right before that FaZe fight. This western bridge, all right? GameStar win playing on the northern side. They sent CC 108 to do a little bit closer scouting. They do have anyone's legend on that southern side, but not really in a position to do any camping. And now you've got Rock also coming in from the ferry pier. So that could turn active any moment now, as we see T5 doing a little sky scouting over the military base proper.
They have the ATC, right? It's their job to make sure the skies are clear around the landing strip. So good on them to make sure that it is just that, and indeed it will be, as Ranger X runs for the silo, or sorry, for the hangar, and will be able to get on in there. But it's one of those positions where if you can be there kind of unnoticed, it's fine. But as soon as that team that has the landing strip under control spots you drive in, you're a null factor. Like, you're not going to be participating in any shooting at all for the next 10 minutes of the game.
Well, if you get a little bit of luck going your way, maybe it won't matter.
Maybe the game ends on top of your hangar and you're fine.
Yeah, exactly. You just hang out on the edge. Still a number of teams working their way down south from the north. They see Team Liquid with sparking in the skies. Another E-pickup has been popped. That's going to be Virtus Pro coming out of Boatyard.
Yep.
You know, Copenhagen Wolves, they're slow playing from South George. Rock, looks like they've decided to take the ferry option. Petrichor Road, they're still north of Farm, hanging around on Death Road to see if they can catch anybody coming up behind them. Unfortunately for them, there are no takers.
No takers. Plenty of takers for this one, though. Going to be taking probably a couple of takers for this one as well.
Oh, that is the baitiest crate I've ever seen in my life.
Maybe it's going to be okay. It's kind of close to the building, but no, it's definitely comes with a bit of a I really want to, but you can see he's thinking about it as well.
Bro,
guys, can I please do
We have all, if you've ever played this game, you have found yourself in this position where you're like, oh my god.
Oh, get back. It's one of those where, okay, I'm just getting the 3 gear. Wait, it was an arm? Okay, guys, I'm going for a second run.
Nobody shot at me. I'm safe. I got it. Okay, we're cool. We're cool.
It's all right.
Wow. Yeah, that is we put a trigger warning on that crate. Well, another X marks the spot as a second E-pickup has hit the town.
north.
You see Petrichor Road taking one from that Death Road.
Go north, please.
Area. We're seeing Bro, they're going west. Virtus Pro already in the air. What are they going to see from those friendly skies?
Well, a lot of teams down below them, that's for sure. I think right now they wish their helicopter had kind of pathed a bit further towards the west for VP. They can jump out north. I think they're going to be, thank you, observers. They're marking that there is, in fact, space in the west. The gold is all the way over on that western coast, but how in the world do you get there if you're flying in?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who takes that unless you're like a team wrapping around west from the south side, maybe. BB Team or Therodon 5 could take a little bit of that real estate, but see, Virtus Pro will land, and they'll land safely, and they get a nice little compound for themselves. And that is a come-up, if ever there was one, if you're taking a 10 minutes into the game E-pickup.
Frustrating timing for Hackatory and Ferris as well, because they were all fall down by the roadside earlier, and I don't know, 30 seconds ago, they were starting to flex up in that direction. They wanted that position to play out from, because Navi, again, they love playing this north side of Millie Island circles, but they're beat to it by a helicopter, and VP gets to hold it.
Petrichor Road will pop the chutes on the south side of military base. We'll see where they decide to go. Change the game. Still kind of see their little blue squares off in the distance, but that's about it. So we'll see if Petrichor Road can find somewhere, if they can even get to land. Tianchan and Nan going to get shot out of the air by Ares. Tianchan almost had another one, but all things considered, if you're coming in this late on an E pickup, losing one, if you can keep everybody else alive, you're probably okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, and again, look at how congested this center of the circle is. All the compounds on the edge that we oftentimes talk about, practically none of them taken. As of now, of course, still a big chance this one goes all the way into the melee base proper, but so far, very open out here.
Okay, AZ does go down, but Tianchan gets taken out by Beamy and stolen away by Chewy. As BB team trying to make their way in, they're going to get on the other side of the street from Theraton 5. Looked like Fluky was trying to make his way over. As there you go, Toby, you finally get your wish. Xiaotong going to go down to the red zone.
But it was the wrong player. Oh, we'll get it. We'll get it. Now it's starting to warm up, the red zone, you know? It's starting to warm up. We'll get there eventually.
It's thirst for blood.
It has felt the joy of getting a point now, so maybe it'll come for more.
The taste is back. Well, Theraton 5 trying to get their man across the street. Unfortunately, he's going to go down as that smoke wall will just hide his body for a little bit longer. Change the game. Lose Tianchan, but they do some damage to Petrichor Road. 2 kills for them as they continue to hold on to their area just to the south of C Block. Copenhagen Wolves, it's been a long time for them coming all the way from that far, far northwestern regions. But they will arrive and they will find that western bridge free and clear.
It is so nice that they're named wolves as well, because for like a couple hundred years there were no wolves in Denmark, but I think a year or two ago they actually started coming wolves back to Denmark. So now Copenhagen Wolves, it makes more sense, that name.
That's huge.
Yeah, there you go. That's all the info I have for you.
Shout out Wolves. All right?
Oh, there you go.
We love them. Sparking will land down and join the rest of his team, leaving that glider to suffer its own fate. As Team Liquid will play the north side of these hills just off to the east of anyone's legend.
If this next circle goes anywhere coastal, again, look at the congestion. Okay, never mind. I'm just not going to make that point because it circled the entire server.
Now moot.
Never mind.
They'll change the game. It looks like they're able to get the revive onto their fallen teammate over in C Block, so that's good news. As you see where Virtus Pros, they're not moving. They're going to continue playing where they are. Navi going to do the same. Team Liquid, Clown Car in it. But I think they realize that northern coast might be pretty free, but shots from him off in the distance. That Dragunov just does so much damage.
Luckily, that wasn't a little bit close. There would have been an instant knock as well. Not quite to be, though. Liquid do make it to the north side of the road. They'll be able to sit tight for a bit. As GameStar win, trying to make their rotation happen. Not quite to be. Excrosid once again. I mean, while it's usually Fluky and Ross is a junior, that's kind of the name being called out on the side of T5. Excrosid has been making a pretty big name for himself today.
He's been doing well. Managed to Xiaotong after going down to the red zone, ends up going down to Excrosid. Kiss, meanwhile, gets a little bit of an angle onto Tianchan as he tries to do a little sky scouting as he comes down in from the revive station, and it looks like he'll stay alive. No, Beamy as the Yangs at least get the knock. Doesn't get the flush just yet, but Glaz, he gets picked out by the Rock Boys on the south side in middle of rotation. These wide splits from Pentagram, they haven't been paying the dividends, I think.
I think, honestly, one of the main things is that because they play a very similar playstyle in Korea, and the Korean Edge teams, they are not as ferocious as the global ones, so they're normally allowed to maintain this space for a lot longer. So I think Pentagram, they need this is a global tournament reminder, maybe coming into their day 2 and 3, that they need to be a little more conservative when it comes to some of these 1-1 wide splits.
I mean, if you're going to go into the big wide split to gather information or whatever, you kind of expect that you would do something with the information that you gather, right?
Yeah.
Like it's just not happening for them so far.
I mean, it's that and it's reaction time, right? Normally they may be given, like after they see a pull-up come through, they're given those 15 seconds to try and disengage. Here that might be 5. So got to be quicker on the trigger in order to make things happen here as Kickstart falls. H-Win does as well. Tick is there with a response, though, able to clean out GameStart win. But they do lose 2 teammates forward.
And now red zone's gone down, so it's going to be all down to Hammer and Hal. Hammer, 14 HP. That was a well-placed grenade there from Rock as they continue to make their way in, trying to clean up what's left of these boys. Hammer not really able to give support or get support really from Howl as they got the big split. Nice knock there to start things off, but Howl will get traded out.
Yeah, able to find one, and unfortunately for Hammer, just not in the position to really capitalize on anything. So he's going to go to Asla. Pentagram falls down in the bottom. Carlton 15th here. Circle swings north. VP Na'Vi joyous with this shift.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, Copenhagen Wolves also got to be feeling pretty good about things, considering how late they arrived. They're getting a little bit of love here in the late game. As we see, X grows it, still surviving, keeping Theraton 5 in it. Haven't really felt like we've said their names a lot today, but they're doing okay. Sitting in the middle of the leaderboard, 7th place, really part of that big mid-20 point log jam.
It's not been flashy, but they've been able to kind of weather the majority of storms, always winning their first 1 or 2 engagements, getting a couple of points guaranteed in the back throughout the majority of the mid portion of the game, and ever since then, quiet here once more.
Get a quick replay of the,
that could have been a double, too. Come on,
yeah,
step up your game.
Almost got the double kill off of that. Well, I mean, hey, it's good that he had his buddy right there to get the revive instantly. Almost see the E pickup pop from BB.
Almost exactly where Denmark died to a red zone in the Nations Cup as well.
Okay. Why you gotta bring up old stuff?
That's my own team. I can say that.
I always want to talk about
I was feeling the hurt of him. Always want to talk about old stuff. That's history. That's what we now see here. Rock set for a rotation in the making. They know. Oh, do they not know? Oh, they're playing it slow here. They're trying to make sure there's no one else around.
Yeah, I mean they had to clear. I knew they got one of their kills stolen away from them, so I think they're just kind of seeing if they could spot somebody out. BB team, this is a very audacious E pickup from that southwestern side, but you got to figure. I mean, there's not really a whole lot of other options left for them. If they didn't really have any vehicles, that was going to be a hard rotation regardless, and they still managed to get away with it without taking any knocks.
That was an insane scout on the fly. Not only is it a very brave dive down the middle of the circle jump, but the trees, I mean, even seeing them from up high, that is nigh on impossible to scout. Well, good job, BB.
Yeah, I mean, worst case scenario, you go all the way to the northern coast, right? But
that's what I was thinking they were going to do, but no, they audibled.
They spotted it out. Good stuff from them. As BB team continues to find success through many different channels, as we see Myth, Kiss, and Scappy now the last 2 players left alive for that squad after they try to make their way in from the military base. PO. It's been a fight between PO and FaZe, it feels like, for quite some time, and he's going to find Fex, he's going to find Vard, he finds 2 kills. Can he get the flushes as well? The rest of Bagel Pie are going to try to provide support, but Rock, coming in from the south side, is going to split their attention in 2.
Exactly. PO got to be swift about dealing with this phase push, because as you say, there's a team coming on the other side, and so is Myth. Everyone now eyeing the southeast here, looking for some extra points to clean up before this circle is going to force them to move.
Old man still got it. Well, let's see if PO can clean up what's left as they continue to wrap up to the north. Rock is chasing them as well. Gustav from the blue, he'll get his revenge. And PO goes down, the trade comes through. Jeems, though, will find Songjang as Jeems has the bolty, but FaZe will get flushed out, and they go down in 14th place.
Bagel Pie fans finally get something to cheer about as they get themselves a couple, but fighting ain't done just yet. Rock continuing their push forward. They find Scappy as well, now realizing there's multiple teams here in the area.
Once again, man, this has been multiple times today where Rock has been in the right place at the right time, and they are putting themselves on that edge, and once they are in that position, they kind of flip the switch. They know how to play it, be a little bit more aggressive, and try to take the fight from multiple angles. But right now it might be biting off a little bit more than they could chew, as you see Change the Game have made their way to this high ground on foot.
Well, Change the Game, I think they thought they were going to have a little bit more time to set up like a surprise push, but they got spotted immediately, and it's RBN up here in a very close position that hears them early on. I don't think they have any clue that he's this nearby. Maybe had he stayed, could have found 1 or 2, but of course, very, very risky play. He's going to default to go back behind the car instead.
He's getting a lot of support from his teammates, though, as well as Virtus Pro now going to have to defend the push from anyone's legend, but it's not working out. Beamy going to go down, Corexy going to go down. Nixie is hiding inside the compound. He is the last bear remaining.
Trying to stay put, but an angry team come forward, but they too are being pushed from behind. They finally get the kill, and You'd have to be quick now if you're him, as realizing there's an entire Falcons team pushing up behind you. Not going to happen. Tig finds him.
Immediate peek and spray from Tig will take him down. That's 5 kills now for Tiggleton on his own.
Great
6 overall from Falcons. Haizaki, though, has the side flanking angle. He's going to get the spray onto Tig. Takes down Shrimsy. No, Shrimsy will trade him back. That's 9 kills for Falcons and the ability to reset.
Yep, 2 wins on the day already, and even if they don't win here, still a great finish here on the Amelia Islanders. Change the game and go back to the southeast. They're trying to push their way further forward, but Rock has been able to stop their push.
They are indeed. Bagel Pa trying to take the spray down. Guyon will find Solds, but Biel and Santastico combine to do a little bit more damage. Made in Thailand does go down in 11th place. Song Jang has the angle from the blue, gets Santastico low, but does not get the knock.
Egopa able to live through this 8 kills so far this game. Incredibly impressive performance given how tough some of these fights have been to try and take. Runs with the nade on forward. Hangi needs to crawl inside circle if he wants to stay alive here.
Egopa, once they reach the grassy pastures, they start finding their groove, start finding their rhythm, and they're finding kills and more points on the south side. Petrichor Road right up against it. You can see Guyon will get back on his feet. 9 kills for Begopa as Songjang retreats to cover, getting some support from Akan. New circle pops. Navi once again dead center.
Yep, Sat circle center, but no kills so far. Of course, given their position, they don't really get to shoot at a whole lot. There's only Wolves up on the northern side that they have eyes on. As Chewy fights with the branch and fights with 2 other teams here as well, trying to stay put. But they need to, and all you have is a smoke and a tree for cover.
It has not been a very good day for Petrichor Road so far, but they're finding a little bit of momentum here in the final game of the day, putting themselves with 6 kills, up 24 points, just below anyone's legend, just about to crawl out of that basement of the bottom 3. Molodok, though, and the rest of BB team, after that audacious emergency pickup into the high ground center hills, they are doing a little bit of third partying of their own as Extends now will find the knock on a Michael. They've got Copenhagen Wolves pinned on the north.
Yeah, exactly. For Wolves, they're like, how in the world are we getting out of here? And why is no one pressuring Na'Vi? Well, no one's wanting to look that direction at all. So it's on themselves to try and make something happen as Begopa reaches double digits. 10 kills for the Korean Old Boys.
Well, you take the old boys, you put them on the old map, and magic will happen.
True.
Begopa continuing to collect. Copenhagen Wolves try to make just a full send. I mean, that's pretty much the only option they had left, but they're going to put themselves right into util range from Team Liquid, and that is a dangerous spot to be, as it is falling just a little bit off to the side, though. Liquid once again kind of having, there it is. 1 grenade is all it takes. Purdy Curdy will find Takers and Michael. Vox the last one remaining is multiple look at these blue zone grenades. How much utility they got?
You'll get this reference. It's like when you win solitaire and all the cards start flying at you. That's what it looked like with the amount of util they lopped on through. And Shrimsy now trying to dissuade BP team, but I mean, there ain't really no other place for BP team to go. So for Falcons, even if they're only 2, they got to hold strong here. And on the opposite side of that, Vox do something, but 4-man push come through from Liquid. Smart play on their part.
Yeah, while we were watching that,
we did see
Begopa get eliminated. So they go down, but not before collecting 10 kills. Good enough for 6th place overall on the leaderboard. A good day altogether for the boys from Begopa. Team Liquid now turning their attention back towards the south. The BB team is kind of taking long-range shots from Na'Vi, but they're also taking that close-range scrap with the Falcons. Tiggleton already a bunch of damage, but Purdy Curdy going to stab his own countryman in the back.
Yep, Hagatori helping out a bit there as well, finding himself a double. Liquid thought they had a great push around the side, but dealt with immediately after. BP team, I mean, this is just EMEA versus NA action, and we can see who's feeling the hurt of it.
Maybe not countryman, maybe region mate. That's what we're going with. But you know what? Again, don't let facts get in the way of a good line here. It's Team Liquid going to try to reset under the watchful eyes of Na'Vi. Na'Vi, they have just been vibing. I mean, you know what? At this point, I got to say, Toby, they have earned it. They have worked their butts off this whole tournament, this whole day today. Both Na'Vi and BB team, they've earned the right to a little bit of a relaxing shot here. As a doozy is still the Bolt master. Oh, almost gets a second one there to follow things up.
Hit him. Dangerous one at that as well, because Extends is outside circle and he's on his own, so they have to commit pretty hard if they want to get the rest on up. It's going to take them some time that they would have wanted to spend looking inside circle, but now they're going to have to try and regroup and go back instead. Also, I'm not sure, but I think we saw on screen just before that Exgrosit had 1,400 damage this game. I'm not sure if that was me reading it wrong or if that was true, but if that's the case, that went... And we talked about how 3rd and 5 played under most people's radar today. If he got 1,350 damage this game and we didn't see,
we'll see.
That's pretty impressive.
Go nuclear. All right, well, Team Liquid does get the res, so they get up to 3 strong, and they're able to position themselves inside this next zone while Na'Vi was going for that revive, or going for the res, really. BB team, though, they still have that high ground. They still have some space to work around and some hills to hide behind. But, you got to figure at this point it's going to start slowing things down.
Oh, yeah.
And just really waiting to see if what Na'Vi has to do, I think.
Exactly.
I mean, that's kind of what everybody's looking for. But look, just keep the camera on a doozy right now. The man's bolting, and he's going to... Oh, Extend's going to get spotted out by Molotov. They're not going to get the res on that one.
So much for that rescue attempt. Now he might have taken down Hakatori with him. Thing is, teams don't want to peek Hakatori because it tends to send headshots in return, and right now he's doing the exact same thing. Extends does get flushed as BB team and Liquid fighting over who was going to get the flush there.
Ooh, sparking. That's a couple of nice shots there on the Molotov. Makes him pull back down. As you can see, BB, they've got a good setup here. There's two keeping eyes on Na'Vi, 2 keeping eyes on Liquid, and while everybody's fairly kind of secure in their spots, they're still trying to flex around and take more shots. The only one that had to move really was Hakatori, and now that that is done, we can just wait and see where the next circle takes us.
Also for Liquid, I mean, what a bounce back today in the last half of the day. I mean, given the first match, how they drove in, instantly got wrecked, and we were thinking, oh no, is it going to be one of those for Liquid? Now they're set up in 5th place with a chance, I mean, a realistic chance to it, coming out with some really, really big points here. 8, make that, more than that. 9 points already guaranteed.
Absolutely. Team Liquid not letting themselves get tilted. That is experience at work.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
For sure, after what could have been a disastrous way to start the day.
Seen it before.
It absolutely was. We've seen teams crack under less pressure, but they find themselves right up there at the top and in the conversation as we wait and see how this one decides to play out.
Run. Boys, I don't think they're peeking. Are you sure? Can you double check? Well, they weren't. So good on Na'Vi. It's not only get across, but also actually get inside circle.
Well, I mean, you look at the top of the screen there, you can see what the issue is. The only team that has any smokes at all left is BB. And they've got 4. Na'Vi has none. Liquid has none. But Na'Vi and Liquid both have a little bit of offensive utility. BB doesn't have that. So that's going to be a really big influencing factor on how this game plays out at the end. Just the fact that there's just no smokes left for concealment.
Liquid couldn't see Na'Vi on that push because of the building. BB didn't want to shoot Na'Vi because they were afraid of Liquid. And, well, Na'Vi had to make the play happen, right? So it's like a full ring around the rosy of consequences, allowing for Na'Vi to make that play happen. All Liquid do is like go, BB, we weren't shooting at you. Why didn't you take them out? Come on, man.
And that BMX to get himself up on the roof. This is Hakatori still being aggressive. This is a dangerous spot to be for sure. But
saw 2.
He's already spotted them. Oh, he's going to take the shots over in that direction. Lands some damage.
He has a nade as well. If he runs up and throws that.
That would be hyper aggressive. But again, they don't have smokes. So they can't really smoke themselves to get into grenade range. They're just going to have to be brave about it, and they will take those shots. They're going to find the knock on a sparking. Purdy Curdy gets knocked extremely low as the circle moves in. Phil first will find the angle on the Purdy Curdy as BB team will take advantage of Na'Vi flushing Team Liquid out.
Once Hakatori saw though both of those players proning, he knew this is like we have that 5-second gap. We need to make that play happen right now. We talk about the window of opportunity where Pentagram earlier, I mean, they struggled a bit with that. This is Na'Vi instantly executing on info gap. gathered.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a scary thing to do in these lobbies. A doozy with the bolty. I told you that rooftop spot was going to be scary, and a doozy shows why, as he will take them down. Na'Vi will take Liquid down. It's all down to Sosin. He's getting collapsed upon, but he's not going down without a fight. He's going to burn through the Molotov, but BB Team gets another win as their day one success just gets the exclamation point put on.
It was a great day for them already, and this one is only going to make it look that much better. And it's once again one of those games where they come in almost dead last to military initially. Then they e-pick up out of the middle of everything into the woods, come out victorious from there. Insane macro play throughout the day for BB Team.
Just really gutsy stuff. And then at the end, you saw Na'Vi. I mean, look, we bookend with two great performances. We saw their huge game one from Na'Vi, and now here another one at the end where they almost managed to pull it off had they not run into the freight train that has been BB Team on this first day. But that's day one rather, for Group B done and dusted.
It's BB time, baby, as they come out with a second chicken dinner on the day to go along with a second place. These guys have been unfreaking stoppable, Martin.
Today has been the day of them, man. It's 2 wins, it's a second place, it's insane consistency throughout today here. They've just been on another level here. This felt like PGS 7, PGS 8 all over again in terms of their consistency, in terms of how they approach the game. And you know what? This is exactly what I missed not having them at PGS 9 and 10.
But like watching them play, I have to ask you, why weren't they at PGS 9 and 10?
Let's not talk about it.
Okay. Thanks. Apparently it was that bad. But I mean, that's the problem, is maybe it's because nobody got to see him at PGS 9 and 10. They've been able to go watch, build meta, have a plan, and have come out blazing.
They thrive in this sort of group, right? Where you have calculated moves, teams are playing where they're expected to, and that's why they're able to do this well here. I'm not saying they might struggle in the finals, but if we have the same kind of setup and kind of composition of teams in the finals as we have had here in Group B, they'll do too well. They do not as well when you have teams that are more chaotic, more unpredictable, and are not playing in where they should be playing. You know, they're not playing in the priority spots.
Yeah.
Camping in off spots. They're in off positions or ratting in areas where they shouldn't be, right? So this is why we've seen them be able to do so well. That's also kind of what I've expected from Group B, and what we've been seeing unfold today is this very predictable PUBG is making our good teams good.
Our system teams are thriving because they can play their systems in a lobby that doesn't have a lot of chaos. The early games today, if you guys didn't get to watch them, it was very measured. Everything about these games were measured, and you get to the end game, and it was all about managing utility, finding good rotations, and that's what we saw over and over and over again. And that's where I think even Team Liquid, for the first time in a while, look at that, spinning. At least a couple Oingo Wolves going to have a nice little attitude. They were able to climb out of the doldrums into about the mid-pack towards the end of the day, as was Team Liquid, as we mentioned, which I think they thrive because the system is more functional.
And that's exactly what these teams, right? They're going to have someone outplay them because they're playing confident, they're pulling off. You know, we saw that, especially with the third place where we saw Copenhagen Wolves. You just have BB Team and Falcons and VP pull up and then absolutely destroy their game. It's hard to play against, even if they're 2 or 3 alive, when there's other teams committing 4, 5, 6 utility on you, right? You're just going to get absolutely destroyed here. So that, I like what I'm seeing here from Liquid, especially this game was great for them. There's nothing more to do. Like, they maximized. They got absolutely the most points out of this as they could. because they're getting so much pressure on from Navi.
As we saw teams that thrive, we also saw on the screen some teams that struggled. Teams like Anyone's Legend, you could see the emotion on their faces in those shots. Teams like Myth, which used to be Forest Natural Gaming, that were not putting up the points that we expected them to put. Kiss, not able to sort of do what we expected him to do. But maybe we'll have some answers, because it sounds like we got a chance to head over to Pan as she catches up with Kiss from Myth.
เอาละค่ะแล้วก็เรียบร้อยไปแล้วนะคะสำหรับ Day 1ของเรากับกรุ๊ป B นั่นเองค่ะแล้วก็เดี๋ยวในช่วงนี้นะคะเรามาพูดคุยกันหน่อยดีกว่าอยู่กับเราตัวนี้กันแล้วกับคิสนั่นเอง
สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับคิสจากมิสของเรานะคะ Made in Thailand นะจ๊ะชอบมากวันนี้แฟนๆเยอะมากอันนี้แฟนๆส่งเสียงหน่อยนี่เขาเขียนป้ายอยู่เนี่ยมิสดีวะนี่ ต้องแล้วนะดังนั้นถามนิดนึงว่ารู้สึกยังไงบ้างที่เราได้มาร่วมแข่งต้องบอกว่าเป็นทัวร์นาเมนต์สุดท้ายเนาะแล้วก็ที่สำคัญคือสำคัญมากที่สุดในปีนี้ด้วยแล้วที่เราได้จัดในบ้านของตัวเองด้วยรู้สึกพอใจกับผลงานของตัวเองมากน้อยแค่ไหนคะ
ก็เรื่องผลงานก็ต้องรอดูก่อนครับเพราะว่านี้ยังแข่งแค่วันแรกอยู่เรื่องที่จัดงานที่ไทยก็รู้สึกดีใจมากครับที่ได้มาแข่งขันในบ้านของตัวเองอะไรอย่างเงี้ยครับก็รู้สึกว่าดีใจที่ดีใจที่สุดก็คือได้เจอแฟนๆอะไรอย่างเงี้ยครับมากกว่าใช่ครับ
โอเคนี่ไงแฟนๆก็อยู่ตรงนี้แล้วเขาก็มาเป็นกำลังใจให้นะคะ so the first question is just have to ask him that how does he feel to play the finals on the most important tournament of the year right here in his home country and do he satisfied in his performance so yeah he looking forward for his performance and for moreover to host right here in Thailand he really happy with that and about his performance he really satisfied and for moreover he can meet his fan over here that's right here live in the studio all right so our second question do he know that he have the most kill in PGS and how do he feel รู้หรือเปล่าว่าคุณเนี่ยเป็นคนที่สามารถทำคิวได้มากที่สุดเลยนะคะใน PGS ของเรานี่นะจ๊ะก็เลยอยากจะถามว่าความรู้สึกนั้นมันเป็นยังไง
ก็รู้สึกดีใจมากครับรู้สึกดีใจที่ตัวเองได้มีผลงานดีใช่แล้วก็อยากจะบอกว่าก็บอกตัวเองทุกวันว่าจะทำผลงานให้เหมือนเดิมตลอดครับ
โอ้คงเส้นคงวานะคะ he really happy with that and he will keep the standard to be like his all of his performance standard นะคะก็ยังไงเป็นกำลังใจให้นะคะกับคิสนั่นเองจาก Smith ค่ะบายบายไปพักผ่อนกันได้เลยบายบายจ้า
ครับ
แล้วก็นะคะต่อไปเดี๋ยวเราจะได้มาพูดคุยนะคะกับอีกหนึ่งทีมนะคะที่เมื่อสักครู่นี้เพิ่งจะได้ชิคเก้นดินเนอร์กันไปนะจ๊ะนั่นก็คืออนุสีจากบีบี Hi
Hello
Hello all right you still tired that's fine
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, so for the first question, you won a PGS this year and had a great start today. And as we saw like previously, congratulations to you with the chicken dinner. So do you think you can secure a direct pass to the grand finals? Do you think you can secure it?
I'm not gonna say like anything about next days. I'm happy with our performance today, but we still have to play good like for the next days. So. I think we can, but we still have to play good as today.
Okay, sure. And I would like to talk about your roster that have a lot of experienced players. So how does that experience can help you in this event in PGC?
I think like Biasloj start helping me a lot with his like second calls, and the other guys also like. Using their potential to help me support really good for now on this tournament. And I think like they have a good experience and it's gonna help us a lot on this tournament because there's actually best teams playing here and I think the experience is our advantage here.
Wow, all right, I'm so jealous and looking forward for the second day of Group B. All right, so bye-bye. Thank you so much, Adosi from BB. Woo! Cheer him up. Alright ก็สำหรับในช่วงนี้นะคะแน่นอนค่ะว่า Day 1 นะคะของกรุ๊ป B ของเราก็เรียบร้อยแล้วนะคะยังไงก็ติดตามกันได้นะคะสำหรับวันถัดๆไปเนาะส่วนในช่วงนี้ส่งต่อให้กับ Analyst ของเรา Over to you our Analyst
Allez.
Thank you very much, and good to hear from BB Team. He was not going to take the bait. No. Yes, we qualified. He's like, we're focused on tomorrow.
Playing in 1/3 so far. Right? We're playing 18.
Je vais vous laisser là. Vous souhaitez une bonne fin d'après-midi. Et puis, on se retrouvera demain à partir de midi pour continuer le tournoi. Demain, ça sera la journée 2. Journée 2, groupe A. Je dis pas de bêtises. Et puis lundi, le groupe B, journée 2. Et on verra bien ce que ça donne. Sur ce, bonne fin d'après-midi à vous. Et à demain. Ciao, ciao.